Autumn, the 23rd year of the Jianqing era, Great Xia. North of the northern pass stood the city of Jinbei. The shrill voice of the imperial attendant announcing the decree cut through the desolate autumn wind beyond the frontier. Tian Hu, Defender General of Jinbei, has held the line against the Liao for 20 years without losing a single inch of land, a great service to the realm. He is hereby elevated to Marquis of Tongtong, reassigned to the northwest to command the military affairs of the 3 northern prefectures of Bing Province. 20 years guarding the frontier, and at last Tian Hu had reached the pinnacle, a marquisate and a general's command. Cheers of congratulation rang out on all sides. But 1,000 miles away in the capital region, within the Rinxian Hall of the Imperial Palace, a storm was brewing, and I stood at its very center, utterly unaware. Upon the dragon throne sat Emperor Jinxing, crowned with the 12-tasseled diadem. The strings of beads swayed gently, yet could not hide those eyes, deep and cold as a frozen pool. The pressure of a man long accustomed to supreme power swept through the entire hall. Speak now if you have matters to report. Otherwise, the court is dismissed. Before the head eunuch Huang Chun could finish, the Right Chancellor Gua Huangji stepped forward from the ranks and bowed. Your Majesty, with Tian Hu elevated and reassigned, Jinbei cannot go a single day without a commander. In my humble opinion, he paused, his voice ringing like struck metal. We should dispatch a prince to personally guard the frontier. The words landed, and the whole hall erupted in an uproar. My heart plummeted. Great Xia had enjoyed over 200 years of peace. A prince stationed at the border, such a thing had never been heard of. And among the eligible adult princes, Crown Prince Gao Qian could never be sent away. The second and third princes had long since departed to their fiefs. Count as one might, only 2 remained. The 5th prince, Gao Cheng, 18 years old, and me, the 6th prince, Gao Ping, just turned 16. I understood my own situation better than anyone. My mother, Consort Feng, came from a family of petty merchants, no power, no influence. I was mediocre in talent, a dissolute wastrel, the son my imperial father despised most. The frontier was bitterly cold, the Liao people brutal and merciless. This assignment, a near-certain death sentence, would surely fall to me. To go was to walk straight into the grave. Sheer terror swept through my entire body, blood rushing to my head. My vision went black, the world spinning. Thud! I toppled straight over onto the cold, golden-tiled floor. Your Majesty, the 6th prince has fainted. The crown prince strode forward to help me up. The instant his fingertips touched my shoulder, his knuckles tightened ever so slightly, a hidden pressure, then released just as quickly. The trace of impatience in his eyes was masked, perfectly, by a display of concern. Summon the imperial physician. Emperor Jinxing slammed his hand on the throne and rose, his face dark with fury. Sprawled on the ground, I felt a dull, throbbing ache spreading from the back of my head. The clamor of voices drifted near and far, as though muffled behind a thick veil of mist. Then, out of the chaos, my consciousness suddenly cleared. Where was this? Why was everyone dressed in ancient robes? Transmigration. The word popped into my mind out of nowhere. No delight, no excitement, only a bone-deep bewilderment. The next second, memories that weren't my own came flooding in like breaking waves. A gentle woman sitting by the window, mending clothes, her brow heavy with sorrow. That was my mother, Consort Feng. A boy kneeling. Outside the imperial study, knees bruised purple, palace servants gave him a wide berth as they passed. Late at night in the prince's residence, he sat alone before a bronze mirror, his eyes hollow and defeated. Fragmented images pieced together a clear identity. 6th prince of the Great Xia, Gao Ping, 16 years old, born to a lowly maternal clan, idle and unlearned, the most insignificant of all the royal princes. And the original owner of this body had just been scared to death, literally, by 4 little words: Prince to guard the frontier. Me, a modern corporate drone who'd slaved away for 20-odd years, had somehow ended up inside this feeble, good-for-nothing 6th prince. The footsteps of the imperial physician drew closer. I had to wake up. Slowly, I opened my eyes. His Highness the 6th Prince is awake. The officials crowded around, showering me with feigned concern, their expressions impossible to read. 6th brother, Are you still feeling unwell? The Crown Prince's tone was gentle, his sincerity flawless. What a fine display of brotherly love. I forced down my panic. Let the two of them help me to my feet, then bowed according to the original owner's memories, the words tumbling out. Your son lost track of time reading last night. From lack of sleep, I disgraced myself before the court. I beg father's punishment. The words fell. The great hall went dead silent. Every face froze for a heartbeat. Puffed. The fifth prince burst out laughing on the spot, hastily covering his mouth. The crown prince turned his head, his sleeve unable to hide his trembling shoulders. Across the entire court, every official struggled to hold it in. My mind buzzed. The original owner was a notorious wastrel throughout the capital, famous for cockfighting, walking his dogs, and lazing about. Claiming he'd been reading deep into the night was a joke of monumental proportions. Insolent. You worthless son. Emperor Jinxing slammed a palm down on the dragon desk and pointed at me, roaring, You? Reading? I say you've wrecked your health from wine and whores in the pleasure districts. I froze in place, head bowed, silent. Emperor Jinxing looked at me, his eyes full of disgust. The crown prince was cunning, the second prince valiant, the third prince skilled in governance, the fifth prince gifted in letters. Only this sixth one, useless in both scholarship and combat, without a shred of a dragon's dignity. Gazes like fine needles pricked densely into my back. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my inner robes, and the fingers hidden in my sleeves trembled beyond my control. Standing in this magnificent yet bone-chillingly cold hall, I understood clearly. From today on, I was Gao Ping, a useless prince in mortal danger, one who could lose his head at any moment. The sixth Prince Gao Ping, being idle and unlearned, has disgraced himself at court. His punishment shall be. Emperor Jinxing stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Punish him with what? I held no office and no power, owned no land or fields, didn't even have a proper residence of my own, still crammed into the shared prince's quarters to this day. Dock my salary? My meager stipend already fell short of my needs. Every month I had to rely on my mother's secret support just to get by. Cut it, and I'd probably starve. Huh. Emperor Jinxing let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Send this wretch back to his residence to reflect behind closed doors. Over. Issue a decree to the Ministry of Rights. Appoint an official to personally instruct the sixth prince in etiquette and oversee his studies. I let out a quiet breath of relief. No docked salary, no corporal punishment. The original owner of this body had taken plenty of beatings. Even this so-called father of mine had struck him personally more than once. This punishment sounded severe, but it was all bark and no bite. Confinement to reflect on one's faults, with no set end date, entirely dependent on the emperor's word. The entire court understood this perfectly well, yet no one said a thing. First, a monarch's word was final. Second, this matter touched no one's interests. And third, the sixth prince was so utterly mediocre that no one gave him a second thought. Continue, Prime Minister, Emperor Jinxing said coldly. Gua Huangji cleared his throat, shot me a dismissive glance, and picked up where he'd left off. But my mind had already drifted elsewhere, rapidly sorting through this body's memories, its upbringing, its relationships, the attitudes of my father and brothers, the abilities and leanings of the court's civil and military officials. By the time I finished, my heart had gone completely cold. No backing, no talent, no allies. The original owner had literally been scared to death. I was just an ordinary person. How was I supposed to survive in a place that devoured people alive? By your logic, Minister, is my great Xia's entire court so bereft of talent that we must send a prince to guard the frontier? The more Emperor Jinxing listened, the angrier he grew. He cut Gua off abruptly, slamming his palm against the imperial desk. Send a prince today, and tomorrow shall it be the crown prince? The day after, must I go and hold the post myself? What good are you, all you lords and ministers of my court? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Gua Huangji bowed hastily. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The assembled officials lowered their heads in unison. A few among the military officers looked eager to volunteer, but a single glance from the crown prince pressed them back into silence. No one who could stand in this hall was a fool. A moment's thought made it clear that this matter ran far too deep. No one dared to be the first to speak up. Reporting to father, this son believes the prime minister speaks with reason. Before Guohuanji could offer any defense, Crown Prince Gao Qian strode forward from the ranks. Something stirred in my chest. The whole court knew that Prime Minister Guohuanji was the Empress's own brother and the Crown Prince's uncle, the very cornerstone of the Crown Prince's faction. But Emperor Jinxing's eyes darkened. It was never the uncle and nephew alliance that angered him. When his sons vied for power, he not only refrained from stopping them, he welcomed it. The incompetent had no right to inherit the throne of Great Xia. What truly chilled him was this. The Crown Prince targeting the second and third princes was one thing. Those two had each made a name for themselves in their fiefs and posed genuine threats. But the fifth prince was only 18, and the sixth prince had just turned 16. One was gentle and fond of scholarship. The other was a good-for-nothing wastrel. Neither posed any threat to the succession. And yet they, too, were to be pushed, driven toward their deaths? Was the imperial family truly so heartless? Crown Prince, you had better have a good reason. Emperor Jinxing pressed the question in a low voice, that final cold snort landing with the weight of 1,000 tons. The Crown Prince bowed with composure, his voice clear and bright. Father, the Emperor, sending an imperial prince to garrison the northern frontier is a sound strategy for the nation. The Liao Kingdom was founded not long ago. Its lands are cold, its people few, and its only real strength lies in the might of its cavalry. Jinbei City stands isolated beyond the frontier, yet for 20 years it has repelled more than 10 Liao incursions. This proves that while the Liao are fearsome in open battle, they are poor at siege warfare. If a prince were made governor there, granted full authority to act on his own judgment, and supported by veteran generals, he could advance to attack or fall back to defend. Should the opportunity arise, he could reclaim our lost territory and restore the glory of Great Xia. The words rang out with conviction, and the Crown Prince's faction nodded in unison. If that's the case, the Jinxing Emperor said, his tone softening slightly before posing another question, then why has Tianhu, who has held that city for 20 years, never once reclaimed the lost lands? I shook my head quietly from my corner. I'd seen this whole routine too many times in the corporate world of my past life. A proposal gets kicked up the chain, level after level, every manager wanting to make his mark, and by the time approval finally comes down, the market's already changed completely. Never thought I'd cross into another world only to find the military bureau of Great Xia running the exact same way. Still, what was the Crown Prince really scheming with all this? The frontier had always been where protagonists rose to greatness. But I patted myself down. A golden finger? A system? A wise old mentor? Foresight? Mind reading? Nothing. Not one thing. All I had crammed in my head were 40 years of memories from my past life. How to haggle at the wet market. How to deal with a boss who loved shifting blame. How to cook the most budget-friendly instant noodles. Plus some half-baked knowledge picked up scrolling through my phone. Scattered fragments. Nothing systematic. I had no idea which of these might save my life. I was just an ordinary man. I had been before, and I still was now. The only difference was that before, I couldn't die, and now, I could die at any moment. The arguments in the court rose and fell all around me, but I had already lowered my gaze, no longer listening to the pompous rhetoric. The outcome was already decided. The Crown Prince was the heir. There was no way he'd be sent off to some distant frontier. The fifth prince had deep roots on his mother's side, so it wouldn't fall to him either. Round and round it went, and the only candidate left was me, the good-for-nothing with no favor and no power. In my mind, I was rapidly calculating my one and only way out. Jinbei City. Bitterly cold, barren, a place where death waited at every turn. But looked at from another angle, it was also a blank slate. Those scattered bits of knowledge from my past life, training troops, farming military lands, making a living, making money. Might one of them prove useful in a hopeless situation? I didn't know, but at this point, I had no other choice. All I could do was gamble. Qin Qing, the Minister of War, stepped forward. His complexion was slightly dark, his posture upright, his eyes clear and bright, his whole bearing radiating integrity. Your Majesty, the War Ministry does have records. In the 14th and 17th years of Jinxing, General Tian, who twice submitted requests to go to war. But by the time the court had deliberated and the decree had reached the frontier, the window for battle had long since passed. The Jianqing emperor furrowed his brow slightly. In the 19th year of Jianqing, I granted Tianhu the authority to act on his own judgment as the situation demanded. Why still not a single accomplishment to show for it? In answer to your majesty. But there's a restriction on that authority. When marching out to battle, the deployed troops cannot exceed 30% of the garrison. So even when General Tian spots an opening, his hands are tied. Chen Qing never took sides. He dealt only in facts, plain and impartial. That was precisely why the Jianqing emperor trusted his word above all others. And what does the left chancellor think? The Jianqing emperor turned his gaze to the head of the civil officials. Left Chancellor Zhaoan was nearing 70, a veteran of 3 reigns, lean of frame, with deep, piercing eyes that seemed to see straight through a man's heart. He bowed slowly. This old servant is a civil minister, unversed in matters of war. On this, it would be best to heed the counsel of the seasoned generals who guard our borders. A single sentence, light as a feather, yet packed with force. It excused him from the matter while quietly pushing the crown prince and the right chancellor into opposition against every military man at court. Truly a statesman of 3 reigns. Every word hit a blade. Sure enough, the faces of the martial nobility, led by Grand General Li Gui, darkened at once. 20 years had passed, and these pampered civil ministers had long forgotten the bitter carnage of that failed northern campaign. Just then, the situation shifted. The crown prince and the right chancellor exchanged a subtle glance, and then the prince stepped forward. Your Majesty, this son is willing to lead troops and garrison Jinbei City to defend the great Xia against the Liao invaders. The crown prince, volunteering to guard the frontier. The whole hall erupted. Startled, doubtful, and wary eyes converged on him. A gleam flashed in the left chancellor's eyes, and he gave Guo Huangji a long, meaningful look. He understood now. The Jianqing emperor stared at his son as alarm bells clanged in his mind. The crown prince had been heir for 20 years. His influence at court was already deeply rooted. And now he meant to lay hands on military power. From first proposing that a prince guard the border, to volunteering himself, every step measured, every move interlocking flawlessly. I'm not yet 50, and already you rush to seize power? Fury surged in the emperor's chest, though not a trace showed on his face. Your Majesty must not allow this. The crown prince is the foundation of the realm. Before he could speak, the ministers rushed to object. Whatever their allegiances, stopping the crown prince from guarding the frontier was one thing they all agreed on. The Jianqing emperor raised a hand to still them. That the crown prince holds such lofty ambition gladdens our heart. But Jinbei is bound up with the safety of the entire northern frontier. The crown prince cannot lightly venture into such peril. On this matter, it absolutely cannot be. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. The crown prince's expression flickered, and he made to press further. But the left chancellor beat him to it, speaking in a tremulous voice. His Majesty speaks with perfect wisdom. For the crown prince to guard the border has no precedent from the founding emperor, and any misstep would surely shake the foundations of the state. This old servant believes another should be chosen. A flicker of frustration crossed the crown prince's eyes, but he had no choice but to withdraw back into the ranks. The right chancellor, however, remained calm as ever, eyes narrowed slightly, as though all of this had unfolded exactly as he'd foreseen. The 2 chancellors had always been like fire and water. Zhaoan came from the Zhao clan of Hedong, one of the great Xia's premier noble houses. There was no way he would stand by and watch the crown prince's faction rise unchallenged. I too believe. The crown prince must not go. The faction loyal to the left chancellor chimed in one after another. Sometimes, right and wrong have nothing to do with it. They oppose simply for the sake of opposing. At that moment, the 5th prince, Gao Cheng, rolled his eyes and suddenly stepped forward. Father, I am willing to march north and ease your burdens. Everyone was stunned. The 5th prince, always so low-key and mild-mannered, was actually volunteering? The calculation in Gao Cheng's mind couldn't have been simpler. The crown prince had offered himself, and father would never approve it. The left chancellor would fight it tooth and nail. By stepping up now, he was merely putting on a show, scoring a wave of loyalty and filial reputation. He was certain father would never truly send him to that death trap. I watched the fifth prince step forward, rather surprised myself. But the next second, I caught a flash of cunning in the right chancellor's eyes, and I saw the faint, barely perceptible smile at the corner of the crown prince's mouth. A thick air of conspiracy spread through the great hall. My heart tightened inexplicably. Something felt off. Yet not a single person in the entire hall looked my way. Every gaze was fixed on the crown prince, the fifth prince, and the two chancellors. I was like an invisible man, standing in the corner of the hall, not targeted, but utterly, completely ignored, not even worth being a pawn in someone's scheme. I had a lifetime of adult experience, but that was just the survival wisdom of a common man on the street. Court intrigue, the backstabbing games of officialdom, I knew nothing of them. I didn't even qualify as a beginner. So how was I supposed to contend with these old foxes who had steeped in scheming for decades? The road ahead was hazy, life and death uncertain. A wave of helplessness and dread wrapped itself completely around me. But I knew that fear was useless. In this place that devoured men alive, the more desperate the situation, the wider you had to keep your eyes open. Because only those who saw the board clearly had any chance of turning from a pawn into the hand that moved the pieces. The fifth prince is loyal and devoted to the nation, truly a model among the princes. The right chancellor, Guohuangji, cut in a step ahead of father. His chin lifted slightly, his gaze sweeping out from beneath his eyelids, carrying an inborn arrogance. I stood at the very end of the prince's ranks, watching coldly. I was waiting for that, however. Sure enough. However, though the fifth prince is young and capable, he has, after all, never faced battle. I fear his experience may be lacking. Guohuangji shifted his tone. This old servant believes we must dispatch a seasoned man to serve as deputy general to assist the fifth prince. I nominate General Lin Yu of Fenway. That won't do. Grand General Li Gui stepped forward. The old general was past 60, his face weathered dark, his thick beard unkempt, two vertical creases carved between his brows like knife strokes. His gaze blazed, commanding without wrath. Lin Yu lacks the talent. How could he bear such a duty? His father died for the country, and he is the family's only son. How can we send him into danger again? Then in the Grand General's view, who is fit to be deputy general? Chapter translation. Guohuangji pressed on with a smile. Suddenly, I understood. The right chancellor didn't care in the slightest who the deputy general would be. With that single word, deputy, he'd casually nailed down the matter of sending the fifth prince to guard the frontier, treating it as a done deal. What a crafty old fox. The second and third princes were far away in their fiefs. The sixth prince was me, a good-for-nothing. Kick out the fifth, and the only grown prince left in the capital would be the crown prince. His scheme deserved death. On the throne, father's eyes turned sharp. Clearly, he saw through it too. Minister Gua, set aside the matter of the deputy for now. Father cut in, his gaze like a blade, piercing straight at the fifth prince. Fifth, are you truly willing to go to Jinbei Pass? Speak honestly. The fifth prince, Gao Cheng, had refined features. Among all the princes, he stood out. At this moment, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Go to the frontier? That was a death sentence. He bowed, choosing each word with care. This son does harbor the desire to rush to the frontier and earn merit by slaying the enemy. Yet in scholarship, I fall short of eldest and third brother. In martial skill, I lag behind second brother. Young and ignorant, I fear one careless move might harm the nation and its people. No need to say more. Father stopped him, disappointment written plainly across his face. If you don't want to go, just say so. No one would dare force one of my sons. The latter half was aimed squarely at the right chancellor and the crown prince. Gao Cheng's gambit had failed. Looking grim, he retreated. Sixth, you. Father's gaze swept over to me. Then he recalled my usual absurdities and waved a hand. Never mind. No point asking you. That single sentence made my worth in his eyes crystal clear. A pang of urgency struck me. I stepped forward and cupped my hands. Father, I am willing to go to Jinbei Pass. Father froze, doubting his own ears. What did you say? I am willing to go to Jinbei Pass. I said it again, louder this time. You, who spend all day gambling on cockfights and chasing after dogs, what could you possibly do at Jinbei Pass? Nonsense. Guards, drag this wretched son out. The golden-armored guards before the hall filed in. I groaned inwardly. The crown prince had volunteered and merely been refused. The fifth prince had offered himself and walked away unscathed. And me? Instant fury. There was no reasoning with this. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The left chancellor, Zhaoan, stepped shakily forward. Nearing 70, thin of frame, yet sharp in spirit, his eyes seemed able to see straight through a man's heart. The sixth prince's willingness to shoulder such a burden shows earnest devotion to the country. He should not be punished. Father, please calm your anger. The ministers pleaded one after another. The old eunuch Huang Chun gave a discreet wave, and the guards, caught in a bind, withdrew once more. Father shot me a glare, let out a heavy snort, and surveyed his ministers. The sixth prince has made his request. What do you all think? We defer to your Majesty's judgment. The entire court, civil and military, spoke as one voice. Not a single one took me seriously. I understood now, whether I went or not made no difference to them at all. Why bother courting their scorn? Father fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, his voice grave beyond measure. Sixth son, I asked your fifth brother a question. Now I'll ask you the same. Do you truly wish to go to Jinbei Pass? Think carefully before you answer. His eyes locked onto me. Father, I truly wish it. To serve the nation, I would face death 10,000 times without hesitation. I answered crisply, without a shred of doubt. This body of mine was taller than the other princes my age, but thin, like a stalk of green bamboo that had shot up without filling out, unable to fill the royal robes it wore. When silent, I seemed too quiet to be a child of the imperial house. Your son has wasted 16 years, becoming a laughingstock, never measuring up to my brothers, bringing shame to father countless times. I lifted my head, yet imperial blood flows in my veins. I have enjoyed 16 years of luxury. The time has come to repay father and serve the nation. If the script was wrong, then I'd write my own. I straightened my spine, looked father dead in the eye, and spoke each word with force. The hall went still. Father studied me for a long while, then suddenly said, Good. Since my sixth son has such resolve, I shall entrust Jinbei City to you. Matters of state and war leave no room for jest. From now on, drop those wretched habits of yours. Earn merit for the nation, and do not disgrace the imperial house. The entire court was stunned, unable to read his hand. But I understood, more or less. The crown prince wanted military power, and father wouldn't give it. The fifth prince talked a pretty game, but lacked the nerve, and father was disappointed. I, the wayward son, had volunteered. At least there was some fire in me. Sending me was nothing but an idle move on the board. If the piece fell, no great loss. Does anyone object? Father asked in a low voice. We obey the imperial will. Not a single person spoke on my behalf. All the better. What father wanted was precisely someone like me, with no ties whatsoever to the court officials. Attendant Huang, draft the decree. Huang Qin bowed. The sixth prince, Ping, is hereby granted the title of third-rank commandery prince and general who guards the north, with Jinbei City as his fief. 30,000 taels from the imperial treasury are allocated for the construction of his princely residence. 100 imperial guards shall serve as his personal escort, and 20 officials below the third rank shall serve as his subordinates. He shall take up his post in 1 month. A decree by the book. Third-rank commandery prince was the lowest noble rank, the fief no larger than a big county beyond the frontier. When the founding emperor established the system of enfeoffment, he had strictly limited its scale, fearing descendants scattered across countless fiefdoms would grow beyond control. For a prince of humble birth like me, even this much was considered respectable. Father paused, then continued. The sixth prince has come of age, and there's no telling when he might return from this journey. I've heard that Pei Nanhai, the right vice minister of war, has a daughter, beautiful and virtuous. I hereby grant her to him as his principal consort. The Ministry of Rights shall choose an auspicious date within 1 month for the wedding. The atmosphere in the hall grew subtle. He was giving me a backer. The Pei family, a great clan of Hebei, one of the top aristocratic houses in the state of Xia. The looks people gave me now held a trace of complexity. The fifth prince's eyes suddenly narrowed. Here's the English translation. As if regretting having retreated so quickly. Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be. Pei Nanhai, the right vice minister of war, hastily stepped forward from the ranks. He was in his mid-40s, with a lean face and a long, three-strand beard. His back was ramrod straight, carrying the distinctive reserve of the noble families. Vice Minister Pei, do you wish to defy an imperial decree? Father cut him off, his voice cold. Or is it that a son of the royal house isn't good enough for a daughter of the Pei family? Pei Nanhai's heart lurched. He could only bow. Your servant would not dare. It's only that my daughter is spoiled and willful. I fear she would make a poor match for the sixth prince. Though his words disparaged his daughter, his thoughts were on his clan. The Pei family hadn't yet chosen a side, keeping a careful, measured distance from the various princes, waiting for the situation to become clear. But the moment his daughter married a down-and-out prince like me, one whose prospects were bleak, the Pei family would be branded, plain and simple. No matter. A bit of liveliness in a young woman is no bad thing. I have already spoken the words. Go home and prepare. Father's tone softened slightly, but it brooked no argument. Your servant obeys the decree. I thank your majesty for your boundless grace. Pei Nanhai swallowed his bitterness and bowed in acceptance. Congratulations, Vice Minister Pei. Now you're kin to the royal house. Congratulations, congratulations. The court officials offered their felicitations one after another. But all Pei Nanhai saw in their eyes were false smiles, even mockery. My chest tightened. The decree had come too fast. I was a destitute prince who couldn't even afford a proper residence. With what was I supposed to marry someone's daughter? My gaze drifted to Pei Nanhai's ashen face, and my confidence sank even lower. But the arrow was already knocked. I took a step forward and bowed. This son thanks Father for your boundless grace. I will surely guard Jinbei City well and prove worthy of your faith in me. Father gave a slight nod. Rise then. Go and prepare. A moment, Father. I did not rise. Don't tell me you've changed your mind. His eyes turned cold in an instant. This son would not dare. It's only that this journey to Jinbei comes with a few small requests. I hope Father will grant them. I held my back straight. My voice was tight, but I bit off each word clearly. Granted. After a brief moment of thought, Father agreed. Second, Jinbei lies 1,000 li from the capital, and word travels slowly between us. This son requests the authority to act on his own judgment as circumstances demand. Father, this cannot be. Crown Prince Gao Qian spoke up in haste. When Tian, who held the post, I granted him that very power. As his successor, the sixth naturally inherits it. Father ignored him. Granted. Third. Sixth, are you still not finished? The corner of Father's mouth twitched. The last one. This is the last one. I steeled myself. When the founding emperor established. When it comes to the policy of granting fiefdoms, there was a family precept. If a prince conquers foreign lands by his own strength, without relying on the court's forces, those lands shall fall under the prince's rule. I humbly ask, Father, does such a precept exist? As my words fell, the entire hall went suddenly silent. Not an ordinary silence. The kind where even breathing seemed to stop. For the first time, the crown prince truly turned his gaze on me. The contempt was gone from his eyes, replaced by an indefinable scrutiny. The fifth prince's mouth hung slightly open, forgetting to close. Left Chancellor Zhao narrowed those eyes that seemed to see through people, tapping his tablet twice with his fingertips. Right Chancellor Guohuan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, the curve of his lips freezing for an instant. General Li Gui jerked his head up, tiger eyes wide, his throat bobbing as if to speak, then swallowing the words back down. Since the founding emperor, Xia had not expanded its borders in 200 years. From the emperor down to his ministers, nearly everyone had forgotten this clause buried in the family precepts. Now I had dredged it up in front of them all, like pulling a rusted old sword from the bottom of a dust-covered chest. The sword was rusted, but it was, after all, the founding emperor's sword. Whispers surged out like water through an open floodgate. No one's managed it in 200 years. Why is he bringing this up? A pipe dream. A wastrel prince thinks he can follow the founder and expand the borders. Snickers rose from every corner. Some covered their mouths. Others hid their faces behind their tablets, shoulders trembling all the same. But no one dared laugh aloud. Because the man on the dragon throne was not laughing. Father's gaze rested on me, unmoving for a long while. The founding emperor's precept. Those words, He hadn't thought of them in a very long time. Not because he'd forgotten, but because he didn't dare. 20 years ago, he had led the army into battle himself, and 2 of the 3 frontier cities had fallen, one after another. The foundation the founder had built had shrunk in his hands. Every night he gazed north and sighed, his heart cut as if by a knife. Yet by day, facing his assembled court, he never once uttered those words, "Expand the borders." He couldn't bring himself to. And today, the son he thought least of had dredged them up before them all. "Steward Huang, is there such a precept?" he asked, tilting his head. "In reply to your majesty, this matter never entered national law. It is recorded only in the 8th article of the founding emperor's family precepts," Huang Chun said with a bow. "Sixth son, why do you raise this?" Father's tone was casual, tinged with disdain. "Are you saying you have some hope of reclaiming lost lands and expanding the borders?" The crown prince curled his lips into a cold smile and lowered his eyelids. The 5th prince shook his head slightly, though a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. I felt no embarrassment. Instead, I straightened my back further and lifted my chin. "Your son merely asks boldly, if by some fortune I do reclaim the lost lands and expand the borders, would they, according to the precept, fall under your son's rule?" Father looked at this son below the steps, thin as green bamboo, forcing himself to stand, spine straight but slightly stiff. He suddenly remembered how, when I was 5 or 6 years old, I had once snuck off to. He crept to the imperial study and lay across the threshold, peering inside. When Father glanced up, the boy jerked his head back and scampered away, little footsteps pattering into the distance. After that, he never came near me again on his own. When exactly had this son become nothing to him but a brat, a waste, an ungrateful wretch? Father withdrew his gaze, his face betraying nothing. Family, nation, all under heaven. The founding emperor conquered the 6 realms and drove out foreign enemies, a sage ruler for the ages. His family precepts are law itself. The rules our ancestors set down must be upheld. He raised a hand and pointed at me. "So today, I grant your request. Whatever lands you seize through your own ability shall become your fief. But, having given you so much, if Jinbei city ever falls, you needn't return to face me again." "I obey, Father. I will devote every last breath to this cause, until death itself." I prostrated myself in the full ceremonial bow, forehead striking the golden brick 3 times, each dull thud following the last. The hall fell silent. "Rise." Father swept his sleeve. At that word, death, something flickered between his brows. "Huang Chun, draft everything the 6th prince has requested into a decree. Once sealed, dispatch it to every province." "Yes, your majesty." I lay against the cold golden brick, my thin back rising and falling faintly. A man's worth is never something others hand him. It's earned back, inch by hard-won inch. Since everyone took me for a waste, then I would make them watch, with their own eyes, as this waste rose again. After court adjourned, Father kept the left and right chancellors, the grand general, and the crown prince behind to continue in a smaller session. I knew the real drama came afterward. The smaller the meeting, the bigger the stakes. The truly fatal decisions were always settled in gatherings like these. But that no longer had anything to do with me. Walking out of the palace, I lifted my eyes to the gray, overcast sky. Being emperor was no easy thing. An entire realm bearing down on your shoulders, worries without end, factions to balance without end, messes to clean up without end. No wonder history was full of terrible rulers. Being a good one was simply too hard. This father of mine, whom I'd inherited by luck, was no sage. Yet in his 20-odd years on the throne, aside from that one defeat in the Northern Campaign, he hadn't exactly driven the people to ruin. At that thought, my steps suddenly halted. Wait, in all those time travel novels from my past life, the protagonist always landed in a dynasty rotting from within and besieged from without, a great house on the verge of collapse. Enemies pressing at the borders, uprisings everywhere, a court corrupt to its very core. Only then did the hero get his chance to turn the tide. But Great Xia? The border threats stopped beyond the frontier. The empire's minor ailments hadn't touched the bone. This realm was at peace, thoroughly at peace. So what could I even do? Train troops, cultivate farmland, raise money. In an age of peace and prosperity, Were these half-baked skills of mine worth anything at all? The fingers inside my sleeve clenched, then slowly loosened. Never mind. Survive first. Figure out the rest later. Just as I was thinking this, a middle-aged eunuch came scurrying up to meet me, all eager smiles. Here. Welcome back. Your Highness, you must be tired. Are you hungry or thirsty? I've got sweet soup and some food warming in the carriage for you. This was Wang Huan, a little past 30, slightly plump, with a kind face and eyes that crinkled into slits when he smiled. My mother, Consort Feng, worried that I'd have no one to look after me outside the palace, so she'd given him to me. Over the years, he'd kept every aspect of my life: food, clothing, lodging, travel, running in perfect order. Following the manner I remembered, I said casually, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. There's some pressing business today. We'll talk when we get back." An ordinary little carriage rocked its way back to the prince's residence. Wang Huan was the only driver. Compared to the grand carriages and wide sedans that other nobles rode in, surrounded by throngs of attendants, it was almost laughably shabby. The capital, Shangjing, lay north of the Yellow River. On this early autumn night, a chill was already in the air. The taverns and theaters blazed with light, a picture of prosperity. The poor had turned in early, saving their strength for tomorrow's toil. For the powerful, the night was only just beginning. The Crown Prince's residence, a warm inner chamber. Candlelight flickered. Crown Prince Gao Qian sat facing Guohuanji, the right chancellor, his brow dark with gloom. Uncle, at court today, whether it was the plan for Jinbei City or the officials we put forward, none of it went our way. I fear father has grown wary of me. What should we do? Haha, there's no need to worry, Your Highness. Guohuanji stroked his beard and smiled, calm and composed. In this old servant's view, today's court session brought us quite a good harvest. Oh, man proposes, heaven disposes. Aim for the highest, and you'll land in the middle. Aim for the middle, and you'll land at the bottom. Guohuanji spoke slowly and deliberately. Take today. Tian Hu and the others have secretly pledged themselves to you, unknown to outsiders. Our best outcome would have been for you to travel to Jinbei Pass yourself, using Tian Hu's old subordinates to gradually seize military control. The middling outcome would have been to force the fifth prince out of the capital, away from its protection. He'd be ours to squeeze at will. The fifth? Gao Qian frowned. He has no powerful ministers at his side. His mother's family isn't distinguished, and he's a mediocre man himself. I've never thought of him as a threat. Guohuanji shook his head and lowered his voice. You're mistaken, Your Highness. The fifth prince is not so simple. From this old servant's secret inquiries, at least a dozen officials at court are in quiet contact with him, some of them second and third rank. And Consort Rong's family recently bought 2 estates in the outskirts of the capital. One of them is heavily guarded. My men suspect he's keeping trained assassins there. He paused, dropping his voice further. When has any child of the imperial house ever been simple? Gao Qian drew a sharp breath. This fifth brother, so unassuming, so easy to overlook, had secretly amassed such strength. He'd nearly been fooled. So that's how it is. Thank you for the warning, uncle. He steadied himself and asked again, and the lowest outcome? There are quite a few. For instance, sending the sixth prince beyond the frontier. Has the sixth been hiding his true colors too? No, not at all. Guohuanji waved a hand with a smile. The sixth prince is exactly what he appears to be. He makes no ties with court officials, mainly because there's no one wants anything to do with him. His mother's family is lowborn. Can't help him. No hidden power to speak of. Then if we send him off to his fief, wouldn't we just be doing him a favor? No, no, no. Guohuanji took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. The crown prince must remember, every one of your brothers is a threat to you. It's only a matter of degree. There's only one throne, and only one brother can sit on it. Even if the sixth prince's chances are next to nothing, you should snuff them out while there's still just a spark. He set down his teacup. His Majesty already has doubts about the crown prince. Aim high and you'll settle for the middle. Aim for the middle and you'll settle for the bottom. Aim low from the start, and you'll walk away with almost nothing. Don't be fooled by the sixth prince's impassioned speeches at court, or by the marriage His Majesty arranged for him with the Pei clan of Hebei. Once he reaches Jinbei City, Tian Hu's old subordinates will render him powerless. Keep him as nothing more than a mascot in his own manner. Do you really think the Pei clan will lend him genuine support? With him out front as a screen, the Crown Prince can build his military power in the shadows and draw less suspicion. Later, when the Crown Prince takes the throne, out of brotherly sentiment, he can recall him to the capital and keep him under house arrest for the rest of his days. And if you fear he might harbor resentment, Gua Huangji's tone was casual, as if discussing some trivial household matter. Then let him die in Jinbei City, to end the trouble for good. Gao Qian's eyes went wide, more shocked than angry. Uncle goes too far. To murder my own brother, would I not be condemned by all? How could I commit such an atrocity? The Crown Prince is merciful, Gua Huangji said mildly. But leave evil half-rooted, and the trouble never ends. If he nurses his grief and resentment, he might take a desperate gamble. Even a common man, when enraged, will spill blood at 5 paces. Besides, Jinbei City is the front line. The Liao invade constantly. If the 6th prince were to charge into battle at the front and fall beneath a Liao blade, he gave a slight smile. Wouldn't he be a loyal and valiant prince of our great Xia? Gao Qian fell silent. The candlelight flickered in his eyes, reflecting something hard to name. After a moment, he slowly nodded. In that instant, he seemed to understand. Before power, blood ties are the first thing to be severed. The Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. The candlelight burned bright. Emperor Gao Qingji of Xia leafed through the memorials, marking them in vermilion ink, weariness written across his brow. The head eunuch, Huang Chun, attended carefully at his side, sorting and stacking the finished memorials. Your Majesty, the hour grows late. Please rest soon. This vast empire depends on you. Don't wear yourself out. The shrill voice, already the 3rd reminder. What hour is it? The emperor set down his memorial and rubbed his swollen eyes. The 3rd quarter of the hour of the dog. The empress has prepared ginseng soup. It's warming on the stove. Shall I have it brought up? Thoughtful of the empress. Bring it in. While Huang Qin stepped out, Gao Qingji leaned back against the couch and closed his eyes to rest. Lately he felt it keenly. His strength could no longer keep pace. The years were like a blade, each stroke driving a man toward old age. The ginseng soup was brought in, tested with a silver needle, tasted by an attendant for poison, and only then did he drink. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Eunuch Huang. Emperor Xia sipped his tea, calling out casually. Your servant is here. How many years have you served me now? 33 years and 2 months, Your Majesty. You remember it clearly. The emperor sighed. How many 30-year spans does a life hold? In the blink of an eye, we've both grown old. Huang Qin didn't understand where this was going, so he could only offer flattery. Your Majesty is in your prime and will surely live 100 years. It's your servant who's grown old and frail. Ha, you old dog. Everyone else wishes me 10,000 years, but you say 100, cutting so many years off my life for no reason. Aren't you afraid of punishment? The emperor scolded with a laugh, showing no real anger. 10,000 years is just an auspicious saying. Live that long, and you'd have to be an immortal. Your servant only wishes for you to trouble yourself less and take care of your health. That's something achievable. You're not like the others who only know how to fawn. The emperor waved his hand. Enough. I won't look at any more memorials. Everyone, leave us. The young eunuchs bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind them. There are things I cannot say to them, yet I can't keep bottled up inside forever. Emperor Xia leaned back against the couch, and Huang Qin quickly draped a brocade quilt over his legs. Huang Chun groaned inwardly. Words that can't even be spoken to the imperial consorts, and I, a mere eunuch, am supposed to hear them? How many heads do I think I have? Eunuch Huang, what do you make of these sons of mine? Huang Qin's hand trembled. He nearly dropped to his knees. The princes are all of dragon blood, each one exceptional among men. Say what sounds good. Auspicious words never got anyone killed. Humph. I just praised you for being honest, and already you're being dishonest. The way I see it, they're all a worthless lot. Huang Chun pressed his lips shut. Say that to yourself all you like, Your Majesty, but leave me out of it. The 7th and 8th are still young. We'll set them aside. The Crown Prince, building factions for his own gain. The 2nd, warmongering. The 3rd, nothing but schemes. The 5th is honest enough, but has no nerve. The sixth, he paused. The sixth is the most worthless of all. Cold sweat soaked through Huang Chen's undergarments. If these words ever got out, it would be enough for the princes to kill him several times over. At today's court session, do you know why I finally agreed to send the sixth to Jinbei City? Your servant is too dull to say. It's not that you don't know, it's that you won't say. The emperor sneered. The sixth may be a scoundrel who's always angering me, but today he proved himself better than his fifth brother. At the very least, he has nerve, and he's willing to take responsibility. His tone suddenly hardened. The crown prince's appetite grows larger by the day. I meant to give this task to the fifth, to rattle the crown prince and put the right chancellor in his place. Who knew he'd turn out to be so spineless? The moment I asked, he shrank back. What is he afraid of? I would have shielded him from everything. What on earth is he so afraid of? Emperor Xia bolted upright, kicked the quilt aside, and pointed at Huang Chun. Huang Chun dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead beaded with sweat. Calm your anger, your majesty. Get up, this has nothing to do with you. I'm cursing that worthless son of mine. The emperor caught himself. He lost his composure, caught his breath, and lay back down. But Huang Chun didn't dare rise. Let this servant remain kneeling. These matters are truly not for my ears. You old dog, so timid. Speaking of the sixth prince, the Xia emperor let out a long sigh. Never mind. Let's not talk about him. Get up. I've truly become a solitary man. Not a single soul I can speak freely with. He rose listlessly, and Huang Chun hurried forward to help him with his shoes and cloak. Finally made it through. Any more of that, and he might have wet himself from fear. Who's attending to me tonight? The Xia emperor suddenly turned his head. Your Majesty didn't turn a tablet after dinner. Shall I make arrangements now? No need. To Qinghe Palace. Yes. This servant will send word at once, so the lady may bathe, change, and receive you. Just take me there directly. She's plain and simple, never one to curry favor. Announcing it would only put her in a difficult spot. I'm only going to sit a while. Huang Chun bowed to receive the order, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The sixth prince had, for once, managed to make his father proud today. That meant the emperor was headed to Lady Fang's to have a word. Over the years, Huang Chun had seen it plenty. Every time the sixth prince caused trouble, the emperor went to Qinghe Palace. Today he hadn't caused any trouble, and still the emperor went. Habits like that don't break. Qinghe Palace was the residence of the sixth prince's mother, Lady Feng. Lady Feng's given name was Feng Lanfang. Born to a humble merchant family, she'd been fortunate enough to be selected into the palace. Because she was elegant and uncommonly lovely, the young Xia emperor had caught sight of her by chance and favored her for a few months. That sudden favor also earned her the resentment of the entire harem, none more so than the empress. Once the novelty wore off, and with the need to keep the harem in balance, the emperor's heart cooled. She conceived, bore a prince, and fell ill during the delivery, after which the emperor came even less often. He merely raised her to the rank of lady and bestowed some gold, silver, and silk. From then on, the empress and the noble consort found ways to torment her every few days. Twice in her life, she had risen high and fallen hard. The first time, selected into the palace, she thought she'd risen to great heights, only to discover, once inside, that it was little different from the cold palace. The second time, she won the emperor's favor and thought her days of hardship were over, only to lose that favor in the blink of an eye. Later, the Xia emperor came to Qinghe Palace more often. But it wasn't out of affection. It was because of that troublemaking son, whose mistakes dragged her into the scolding right alongside him. On the palanquin, the night wind against his face, the Xia emperor kept his eyes closed. Feng Lanfang was someone who never gave him any trouble. She didn't compete, didn't make scenes, didn't beg for favor. When he came, she served him quietly. When he didn't, she waited quietly. 16 years now. She was like that plain-hearted orchid in Qinghe Palace, alive, yet as though she'd never truly lived. He couldn't say whether that was a good thing or not. Tonight, he was simply tired. He didn't want to keep up appearances at the empresses, didn't want to navigate all the social maneuvering at the noble consorts. Going to her place was easy. The palanquin stopped. He opened his eyes. The lamplight of Qinghe Palace glowed soft and dim, just like the woman herself, never harsh, never grasping. Go announce me, then. He suddenly changed his mind. Asterisk let her know after all. Some kinds of waiting. If you spend a whole lifetime and never hear a single word, that's what real coldness is. Asterisk. The prince's manor, Hongzhe Court. 2 lifetimes lived, and this was my first time enjoying the feeling of being waited on. Hongwan and Luliu, my 2 maidservants, moved with light, careful hands as they bathed and dressed me. This manor was enormous. Pavilions, terraces, winding streams, painted balustrades. There was beauty everywhere you looked. My own courtyard sat tucked away in a corner of the manor walls, secluded but quiet and peaceful. Aside from Wang Huan, I had only 1 young eunuch and 2 maidservants attending me. Compared to the crowds that surrounded the other princes and princesses, it was a lonely sort of place. I didn't mind. In my past life, I'd been nothing but a working stiff. Now this life had me sitting up in the clouds. Some people spend their whole lives never climbing high. Others are born already in Rome. Getting reborn into the right family. Turns out that's a real skill. Once I'd changed into everyday clothes, I called Wang Huan over and gave him a quick rundown of what had happened at court. The moment he heard I'd volunteered to guard Jinbei City, his face went pale. Your Highness, how could you be so reckless? Jinbei City is no place to go. Even if you wanted to take up your fief early, that is the last place you should ever set foot. He wrung his hands and paced back and forth, frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Or maybe, this old servant could go into the palace and beg her ladyship to put in a word with His Majesty. Perhaps the order could still be withdrawn. Old Wang, no need to panic. I waved him off. The decree's already been issued. There's no taking it back. Besides, my mother's situation is difficult enough as it is. His Majesty has rarely visited her in a long time. Wang Huan froze. He kept feeling that something was off about the 6th prince today. Far more serious than usual, as if I'd suddenly become a different person. I'd actually called him Old Wang, when normally it was you old junk or you dog. The sea is vast, and the fish leap. The sky is high, and the birds fly, I said. Jinbei City is dangerous, but danger means opportunity. Also, His Majesty granted me 3 requests. The guards and staff officers are what matter most. Do exactly as I tell you. No, Your Highness, this is far too bold. If His Majesty were to find out, I planted a kick square on his backside. You old junk. You do what you're told and nothing else. Where's all this nonsense coming from? Go, now, before I kick your ass raw. Wang Huan stared for a second, then suddenly broke into a grin. Now that's more like it. This nickname, this kick, this was the same wisecracking, ranting 6th prince he knew. Ow, ow, ow. He dodged and rubbed his rear, wailing on purpose. Your Highness, you can beat this old servant to death and I still won't go. It's for your own good. Get over here. I grabbed his ear and yanked. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Easy. This servant won't dodge anymore. Listen. I let go, my voice dropping low all at once. Get it done within 3 days. That's a dead order. Otherwise, watch that dog head of yours. My gaze was like a blade, no room for argument. Wang Huan. He shivered under that gaze. In this moment, the 6th prince felt both foreign and familiar. Foreign was that overwhelming presence, something he'd never seen from His Highness before. Familiar was this. In his early years, following his mother, he had felt the very same aura radiating from the emperor himself. It was the majesty of royalty. As you command. He bowed and withdrew. Once outside, he rubbed his ear and muttered, My prince, only a fool would hand you money. The room was left to me alone. I began to plan. To carve out a place in this world, I needed my own power base. Especially heading beyond the frontier passes. Without armed forces, I wouldn't get anywhere. Men were easy enough. The Great Xia was vast and teeming with people. Spend the coin, and there'd be strong backs to hire. The hard part was the money. Aside from my stipend, I had no income to speak of. I leaned back in my chair, flipping through all those time travel stories in my head. Make glass, make gunpowder, distill liquor. Any one of them could make a fortune. How do you fire glass? No idea. The gunpowder formula? 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. Wait, the ratio? Forgotten. What equipment did distilling liquor need? Couldn't picture it. And even if I did remember, in the imperial capital, holding treasure was itself a crime. A powerless, Influenceless prince producing any of those things would be signing his own death warrant. I riffled through my pitiful store of science knowledge like flipping through a water-damaged book. The ink was smeared, the pages torn out. At the very last page, only one line remained. An ordinary man, dropped into another era, is still just an ordinary man. Grand ambitions, and I was already stuck on step 1. But after racking my brain, I finally teased out a thread. I called Wang Huan back and quietly laid out the plan in a low voice. What the plan was, I didn't spell out in full, but he understood. Night. Word from the court spread through every corner of the capital. Officials, nobles, and old families gathered in 2s and 3s, trading information, each scheming their own response. The inner city. The Pei residence. The sprawling triple-courtyard mansion made the master's power plain to see. In the study, the Pei family's legitimate daughter, Pei Chuyun, clung to her father, weeping and pleading, her sobs barely contained. "Father, your daughter would rather die than marry him. Who doesn't know that Gao Ping is a good-for-nothing rake, an ignorant fool who runs with the gutter crowd? If I marry him, won't I be the laughingstock of the whole city?" Pei Nanhai, vice minister of the right at the Ministry of War, rubbed his throbbing head. Ever since supper, his daughter had done nothing but wail. Enough. He slammed a history book down hard on the desk. "It's not Gao Ping. You'll call him the 6th prince." As he said it, he even clasped his hands respectfully toward the direction of the palace. "The 6th prince is young and playful, nothing more than that. But he is still a prince, with royal blood in his veins. What's more, you'd be his principal wife, not some concubine. He's already been invested as a commandery prince. Once you're wed, you'll be a princess. That's a blessing countless people beg for and never get. Humph, this is all because you've spoiled her." He turned and scolded his wife instead. Lady Pei shot him a look, but said nothing. In a household. #translation. The respect due to one's mistress still had to be maintained, though she'd already made up her mind to wring Lord Pei dry come nightfall. "I won't marry him, no matter what." Chiyun's voice softened as she turned to her mother. "Mother, I can't bear to leave you. I'll stay by your side my whole life." "Silly girl, no one stays unmarried forever. But this 6th prince." Madame Pei shook her head, leaving the rest unsaid. "So mother doesn't want me either. Sob asterisk. I can't go on living." Chuyun covered her face and ran out. "Did you have to be so harsh?" Madame Pei grumbled, sending someone after her. Once things had settled, she gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Is there really no way around this? Any other prince would be fine, but this 6th prince, he's truly no proper match. The imperial decree has been issued. We're only waiting for the Ministry of Rights to select an auspicious date. How could it possibly be changed?" Pei Nanhai sighed. Husband and wife fell silent, the air heavy between them. Then Madame Pei's eyes brightened. "What if we choose a girl from a branch of the family, someone close to Chiyun's age and resembling her, to take her place?" Pei Nanhai shot her a glare. "Put that thought out of your head. That's deceiving the emperor. The crime would mean the execution of our entire household. Do you understand?" His mind flashed to the old dealings of years past. Concubine-born daughters passed off as legitimate heirs, maidservants adopted as foster daughters to marry off poor scholars. What the great houses cared about was reputation, and ensuring such people couldn't be used against them by others. "Let me think on it further." His tone softened after the reproach. "There may yet be a way to break this deadlock. Have Chushan and Chuha returned?" The steward reported just now. "Both brothers are washing up. They'll be here shortly." Deep into the night, the lamp in the Pei study still burned. Knock, knock, knock. The old steward suddenly rapped at the door, interrupting the conversation between father and sons. "What is it? Didn't I say we weren't to be disturbed?" "My lord, Su Dio of the Su Trading Company requests an audience." Pei Nanhai's voice tensed, then turned solemn. "Take him to the West Wing. Tell him I'll be along shortly." Sending his 2 sons away, he hurried off to the West Wing. The brothers exchanged glances, neither understanding. Given their father's station, why should he place such importance on a mere merchant? But having grown up in a great family, they knew well, the more you knew, the faster you died. Neither pressed the matter, and each took his leave. The West Wing. The old steward filled the teacups, then quietly withdrew. This humble one, Su Dio, pays his respects to the vice minister. The plump merchant Su bent in a bow, his smile warm and affable. No need for formalities. Please sit. To their surprise, Manhware showed no arrogance. Dismissing the servants, the two spoke in confidence for nearly an hour. After Su Dayo departed, a faint smile lingered at the corner of Manhware's mouth. This move by the second prince had, as it happened, relieved his most pressing concern. Returning to the bedchamber, Madame Pei saw her husband's light expression and quickly stepped forward to inquire. Before long, laughter drifted from the room, followed by intermittent gasps. The next day, dawn, Wang Huan had left before daybreak to attend to business. I, too, broke from habit and rose early, much to the astonishment of Little Li, Hong Wan, and Luo. The original body wasn't particularly strong, but luckily the princes of Great Xia had been forced to study both letters and martial arts since childhood. Combined with the vigor of being 16, I was full of energy. I started limbering up, doing stretches from muscle memory. I'd spent a few years as an athlete back in my school days, so the foundation was still there. At least I hadn't ended up in some weakling's body. Being young really is a blessing. The three of them exchanged glances. How long had it been since their prince had been this diligent? On top of that, some of the movements were strange, completely different from the martial arts he usually practiced. I broke a good sweat and felt refreshed. Just as I finished breakfast and was about to head out, a household guard strode up to the door. Little Li went to greet him. Please inform His Highness that Manhware, Vice Minister of the Ministry of War, requests an audience. The guard cupped his hands in salute, his voice steady and deep. Hengze court wasn't large, so every word reached my ears. I also caught sight of the man outside. Around 30, tall and upright, with rugged features and sharp eyes. A sword hung at his waist, his armor crisp and bright. Standing there, he had the air of a real hero. He was very respectful toward me, the prince. Of course, I knew. He only respected the title. Little Li, go invite Lord Pei in. I strolled out and stood face to face with the guard. You cut quite the heroic figure, General. May I ask your name? Your Highness, I'm Zhang Yunhu. But I'm no general, just a guard stationed at the gate. At the word stationed, his face flushed slightly, as if with a touch of shame. Zhang Yunhu. A fine name. I'll remember you. I smiled and stepped forward, meaning to clap him on the shoulder, then turned to the maids. Hong Wan, Luo, bring some fruit for guard Zhang. Thank you, Your Highness. But this is simply my duty, and I'm still on watch. I can't very well eat or drink. I appreciate your kindness all the same. My hand never reached his shoulder. He deftly stepped aside. Then he cupped his hands, turned, and walked away. Only, there was a new glint of light in his eyes. I awkwardly pulled my hand back and rubbed my nose. In novels, it always goes like this. The protagonist humbly reaches out to someone below his station. The other person is moved to tears and immediately bows in allegiance. So why did mine crash and burn on the very first try? When the two maids came out with plates of fruit, they found the prince standing alone at the gate, hair tousled in the wind, the guard already long gone. Hong Wan glanced once in the direction he'd left, but said nothing. Manhware, as a high-ranking court official, was setting foot in a prince's residence for the very first time. Following Little Li around 3 separate turns, he finally reached Hengze court. Worldly and experienced, one look was enough to tell him this prince was in a difficult position. They exchanged greetings and sat. Hong Wan and Luo served fragrant tea and dried fruit, then tactfully withdrew, while Little Li stood attending to the side. Those 2 plates. #translation. The fruit didn't go to waste. It was Lord Pei who reaped the benefit. This humble servant greets your 6th Highness. Ah, no, I should say your lordship now. Forgot to correct myself for a moment. Please forgive me, Prince of the Northern Frontier. He bowed deeply. My humble dwelling must seem laughable to you, Lord Pei. I received him courteously. I couldn't fathom his purpose. Only had a vague sense it had something to do with the arranged marriage. Perhaps he'd come to discuss the dowry? He came from a distinguished family. After all, the dowry was surely generous, which would solve my pressing troubles. Your lordship jests. This place is serene and elegant, tranquil amid the bustle, more free-spirited than those gilded princely mansions. Moreover, as a son of the emperor, even a thatched hut blessed by imperial fortune becomes a place of blessing. A seasoned bureaucrat, The flattery rolled off his tongue effortlessly. As the saying goes, when someone lowers themselves before you, they want something. With flattery like this, there was certainly more to come, likely nothing good. No need for pleasantries, Lord Pei. You'll be my father-in-law before long. What brings you here today? Do you have some counsel to share? I probed him directly through the marriage tie. Ahem, ahem. As expected, Pei Nanhai's expression stiffened, and he coughed to cover it up. This sixth prince was too direct, forcing all his prepared pleasantries back down his throat. He put away his smile and cupped his hand solemnly. Your lordship flatters this old servant. The wedding rites haven't taken place yet. I dare not presume such standing. Might I trouble you to dismiss your attendants? There are private matters unfit for others' ears. I considered briefly, then waved to little Lizzie. This servant takes his leave. The door closed softly. Only then did Pei Nanhai speak. Your lordship, my daughter has been unruly since childhood, ignorant of proper etiquette. I fear she would sully the imperial dignity if she entered the palace. My wife cannot bear to see her married so far away. The bond between mother and daughter runs deep. To be honest, I've always been henpecked, and yesterday my wife gave me quite the scolding. She's my only daughter, and I've rather doted on her. At this point, he covered his face and sighed softly, the picture of embarrassment. My mind raced, and I understood completely. This old codger had come to call off the marriage. Deep mother-daughter bonds, unwillingness to marry far away, being henpecked. Who would believe such clumsy excuses? Though the original owner of this body was a wastrel, the various factions in the capital still knew a thing or two. Pei Nanhai held immense power, and his wife's family didn't even match the Pei clan in influence. Among his dozen-odd concubines, some had even come from brothels. Henpecked? Tell it to the ghosts. Lord Pei, speak plainly. I raised a hand to cut off his lamenting, my tone no longer courteous. This old servant hopes to call off this marriage. If it can be done, the entire Pei household and the Pei clan of Hebei will forever be grateful for your lordship's kindness. I beg your highness to grant this. The dagger emerged from beneath the map at last. I didn't understand. How did he, or rather the Pei clan of Hebei, dare call off the marriage? Did they mean to defy the imperial decree? I immediately dismissed the thought. Emperor Xia was no puppet. Imperial authority was firmly established, and no minister would dare treat a royal decree lightly. So what gave him the confidence? Lord Pei. My voice. The tone dropped a few degrees. The word of a sovereign is no jest. Royal favor descends from above. His Majesty has already issued the decree of marriage. Does House Pei intend to defy an imperial edict? Your servant would never dare. House Pei has been loyal for generations. How could we commit such treason? He waved his hands frantically. What I mean, Your Highness, is that the request to annul the marriage should come from you. As an imperial prince, bound to His Majesty by the deep bond between father and son, surely it would be far easier if the words came from your lips. I stared at him, my gaze slowly turning to ice. A nameless fury shot straight to the crown of my head. Well now, so that was his scheme. Sovereign and subject, father and son, sovereign and subject first, father and son second. Without an edict, it would be a mere family matter at most. But now, with the decree already in place, I go to father to annul the marriage? Best case, a tongue lashing and a beating. Worst case, a broken leg and 3 months bedridden. My last beating was still fresh in memory, over a month before I could get up. Worse still, I'd be stripped of rank, reduced to a commoner, and placed under house arrest for life. In the court of the imperial clan, a certain prince had already been confined for 20 years for defying an edict. A cautionary tale, that. Was House Pei's goodwill worth that price? Ha! Ha ha! My rage twisted into laughter. Lord Pei, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? This I dare not obey. I'll be frank with you. I can't measure up to my elder brothers, nor even to my 2 younger ones. I hold no standing in father's eyes. I'm forever making mistakes, forever being scolded. If I were to commit such an act of treason on top of that, I dare say my days would be numbered. If Lord Pei has no other business, then go home and prepare for the wedding. I have pressing matters to attend to. I raised my teacup, lifting the tea, a signal to see a guest out. A moment, Your Highness. Pei Nanhai reached out, hovering his hand over my cup without quite touching it. My gaze sharpened. My fingertips paused at the rim for a beat, not letting go at once. Across the teacup, our eyes met for the space of a breath. Slowly, I set the cup back down. Perhaps you might hear what compensation House Pei offers before you decide. Oh, compensation. I set the cup down, feigning indifference. Now came the real meat of it. It seemed Pei Nanhai had come prepared. I have no intention of annulling the marriage, but there's no harm in hearing what compensation Lord Pei has in mind. My mouth said I wouldn't back out, yet my body settled firmly back against the chair. The moment he spoke, I'd already run the numbers in my head. This bestowed marriage was nothing more than that father of mine trying to hand me a backer. But backers fall. If I wasn't strong myself, no one would spare me a glance. The crown prince, the second prince, the third prince, good birth, real ability, followers in droves. And me? A prince of the lowest rank, my fief out beyond the frontier, my position precarious by the day. House Pei of Hebei wouldn't board the ship of a useless prince. To them, a daughter was merely a pawn in a marriage alliance. And a pawn that proved useless could be discarded at any time. Once I saw through to this, I actually felt at ease. I lacked everything. The only question was what he was willing to give. Pei Nanhai deliberated for a moment, then respectfully. He spoke first. If your highness would grant this, the Pei family is prepared to offer 3 forms of compensation. He raised one finger. First, your highness will be deprived of a wedding night. In its place, the Pei family will select 10 young, beautiful maidservants of respectable birth to serve you. I didn't even lift my eyelids. 10 in exchange for 1, a numerical bargain, at least. Pity it was useless to me. Second, your highness will soon be posted to the frontier. The Pei family will contribute 10,000 taels of silver and 100 craftsmen to help build your residence. Also, 2,000 pickles of fine rice, 5,000 pickles of millet, 100 sturdy horses, 20 bolts of silk, and 100 bolts of cloth, plus a tavern and a brothel in Jinbei City, and 3 shops. I tapped my fingertips twice against my knee. 100 horses. The upkeep alone would be no small expense. The Pei family's wealth was formidable indeed. Only a mere 10,000 taels of silver, stingy. These were things ordinary men could only dream of their whole lives, yet he rattled them off as if they were nothing. To the Pei clan of Hebei, they were a drop in the ocean. A flicker of eagerness crept into my eyes. Pei Nanhai caught the change and let the corner of his mouth twitch, almost imperceptibly. Just as expected, a useless prince who'd never seen the world. His face remained respectful as he held up a 3rd finger. Third, the Pei family has prepared a great gift for your highness. Oh, what gift? My interest was piqued. The grain and silver could ease my immediate troubles. But what was this last item? Is your highness familiar with the merchants of the western regions? I've heard of them. If Lord Pei speaks of pearls, agates, glass, or fragrances, there's no need. I have no use for such things. I shook my head. Not at all. He smiled mysteriously. The Pei family once rescued several stranded Western merchants. They were gravely wounded. We summoned renowned physicians, but within a few days they died, one after another. In their belongings was a treasure. Gravely wounded, treatment failed, died one after another. Clearly murder for the sake of plunder. The great families truly had no shame. What treasure? I asked, playing along. A suit of armor, made of some unknown material, soft and light, easy to wear, yet extraordinarily tough. No common blade can pierce it. Your highness is about to march to the frontier to slay the enemy. This armor is perfectly suited for it. At a critical moment, it could save your life. I leaned forward slightly, then immediately settled back. A fine thing indeed. Blades on the battlefield had no eyes. With this armor, my chances of survival would be far greater. Worn day to day, it could even guard against assassination. Yesterday's plan had died in the womb, all for want of that first pot of gold. Now the Pei family wanted to offload this scalding hot potato of a marriage, the perfect chance to squeeze them for all they were worth. Worst case, I'd take a beating from father. I'd grown up with those. I was used to it by now. Not enough. I mused for a moment, then shook my head decisively. For all the risk I'm taking, this pittance isn't worth it. Ask for the sky, then haggle from there. My skill at bargaining over a few copper coins from my past life. The moment had finally come to put it to use. Pei Nanhai's mouth relaxed slightly, and oddly enough, he felt more at ease. Talk without action wasn't enough, but at least he hadn't refused to negotiate. As long as there was room to bargain, that was fine. If your highness has demands, please state them plainly. Though the Pei family may appear vast and wealthy, we have many mouths to feed and little to spare. I hope your highness won't ask for the moon. A preemptive strike. We can talk, but don't push too far. Heh. I took my time. I won't make things difficult for you. Second condition. The horses and craftsmen stay as agreed. Leave me just one shop in Jinbei City. As for the rest, convert it all to silver. Remember, hard silver. I don't take bank notes. Your Highness, notes from the Qiantong Bank are honored throughout the north, even in Liao and Mongolia. Why insist on hard silver? That's not your concern. Just tell me whether you can do it. I knew the tricks these banks played all too well. Out in my fief, there'd be plenty of places that only took hard silver. Notes seemed convenient, but the banks themselves were owned by the great families. The moment I set out alone carrying a fortune and tried to cash out a large sum, they'd claim they were out of silver and make me wait. On my end, it'd be urgent. On theirs, endless delays, until I had no choice but to accept a loss at a discount. Such things rarely happened. They feared ruining their reputation. But against a useless prince like me, isolated and carrying a fortune, the odds shot up. Pei Nanhai thought for a moment and understood. Your Highness thinks far ahead. Very well, all in hard silver. He knew the market well and listed it item by item. Roughly 29,000 taels in total. Let me round it up for you, and with the 10,000 promised earlier, that's 40,000 taels altogether. How does that sound? Too stingy. Defying an imperial decree is only worth 40,000. I shot him a look. I want 100,000 taels of silver, 200 horses, 200 craftsmen, plus one prime shop in the heart of Jinbei City. As I threw out those numbers, my mind was back in the wet markets of my past life. Slash it in half first, then grind them down slowly. I couldn't read this old fox's bottom line, but I sure as hell wasn't going to lose the upper hand. Pei Nanhai's face darkened. Your Highness, don't push too far. The Pei clan of Hebei is not to be trifled with. If this marriage sours, the worst that happens is we disown the girl, no loss to us. But for you? You won't see a single coin, and you'll be stuck with an imperially bestowed principal consort you can't cast off without cause. When your household falls into chaos, regret will come too late. I said nothing, just fixed my eyes on his. Was he genuinely rattled, or just probing? After a moment, I decided it was the former. The room fell quiet. The tea had gone cold, and neither of us touched it. 40,000 taels, 100 horses, 100 craftsmen, a suit of fine armor. What else could I add? My gaze rested on his face, sizing him up the way I'd inspect a fish at the market stall. Back and forth, thrust and parry, like two street hustlers squabbling over a scale. In the end, both of us wanted the deal done. Finally struck a deal. One storefront, 200 artisans, 150 horses, and 50,000 taels of silver. I was quite pleased. Pei Nanhai, on the other hand, was cursing inwardly. What kind of prince is this? He's clearly just a scoundrel bred in the back alleys. All right, now for the first condition. My eyes lit up, and I could hardly wait. Pei Nanhai's heart lurched. That last round of haggling had already drained him dry, and there was more? Your Highness, this is my limit. No more conditions can be added. Otherwise the losses would be too great, and the Pei family might as well just marry the daughter off outright. He gulped down some tea and waved a hand. Don't be so hasty, Lord Pei. I smiled. I'm merely curious. How much silver does it cost the Pei family to train these serving girls? Once I've made my fortune, I'd like to keep a few pretty ones of my own. Pei Nanhai's eyes darted about, and alarm bells rang in his head. This bastard's asking the price. He probably thinks the girls aren't worth much and wants to bargain again. Better inflate the number, spare myself another round of talk. He forced a bitter smile and sighed. Your Highness may not be aware. These girls are trained from a young age, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dance. The tutors alone cost a fortune, not to mention food, clothing, and schooling. Stop. I gave a wave of my hand. Spare me the details. Just tell me, on average, how much to train one. At that same moment, on the other side of the inner city, my personal attendant, Wang Huan, had been running around for the better part of the day, spreading plenty of silver to hire idlers to circulate the word. By now his throat was parched, and he downed a bowl of cold tea at a roadside stall. Bah, this tea's awful. He spat out the dregs, grumbling inwardly. Who knows what His Highness is thinking, tossing away all that silver, going on about earning it back tenfold, 100-fold. My old back's about to give out. He ordered another bowl, and after two his sweat had cooled. Only then did he rise and head for the Ministry of Personnel. The gatekeeper checked his token, not exactly respectful, but he didn't make trouble either, and led him to the duty room. A clerk asked his business, then told him to wait, offering him neither a seat nor tea. Wang Huan's face darkened. Here he was, running an errand on behalf of a prince, and receiving such a cold reception. But all he could do was complain in silence. His master's foundations were shallow, and he'd endured plenty of such scorn. After a long wait, the clerk hurried back, followed by a runner carrying ledgers. Sorry to keep you waiting, eunuch. These are the registers of officials below the third rank in the capital. Take your pick. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company. With that, he gestured for the runner to pile the ledgers on the table, then added, If you're taking these back for the sixth prince to review, be sure not to lose, mark, or damage them, and return them as soon as possible. Without waiting for Wang Huan to reply, he turned and left. Wang Huan stared at his retreating figure, a mix of emotions churning within. Even a lowly, insignificant official dared to look down on him. Even a dog deserves respect for its master's sake. Never mind. It was all because his own prince was weak. Ever since serving. From the time Consort Feng first rose to favor until now, serving the sixth prince, Wang Huan had seen enough of how fickle people could be. He'd long since learned to swallow his broken teeth and keep quiet, lest he bring trouble down on his master. He took a deep breath, then turned and clasped his hands with a smile toward the constable. Officer, might I ask the name and rank of the official who just left? The constable started to wave him off, but a silver ingot had already slipped soundlessly into his sleeve. He glanced around, gripped the ingot, and weighed it in his palm, a full 5 taels. His face lit up, and his mind eased. Answering a name broke no rules. He returned the gesture. That would be Ma En, a sixth-rank secretary in the Bureau of Merit Assessment. Wang Huan committed it to memory. He'd report the man to His Highness later, though it likely wouldn't do much good. Thank you, officer. He gathered up his ledgers. Moving with difficulty, he flagged down a carriage. Inside, clutching the register, he murmured to himself, Ma En, sixth-rank secretary, Bureau of Merit Assessment. To answer your highness, each of the maidservants I can offer you cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver to train. Inside the prince's residence, Pei Nanhai pretended to tally the figures, quoting an astronomical sum. He clearly wanted me to believe these 10 maids were priceless treasures. Oh, I let out a startled sound, though inwardly I was delighted. That expensive? My stipend is pitifully small. I couldn't possibly afford to keep them. Pei Nanhai chuckled to himself. Thank heavens for my quick wit. Had I told the truth, this rascal would have fleeced me for another fortune. Ah, if these maids are so precious, I fear I can't provide for them. I shifted my tone, my brow furrowing with worry. Your Highness jests. They've already been fully trained. Once in your care, you need only cover their food and clothing. Hardly any expense at all. Pei Nanhai rushed to explain, terrified I'd twist his words to squeeze more silver out of him. Sigh. I rubbed my temples, my expression growing even more pained. Even so, it's no small cost. I know this is Lord Pei's kindness, offering me tens of thousands of taels worth of beauties for free. But this campaign to the frontier is meant to guard the borders and protect the people, to serve loyally and repay the nation. Traveling with 10 delicate beauties would be terribly inconvenient. If Father Emperor caught wind of it, he'd think me a lecher with no restraint. No, this won't do. I'll decline the 10 maids. Pei Nanhai sneered inwardly. Bring them or not. Everyone already knows you're a wastrel. What difference does it make? Better yet, if you refuse, the Pei family saves the expense. In that case, the 10 maidservants will simply be denied the fortune of serving your highness, he replied, going along with it. Lord Pei said each maid is worth 1,000 taels. Since the maids aren't being given, let's just convert it to silver, then. That comes out to exactly 10,000 taels. I rubbed my fingertips together, beaming. The smile on Pei Nanhai's face was still hanging there. He hadn't managed to pull it back. Then, bit by bit, it froze. Like he'd been clubbed over the back of the head, guard against everything, and still fall into the pit. He'd dug the hole and buried himself in it. No wonder I'd asked about the cost of training the maids. He stared at. I couldn't help but grin, and I knew it was the kind of smug smile that just begs for a punch to the face. Not that I'd actually do it. Just a thought. Lord Pei? Lord Pei. I waved a hand in front of his eyes. Ahem. He cleared his throat to cover himself, then gritted his teeth. Your Highness, I accept. His tone was thick with resentment and reluctance. He even switched from the humble, your servant, to the gruffer, this old man. Huh. Now that's decisive. Lord Pei truly has the bearing of a gentleman. 10 beauties or 10,000 taels of silver. Of course I picked the silver. As for what I'd choose once I made it big someday, well, that's another story. Then our arrangement is settled. Would your Highness be willing to sign a contract with me as proof? So His Majesty won't blame us later, thinking the Pei family used underhanded means to force you into breaking the engagement. Annoyed as he was, having come this far, Pei Nanhai just wanted to wrap it up and get away from this little bastard as fast as possible. No rush. I unhurriedly picked up my teacup and took a sip. He was doing the math in his head. 60,000 taels of silver, 1 shop, 200 craftsmen, 150 horses, 1 suit of treasure armor. Far more than he'd anticipated shelling out. But if it got rid of this hot potato, it was worth it. He gritted his teeth and accepted. I watched his expression over the rim of my cup and spoke slowly. There's one more thing I want. Pei Nanhai's heart sank. He shoved his teacup away hard. The porcelain base cracked against the table with a sharp, jarring sound. His face turned to ice, both eyes locking onto me. The cold, oppressive weight of a man in power came crashing down like a tide. Your Highness, don't push your luck. And don't test my patience. I met his gaze, calm as still water. I promise, I don't want your silver. I paused, fixing my eyes on him. I'm just curious. What exactly did the Pei family get from that foreign merchant? The tension and menace in him suddenly eased. This was no military secret, nothing tied to the lifeblood of the Pei family. He gave a soft chuckle. Your Highness jests. Wealth is a worldly thing. As for that foreign merchant's goods, apart from that suit of soft armor, a rare treasure, the rest were just ordinary odds and ends. Nothing worth mentioning. Could you be more specific? I pressed, quietly tightening my fingers. Anticipation was already stirring inside me. In my past life, I'd seen it while scrolling through videos, people finding long-lost crop seeds inside ancient Western scrolls. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn. Any one of them would be enough to give me a solid foothold in Jinbei. It might not be real, but I had to bet on it. I had too few cards in hand. I couldn't afford to fold a single one. Pei Nanhai stroked his beard, thinking back. That merchant left behind 3 parcels. The first was a solid wood box holding the treasure armor. The second was several volumes of old books, written in characters that aren't ours. I brought in renowned scholars, but none could read them. The third was nothing but odds and ends, and some liquor. Among those odds and ends, was there anything our people have never seen before? Seeds? My eyes lit up as I cut in eagerly. Those seeds had to be inside. But he shook his head with a soft laugh. The wine is grape wine from the western regions, rich and rare. The rest is just some food made from flour. The foreign merchants call it bread. Nothing more than a novelty. There weren't any plant seeds or the like. My heart sank, but I refused to give up. He squinted and thought for a long while, then waved his hand regretfully. No, none at all. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. I wouldn't rest until I'd checked with my own eyes. Those parcels are worthless junk to the Pei family. I've lived in the imperial city all my life and never set foot in the western regions. I've always longed for the wonders beyond the frontier. Why not give them all to me, Minister Pei? Let me broaden my horizons. Pei Nanhai looked me up and down, his eyes growing more suspicious. Why would this notoriously idle 6th prince care so much about a pile of rubbish? His interest was even keener than it had been for that priceless suit of treasure armor. Could there be some valuable hidden among that junk that the Pei family had overlooked? He mentally ran through the items once more, confirming that aside from the armor, there was nothing of worth. As for the ancient texts, he'd just lied about those. They were nothing but religious scriptures from the western regions. But he was still stewing over the hefty sum I'd already squeezed out of him. After years of navigating the treacherous currents of officialdom, he understood one truth above all. The more someone wanted something, the less you should give it up easily. Pei Nanhai clasped his hands and bowed, arranging his face into a look of difficulty. Your Highness, by rights, if you ask, this old servant should part with it gladly. But there's an elder in my clan who's utterly obsessed with wonders from the western regions. The only thing he has no interest in is that armor. The armor, I can decide on myself. But those other two items, prying them from the elder's hands, I'm afraid, won't be easy. With that, he lifted his teacup, took a light sip, and hid his scheming behind his eyes. I cursed silently, my expression darkening. I'd been too eager just now, and the old fox had caught my weakness. Before I'd asked, it was all worthless junk. The moment I opened my mouth, it suddenly became a treasure that some clan elder was obsessed with. He was clearly out to fleece me. I swallowed my anger and deflected. Where are these items being kept now? I didn't care where they were. I was testing him. If he claimed they weren't in his possession, there'd still be room to bargain. Heh. As it happens, Your Highness, all 3 parcels are right here at this old servant's residence. He answered with a chuckle, his cunning on full display. The old bastard didn't even blush when he lied. He was obviously playing me on purpose, waiting to see if I'd take the bait. I clenched my fist inside my sleeve and forced the words out through gritted teeth. What would it take for this elder to part with them? I knew all too well how much those parcels were worth. I'd once fantasized about crossing over into the past and sweeping the world with guns and cannons of my own making. But dreams could never overcome reality. I was just an ordinary college graduate. I couldn't build a firearm in the modern world, let alone in this backward age, and I didn't have a single coin to my name. Not even a finger. Those seeds and foreign texts were my only hope of gaining a foothold in Daxia and rising to power. No matter the cost, I had to get my hands on them. At the end of the day, a person has to keep their feet on the ground. Ha ha ha. Pei Nanhai laughed, cunning and calculating. Your Highness truly is sharp. One hint, and you catch on. Say what you've got to say. Spit it out. The marriage was off anyway, so there was no need to spare his feelings. He gave a cold snort, his smile fading. That clan elder has been short on cash lately. His son picked up a gambling habit and racked up quite a bit of debt. Just tell me how much silver you want, Lord Pei. I cut him off impatiently. He didn't take offense. He held up 3 fingers, grinning slyly. 30,000 taels. If your Highness is willing to pay off his gambling debts, the elder would gladly hand it all over. 30,000 taels. I shot to my feet and pointed at him, roaring, 30,000? Why don't you just rob someone? I'd gone to great lengths to squeeze 60,000 taels out of the Pei family, and this old fox wanted to bite half of it right back. No, absolutely not. That's far too much. I don't have that kind of money. But he stayed calm and unhurried, wearing a generous expression. I'm not asking your Highness to produce the silver right now. That 60,000 hasn't been settled yet. Just deduct it from that. For your Highness, it simply means receiving a little less silver, that's all. I didn't answer. The room fell silent for a moment. Birds chirped outside, and sunlight squeezed through the window lattice, falling on the floor between us. 60,000 minus 30,000 left 30,000. Plus the shops, the craftsmen, the horses, the treasure armor, and those 2 bundles filled with who knows what. Was it worth it? I didn't know. But I had too few cards in hand. I couldn't afford to give up a single one. I slowly sat back down and fixed my gaze on him. 10,000. I already said 30,000. 11,000. Your Highness, these are gambling debts. Interest compounding on interest. Not a single tael less than 30,000. Pei Nanhai lifted his tea and blew away the foam. No rush. The fish had already taken the bait. The smug smile on his face grew, and even the hand holding the teacup steadied a little. He looked utterly certain he had me cornered. He'd figured I was desperate for those odds and ends, convinced I wouldn't walk away. My chest tightened with anger, and I wanted nothing more than to storm out on the spot. But the obsession buried deep inside gripped my feet, holding me in place. I drew a deep breath, pressed down my fury, and sat back down, putting on a mask of feigned idle nonchalance. Mimicking him, I tapped the tabletop lightly with my fingertips. Lord Pei, A man shouldn't be too greedy. That 60,000 taels is the Pei family's compensation for calling off my marriage. It has nothing to do with the foreign merchant's odds and ends. How can you lump them together? What's more, you said it yourself. No one can make sense of those ancient texts, and the wine is nothing special. Sitting in the Pei estate, it's just junk taking up space. No one would even bother picking it up if you threw it out. To open your mouth and demand 30,000 taels is going a bit. That's outright robbery. Pei Nanhai set down his teacup, his expression darkening slightly. Those items may be ordinary, but they're beloved by our clan elders. 30,000 taels is already the lowest I'll go. If your highness refuses, then let the elders keep them to enjoy. I didn't respond. Last round I'd offered 11,000, and this old fox hadn't budged an inch. I picked up my tea and took a sip. Cold. I set the cup down and held up one finger. 12,000. He shook his head. 12,500. Still shaking his head. 13,000. 13,000. Final offer. I'll clear your clan elders' debts, and in exchange, all those odds and ends get sent over, including the treasure armor. This whole matter ends here, and the mess over the marriage gets buried for good. How about it? I paused deliberately, watching his face shift, then pressed on. If you insist on refusing, Lord Pei, then forget it. But I won't be calling off the marriage either. In that case, I'll suggest to my father the emperor that those 3 bundles be counted as the dowry. They're not valuables anyway. I'm sure father will grant me that small favor. Pei Nanhai's heart clenched. I was, after all, an imperial prince. If I really whispered in the emperor's ear, a trifle like this would almost certainly be approved. He fell silent for a moment, his face flickering between light and shadow, before finally gritting his teeth. 20,000. Not a tael less. And I can only give you 150 for the craftsman. This old fox, while I was hacking down the price, he was quietly shortchanging the craftsman. But my attention was on the bundles. 13,000. 150 for the craftsman, 150 for the horses. Deal. Pei Nanhai's mouth twitched. Hacked down from 30,000 to 13,000, and I tacitly let him stiff the craftsman too. This was no prince. This was some marketplace scoundrel haggling over vegetables. But if he could offload this hot potato and only lose a bit of silver, it was worth it. Fine, 13,000 it is. Consider it a good deed on my part. I frowned, putting on a reluctant face. But let me be clear up front. You send all 3 bundles over immediately, not a single item missing. If you hold anything back, don't blame me for what comes next. Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant will deliver them in full. He let out a breath. Looking at that face of his, I cursed the old fox inwardly, but kept my expression neutral. Now that we've settled, get it done as soon as possible. I'll wait right here. And bring the remaining silver over quickly too. I paused. A word of reminder, Lord Pei, fair trade, no cheating young or old. Plenty of people have seen those items. If I ever hear from someone else that the Pei family held anything back, I'll be sure to charge you before my father with the crime of deceiving an imperial prince. Of course. This old servant will send someone to fetch them at once. Pei Nanhai followed little Li out to the mansion gate and ordered his servants to return home for the goods. I waited quietly. Honglua and Lulio came in to clear the table and chairs, then brewed a fresh pot of tea. An hour. After the morning hours, the Pei household's servants hurried back. All 3 packages were small and light. The guards inspected them, found no contraband, and let them through. Hengza Court. Pei Nanhai set the 3 packages gently on the table and cupped his hands. Your Highness, the goods have arrived. Shall we sign the contract? A binding agreement puts both parties at ease. I gave him a long look. The crafty old man was cautious indeed. With a contract in hand, even if my father grew suspicious that the Pei family had initiated the broken engagement, he couldn't come after them. Clever scheming. Very well. As you wish, Lord Pei. Before I'd even finished speaking, he drew a prepared scroll from his sleeve and presented it to me with both hands. There was a glint of delight in his eyes. The old man, so he'd had it ready all along. I took it and unrolled it. The handwriting was neat. The Pei family voluntarily provides Jinbei Prince Gao Ping with 60,000 taels of silver, 150 craftsmen, 150 fine horses. 50 fewer craftsmen than before. I looked up at him. The sly old fox, while I was slashing the silver, He'd quietly shaved off the craftsman. But the 13,000 had already been settled, and I didn't want to sour things. Let it go. 150 would do. Reading on. Second, Gao Ping purchases the foreign merchant's packages for 13,000 taels, to be deducted from the 60,000. Third, after the deduction, the Pei family shall deliver the remaining 47,000 taels to the prince's residence that same day. Fourth, both parties voluntarily dissolve the engagement, with no future claims against each other. Fifth, once the packages are handed over, the matter is fully settled with no further ties, and the Pei family conceals nothing. Every clause was airtight, especially the last few lines, which clearly cut off any chance of me turning back on them later. That word provides. It was plainly a transaction, yet written to make the Pei family look so very generous. I sneered inwardly but kept my face blank as I handed the contract back. Lord Pei, you've certainly prepared thoroughly. Handling matters by the book is what makes them last, he said, bowing his head with a smile. Little Li, fetch the brush and ink. Pei Nanhai signed his name first, pressed his personal seal, then offered it to me. I gripped the brush, my fingertips pausing for a moment. In my past life, I'd been used to ballpoint pens. My brush strokes looked like a dog's scrawl. The original owner of this body had been no scholar either. His handwriting was just as terrible. 2 lifetimes, and the handwriting was remarkably consistent. I put brush to paper and wrote the 2 characters, Gao Ping, then pressed the prince's seal down hard. The vermilion imprint came out crisp and clear. Pei Nanhai watched and secretly congratulated himself. Judging by that handwriting, the prince was barely better than a child just learning his letters. This 6th prince truly excelled at neither the pen nor the sword. He'd earned his reputation as a wastrel. He tucked the contract carefully into his robes, let out a long breath, and his smile grew a touch more genuine. Thank you for your accommodation, Your Highness. From here on we're squared away, with no more entanglements. I tossed the other copy to Little Li to put away, my gaze falling on the 3 packages on the table. My tone was indifferent. Have the horses and craftsmen ready. I'll take them with me when I leave the capital. As for the silver, what time will it arrive? Before noon tomorrow, the 47,000 taels will reach Hengze court without fail. He bowed deeply. The exchange is complete. This humble servant takes his leave. I won't see you out. I waved my hand, not sparing him another glance. My eyes locked on those 3 unremarkable packages. Whatever was inside, I'd know soon enough. If they held nothing, then I'd paid 13,000 taels for 3 empty bundles. The worst deal I'd ever made in a lifetime of hard bargaining. But if they held something, then this would be my first fortune in this world. Pei Nanhai strode out of Hengze court with a light step. Trading 2 worthless items for 13,000 taels, there was no way he'd come out behind on that. The only thing was that look in the 6th prince's eyes as he stared at those packages. He couldn't read it. And what he couldn't read, he wouldn't dwell on. The silver was his. They were square. The moment Pei Nanhai's figure cleared the gates, the urgency I'd been holding back broke loose. 3 packages sat silently on the table. The calm, unruffled composure I'd shown moments ago was completely gone now. Open them. There was a tension in my voice I hadn't even noticed. Little Li stepped forward and untied the one on the end. Layer after layer of coarse cloth fell away, revealing a small box of dark ebony. Its surface was smooth, carved with fine, exotic patterns. The lid lifted. A scent of ink mingled with the cold bite of metal wafted out. There, resting on dark gold velvet, lay the merchant's undercoat of armor. I leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help the wonder in my eyes. It was black iron dark throughout, yet without the heaviness of ordinary armor. Countless fish-scale plates were woven together into a garment, their edges polished round and smooth, giving off a warm, dark sheen. The plates were linked with the finest silver threads, the pattern intricate as woven silk. I lifted it in my palm. The entire undercoat was light as nothing. Your Highness, how can this armor be so light? Hong Luan couldn't help but marvel. I took the sword from the wall and swung it down against the armor with force. Clang. The blade came down, yet the plates didn't so much as show a scratch. Light as nothing, yet unbreakable. In this chaotic age of blade against blade, this was a priceless treasure. A treasure indeed. Warmth surged through my chest. Open the next one. The second package held several thread-bound ancient books. The pages were thick and yellowed, the covers filled with strange, winding script, neither the seal and clerical scripts of the Great Xia, nor the writing of the western regions. Hongluan and Lulio crowded in to look for a good while. Then both shook their heads, baffled. I picked up the thickest volume, my fingertips brushing over the characters. My pupils suddenly contracted. This was Old English. A wave of shock rose in my heart. But the next instant, the light in my eyes dimmed. In my past life, my English had only been average, and worse, this obscure ancient text had vocabulary and grammar that were completely unrecognizable. I made out the words one by one, barely recognizing a scattered few. Iron, fire, land. The rest was a tangled mess. I searched through the entire. The books were mostly religious scriptures, though I couldn't tell which faith, not even in my past life. The last two thin volumes read more like travel journals. The first few pages were a scrawled mess. After struggling through the translation, I found nothing but trivial complaints about hard roads and homesickness. The latter half was mostly blank. I closed the book, my grip tightening slightly. Dreams are grand. Reality bites. Your Highness, shall I open the third one? Little Lee asked cautiously. I swallowed my frustration. Open it. The package came apart, and sure enough, no wine. The Pei family had drunk it all long ago. What remained were a few chunks of bread hard as stone, a pile of shriveled dried fruit, and some ordinary wooden bowls and spoons. I crouched down and searched every corner, missing not a single crack. No seeds, no potatoes, sweet potatoes, or corn. No crops that could change the world. I sat down, exhausted, my expression darkening. 13,000 taels of silver, all the scheming and maneuvering with Pei Nanhai, and all I had to show for it was one suit of treasured armor, a few unreadable ancient texts, and a heap of useless food. The room fell dead silent. I don't know how much time passed before hurried footsteps echoed outside. Wang Huan, the head eunuch, strode in with sweat on his brow, clutching a thick roster in both hands. Your Highness, per protocol, the Ministry of Personnel has provided the roster of all officials in the capital ranked below the third grade, candidates eligible to serve under you. The heaviness in my chest lifted at once. Prince of the North, the right to establish my own office and appoint my own staff. This was my true foundation now, far more real than those illusory seeds. Bring it here. I unfolded the roster and swept my eyes across it. Name, age, place of origin, official rank. That was it. I turned the page, the same. Turned again, nothing but those 4 columns throughout. As for character, ability, background, or past misconduct, not a single word. This wasn't a candidate roster. It was a slapdash formality. They were plainly bullying me, the unfavored 6th prince, soon to be shipped off to the frontier. My grip on the roster tightened, knuckles turning white. I closed my eyes and drew a deep breath. When I opened them again, the frustration was gone. So the roster was careless. Fine. I would choose my own people. I would walk my own road. Little Lee and the other 2 went off to arrange dinner and prepare hot water, leaving only Wang Huan and me in the room. The candlelight flickered. I knew full well that as an unfavored prince, I'd get no support from the Ministry of Personnel. But I hadn't expected them to withhold even the most basic descriptions of the candidates. They looked down on me like a stray dog. I could already guess. Even if I picked 20 names at random and submitted them, few would truly be willing to follow me to that bitter, frozen frontier of the Northern Pass. Old Wang, if I select 20 men as my officials, how many will actually come with me to the Northern Pass in the end? I leaned back in my chair and asked casually. Wang Huan's eyes went wide. Eyes, why does your Highness ask? Just yesterday you had me spread word that officials would come begging to enter the estate, silver in hand. I let out a low laugh. What I'm asking is, if these men don't want to go, what tricks would they use to avoid defying the imperial order while still weaseling out of it? Well, that. Wang Huan hesitated. The excuses those officials use, though, they really come down to just a few. When it came to the ways of officialdom, he knew his stuff. He started counting them off on his fingers. First, claiming illness. The more extreme ones strip down and douse themselves with cold water, or sit out half the night in thin clothes in the freezing wind. Next day, they've got a real fever, guaranteed. Even the imperial physician can't find fault. It's a genuine sickness. A few years back, there was a high official in the Ministry of Personnel. To dodge that Crown Prince faction embezzlement case out in the Northwest, he actually staged the whole thing, had a carriage run over his leg, and spent the better part of a year recovering. Told everyone it was an accident. But after his coachman took 30 strokes of the rod and got thrown out of the household, the man turned right around and bought over 100 acres of prime farmland out in the countryside. I smirked inwardly. These slippery tactics were even more ruthless than I'd imagined. But the more devious they were, the easier my scheme became. Interesting. Besides illness and injury, are there other methods? Plenty. These officials are the slipperiest sort. Wang Huan went on, painting vivid pictures. I listened with genuine interest, and the sting of being brushed off earlier faded somewhat. Now I get it. He slapped his thigh. So your highness knew all along that none of these people wanted to go. Then all that gossip I spread was for nothing. Such a stingy little thing. I nudged him lightly with my foot, though a flicker of calculation crossed my eyes. Don't fret. The bait's been cast. There'll be fish taking the hooks soon enough. Just wait to collect the money. Now tell me, who was the petty official at the ministry today who gave you the coldest shoulder? Wang Huan perked up immediately, words pouring out. That Ma In, from the Bureau of Merit Evaluation. He's only a 6th-rank secretary, but he puts on more airs than a director. When I asked about the subordinate officials, he wouldn't even lift his head, didn't so much as offer me a cup of tea. This Ma In is the worst of them all. Ma In. Good. We'll start with him. I cut him off, feigning contemplation. Your Highness. I leaned in and murmured my instructions. Wang Huan's mouth fell open wider and wider, from confusion to shock, then to sudden understanding. Still, he stammered. Your Highness, will it work? What if he gets angry? Enough of your nonsense. When I tell you to go, you go. I made as if to raise my foot. This time he'd learned his lesson. He bowed in acknowledgement and slipped out the door like his shoes were greased. In the outer city of the capital stood an ordinary residence, the home of Ma In. For a 6th-rank official to live in such a place was hardly ostentatious. In the study, Ma In leafed through documents, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Ministry of Personnel had long been called the Ministry of Heaven, and the Bureau of Merit Evaluation was its very core. Though he was only a secretary, he held real power over the promotions and disciplinary matters of every official below the 4th rank. Anyone seeking a position had to first pass his initial review. Over the years, he'd profited handsomely from this authority. Now he'd even latched onto a key minister of the Crown Prince's faction. A promotion was imminent, and his prospects looked bright. The steward came to report that Wang Huan, a eunuch of the Prince of Jinbei, was requesting an audience. Ma In frowned, but still had the man shown in. The moment Wang Huan entered, he bowed courteously. Lord Ma, I've come today with the most wonderful news. My prince says you're upright and incorruptible, unafraid of the powerful, decisive in action, a truly capable official. And so, he wishes to grant you the very first officer's position in the Prince of Jinbei's household. Ma In was completely dumbfounded. Gao Ping, the Prince of Jinbei? That imperial son banished to the frigid, desolate frontier? He actually wanted to make him an officer? What kind of joke was this? He had the Crown Prince backing him, a promotion right in front of him. Why would he go off to Jinbei Pass to die? But this was a self-selected officer position sanctioned by imperial decree. Refusing too bluntly wouldn't do either. He needed a plan. Eunuch Wang, you flatter me. Might I ask what post the prince intends to arrange for me? He stalled for time first. The prince didn't say specifically, but he holds you in the highest regard. And with a few good words from me, my lord, you'd surely be promoted 3 ranks. As Wang Huan spoke, the 3 fingers he'd rested on the table kept rubbing together. Ma In's eyes went wide. He knew that gesture all too well. It was the exact motion his subordinates made when slipping him silver. A eunuch, in his own home, rubbing his fingers at him, openly soliciting a bribe. Ma In cursed inwardly. You filthy piece of trash. Take a look at what your master's even worth. Everyone else avoids him like the plague. Someone's supposed to bribe you just to take the post? An officer. The first officer of the Prince of Jinbei's household. This was no favor. It was a death warrant. Refusing meant defying the imperial decree. Accepting meant certain death. But suddenly, he caught sight of Wang Huan's rubbing fingers. That's it. Ma In's eyes lit up. He began tallying a number in his mind. He wondered if it would be enough. Man stared at Wang Huan like he was looking at an idiot, marveling silently. This guy had some nerve. The sixth prince, Gao Ping, was truly out of luck, no talent of his own, and stuck with a household steward this greedy for money. But the next second, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Greedy. This Wang Huan was greedy for money. Perfect. Useless at accomplishing anything, but plenty capable of ruining it. Wasn't that exactly this kind of scum? An expression of reluctant difficulty instantly spread across Man's face. He rose and clasped his hands in a solemn, overly courteous bow. Thank you for making the special trip, Eunuch Wang. Please have a seat. I'll be right back. Before Wang Huan could say a word, he'd already hurried out of the study. Before long, a servant respectfully brought in a pot of fine, fresh Jiangnan tea. Cupping the teacup, Wang Huan was first startled, then suddenly enlightened. Judging by the servant's deferential manner, Man had most likely gone to prepare a gift. So agreeable so quickly? Was his prince's charm really so great that, to such a point? Barely half an incense stick's time had passed before Man returned, all smiles, cradling an exquisite brocade box that he gently pushed in front of Wang Huan. The scent of fresh ink from the banknotes wafted up. Anything touched by money carried an especially intoxicating aroma. A small token of my esteem. I hope you'll accept it, Eunuch Wang. Wang Huan took it instinctively, gave it a cursory glance, and immediately drew a sharp breath. Banknotes from Qiantong Bank, 500 taels at the largest, 100 at the smallest. 2,000 taels in all. He'd served 2 masters over the years and had never received a gift so generous. The sheer size of it made his heart race. Well, Lord Ma is most thoughtful. I shall certainly put in a good word for you before His Highness. Eunuch Wang. Man cut in urgently. Please, whatever you do, speak well of me before His Highness. No, speak ill of me. Say enough to make His Highness abandon any thought of choosing me. If this succeeds, there will be further rewards down the road. Of course, of Koa. What did you say, Lord Ma? Wang Huan's eyes went wide. Ah, eunuch, you may not be aware, but my official duties are endless. My constitution has always been frail, and I've just caught a chill these past few days. Cough, cough. Not to mention, my elderly mother has trouble getting around, and my wife and children. A whole stream of woes poured out of him without a hitch. Wang Huan was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this exactly the standard excuse he'd just recited to His Highness, the kind officials trotted out to shirk an assignment? The only thing missing was a broken bone or two. And looking at you now, with that ruddy complexion and that spring in your step, there wasn't a trace of illness about you. I beg your understanding, eunuch. Please, decline this assignment on my behalf. Man bowed deeply. Wang Huan had already tucked the banknotes into his sleeve. He'd been about to hand them back, when suddenly he remembered the instructions I'd given him before I left. Remember, as long as they give you silver and the amount isn't small, keep it. It doesn't matter whether they show up or not. All that matters is that the money is there. If they give too little, keep pressing for more. Wang Huan's eyes shifted, and he grinned through gritted teeth. Lord Ma is a sensible man indeed. I've taken your money, so naturally I'll see the matter handled properly. I guarantee His Highness won't set his sights on you again. Ma brightened and was about to offer his thanks when Wang Huan's tone abruptly shifted. That said, I'm about to accompany His Highness beyond the pass, and I've still got to make arrangements for my relatives back home. As you must know, Lord Ma, this master of mine, his family fortune isn't exactly grand. He sighed repeatedly, dabbing at non-existent tears with his sleeve. After all these years, I've saved next to nothing, and it's my own kin who suffer for it. Oh, asterisk damned eunuch. Utterly insatiable. Asterisk Ma and cursed him 1,000 times over in his heart, though the smile never left his face. You jest, eunuch. That we've come to know each other is a stroke of fate. Consider this small token a little something for the younger ones in your household. He fished 2 more banknotes from his sleeve and handed them over. His hand was steady, his smile unchanged. Inside, he was bleeding. Wang Huan stole a glance. 2 notes of 200 taels each. At once he dropped the sighing and moaning and broke into a grin. He tucked it into his robes without the slightest hesitation. Ma cursed the damned eunuch viciously in his heart. Yet on his face he saw the man politely to the door. Only when Wang Huan's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard did that smile slowly fade. 2,400 taels. He sat back down in his chair, staring at the fresh tea gone cold on the table. Money to ward off trouble. Worth it. That's what he told himself. But he had no idea that from the moment he nodded and handed over the silver, he'd become the first fish to bite in this grand fortune-making scheme of mine. Your Highness, this servant has returned. Wang Huan came back to the residence with a heavy stack of banknotes, his steps as light as if he were treading on clouds. He took out every last note and carefully laid them on the table. That man really took the bait. He sent 2,000 taels first, and this servant squeezed another 400 out of him per your instructions. 2,400 taels total, not a single coin short. Crisp white banknotes covered the tabletop, the seal of the Qiantong Bank standing out glaringly in the plain, simple hall. My gaze settled on that stack of notes. 2,400 taels. By the prices of this era, one tael was worth about 1,000 yuan back in my past life. That made this over 2 million. In both my lifetimes combined, I'd never once seen this much money at once. Not cold numbers on a payroll card. Actual, tangible banknotes, spread across the table, the smell of ink not yet faded. I picked one up, my fingertips tightening slightly. This was money I'd earned myself. Not the original owner's meager stipend, not what mother had scrimped from her allowance to help me get by. This was money I'd schemed out of an ancient official who looked down on me, using a game of my own making. A modern working stiff, outmaneuvering the ancients for the first time. And I'd pulled it off. I pressed my lips down, but couldn't keep the smile back. So I just let it go. Wang Huan. I looked up. Take a look. Is this what you called only a fool would send us money? Wang Huan stared longingly at the banknotes and chuckled. How could this servant understand your highness's great wisdom? I'm just an errand runner. Your highness says east, I go east. Your highness says there's money, then there's bound to be money. Enough flattery. I slapped the banknotes down on the table. 2,400 taels. This is just the beginning. There's plenty more to come. He scrambled closer, his eyes narrowing to slits. Indeed, indeed. Your highness's brilliant schemes. Those old officials are no match at all. This servant follows your highness. And from now on we'll bring glory to our ancestors. You're a eunuch. What ancestors are you bringing glory to? I gave him a light kick with my foot, in a great mood. I leaned back into my chair, my gaze falling once more on that stack of banknotes. Jinbei City. With this money, there'd be so much more I could do. But it wasn't enough. I tapped the table twice with my fingertip. Well done. I steadied my voice, the smile still lingering in my eyes. This king knew all along that these pampered, privileged nobles of the capital. #Chapter translation. These officials, every one of them clinging to life and craving comfort. The moment anyone mentioned the bitter, frozen warfare at Jinbei Pass, they wanted nothing more than to keep their distance. Spending a little silver to buy peace of mind, they were happier to do that than anyone. Wang Huan was thoroughly convinced. This servant didn't understand at first, but now I see it clearly. Your highness isn't selecting subordinates at all. You've set a trap, one that makes these unwilling, corrupt officials hand over their silver willingly. That man thought himself so clever, never realizing he'd already fallen right into the snare. Man is only the first. I gestured for him to rise. These men warmed their seats in the capital, living off their salaries and shady income. They don't want to suffer at the frontier, yet they can't defy an imperial decree. Paying to make the problem disappear is their only option. The plan had fully taken shape. I tapped the desk lightly with my fingertip. Next, go to the residences of the remaining officials, one by one. Tell them this prince has taken a liking to them and wishes to invite them beyond the pass. If someone offers a gift and the amount is sufficient, accept it. If they give too little, don't be polite, just ask for more outright. This servant understands. After the affair with Ma En, he'd grown practiced at this, his eyes bright. I'll handle it beautifully. I'll have them handing over their money obediently, without a single word of complaint. I nodded slightly, then added one more instruction, words meant not only for him, but for myself as well. Remember this. Every tael of silver we collect must be recorded in the ledger. Not a single coin may be misused. In the days to come, the grain, weapons, and soldiers' pay at Jinbei Pass will all depend on it. Our princely estate is poor, and the frontier is even more strapped. I looked at the stack of banknotes, my voice growing heavy. This ill-gotten wealth these corrupt officials have squeezed from the people, let it return to where it belongs. Let it be spent on those who truly guard the borders for Great Xia. Dawn broke faintly, the thin morning mist not yet cleared. 2 carriages of black lacquer rolled over the flagstone road, the heavy rumble of their wheels carrying all the way to the gates of the prince's residence. Pei Zhong, the steward of the Pei household, lifted the curtain and stepped down. His dark blue brocade robe was starched crisp and straight, every inch of him projecting the bearing of an established family. He raised his eyes toward the residence gate, his tone assured. "I'll trouble you to announce us. The Pei household has come specially to deliver silver to His Highness, the 6th Prince." 4 men stood guard at the gate. Commander Zhao Gang held the center, flanked by Li Zhu and Wang Shan, while Zhang Yunhu stood quietly to the side. Sharp-eyed Li Zhu glanced toward the tightly shut carriage. Faint slivers of silver light glinted through the cracks. His breath caught, and he murmured under his breath, "Isn't that tens of thousands of taels in there? All of it for the 6th Prince." Wang Shun swallowed hard, his eyes burning. For the Pei family to be this generous, this 6th Prince is about to rise. "What 6th Prince?" Zhao Gang snapped. "His Majesty has already named him the Jinbei Prince. You will address him as Your Highness the Prince." He turned to Pei Zhong. "Steward Pei, you wish to request an audience with the Jinbei Prince?" "Indeed." Pei Zhong replied lightly, his gaze sweeping over Li Zhu. Wang Shun made no effort to hide the greed on his face, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Faint silver light shimmered within the carriage, dazzling everyone until their eyes burned with envy. Each man calculated silently. If he could be the one to deliver the message, he might catch the prince's eye and pocket some favor. Only Zhang Yunhu stood in the corner, hands at his sides, waiting quietly, his posture ramrod straight. The silver light played across his face, but his expression didn't shift in the slightest. He didn't crane his neck to gawk, didn't force a fawning smile. He just stood there, like a stake driven into the ground. Pei Zhong stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "The Pei household has sent silver, 47,000 taels in total, not a fraction short." Zhao Gang felt a jolt in his chest. A sum like this was rare even among the many princes. Almost on reflex, he ordered, "Zhang Yunhu, go quickly and deliver the—" The words were barely out when a second thought struck him. How could he hand such a great merit to someone else? He changed his tune at once. "Never mind. This matter is too important. I'll go myself. The rest of you, guard the gate." Zhang Yunhu bowed. "Yes, Commander." No alarm, no delight. His face remained as calm as ever, as though the one who'd just lost a golden chance to curry favor wasn't him at all. The moment Zhao Gang left, Li Zhu and Wang Shun crowded around him. "Every rotten errand nobody wants gets dumped on you. And now that a fortune in silver shows up, the commander suddenly wants to handle it himself. You, my friend, worked for nothing again. You take on every miserable job and never get a sliver of the reward. You're honest right down to the bone, a real fool." Zhang Yunhu might as well have heard nothing. He kept his back straight, his heart still as calm water. This scene happened to fall under the eyes of Hong Wan, the maid returning to her post. She stopped behind the spirit wall and watched in silence. Unmoved by a fortune in silver, unangered by public mockery, a temperament this steady was 100 times more reliable than those restless souls chasing after profit. She quietly filed it away in her memory, resolved to report it faithfully to His Highness. Inside Hengze Garden, I had just finished my physical training and made my way slowly to the table to sit down. Little Lee had already brewed warm tea, and Green Willow stood behind me kneading my shoulders with a gentle touch. The tea was warm, not scalding. Morning light squeezed through the window lattice and fell across my knees. This era really is comfortable, I thought to myself. Servants for everything. I leaned back against the chair, sighing inwardly. A pity the world doesn't bend to one's wishes. I gave my head a slight shake, casting off that fleeting moment of ease. Emperor Jinxing could be counted a benevolent and generous ruler, but the struggle for succession had always been brutal. After he took the throne, not one of the princes who'd once vied for the seat met a good end. Some were forced to take their own lives, some were imprisoned for the rest of their days, some were stripped of rank and reduced to commoners. Even the princes who'd stayed out of it, in theft and sent away, couldn't escape having their titles slashed and their stipends cut, with appointed officials watching their every move, house arrest in all but name. Those who managed to keep their lives and their peace were mostly the ones with distinguished maternal families, backed by powerful in-laws. And my mother, the consort, of low birth, with no foothold in the palace. Once the new emperor took the throne, the consequences would be unthinkable. When power changes hands, those without roots are always the first to be purged. As I was pondering this, little Li led Zhao Gang striding in. The moment Zhao Gang saw me, his face broke into a broad smile. He cupped his hands and bowed low. "Your subordinate Zhao Gang, at your service, Your Highness." "Congratulations, Your Highness." "My heartfelt congratulations." I raised my hand. "So it's Commander Zhao. No need for formalities. What happy occasion warrants such congratulations from you?" "Your Highness has arranged a marriage with the Pei family. That's the first blessing. The Pei household has sent 2 carts of silver, the second blessing. And Your Highness will soon be granted a fief, the third blessing. Your subordinate came especially to offer congratulations." I felt a flicker of surprise. Normally, this Zhao Gang only humored me out of protocol, cold and distant. Today, he was fawning, and had even come himself, going over Zhang Yunhu's head. When something's this out of the ordinary, there's always a catch. After a moment's thought, it clicked. He must have gotten wind of those tens of thousands of taels of silver and figured I was about to rise in power. He'd come to curry favor and fish for rewards. Shallow, very shallow. Strange, though. Why isn't Zhang Yunhu on duty today? Why trouble yourself to make this trip, Commander Zhao? I feigned puzzlement. Zhao Gang's mouth twitched, and he cleared his throat twice. Ahem, Zhang Yunhu has other official business. Your subordinate hasn't seen Your Highness in days and has missed you dearly. I thought there might be some matters here that needed tending to, so I came to await your orders. That's thoughtful of you, Commander Zhao. I nodded coolly, then turned to instruct Lulu. Fetch some fresh fruit for Commander Zhao, so he can wet his throat. Yes, Your Highness. Lulu curtsied and turned to go. The smile froze on Zhao Gang's face, the corner of his mouth twitching beyond his control. I saw it all but pretended not to. A petty man like this, groveling to those above, trampling those below, wasn't worth my notice. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. But your subordinate still has official duties, so I'm afraid I can't enjoy the fruit. I'll take my leave. Without waiting for me to respond, he clumsily cupped his hands, turned, and hurried off, unwilling to linger even a moment. I couldn't have cared less. I turned to little Li and ordered, "Go to the gate and bring in the Pei household steward and the silver carts. And while you're at it, see if Zhang Yunhu is still there. If he is, have him lead the way." Little Li bowed and withdrew. My gaze lingered toward the gate. Zhang Yunhu, that guard from before, the one who wouldn't take the fruit, neither servile nor arrogant. Today Zhao Gang had scrambled to deliver the message, while he'd stayed at the gate, standing watch. I ran that name through my mind once more. Inside the Ministry of Personnel's tea room, the air was thick with chatter. Officials gathered in clusters of 3s and 5s, every conversation circling the same topic: the 6th prince, Gao Ping, being named Prince of Jinbei, and the selection of subordinate officials to accompany him to the frontier. Zhang Kuei, a director in the Ministry of Revenue, sidled up to Ma In of the Ministry of Personnel, his eyes wide as saucers. "Lord Ma, did you really dodge the assignment to the northern frontier?" Ma In held his teacup, slowly blowing at the foam on top, his expression smug. "You bet. I prepared some silver notes and asked Eunuch Wang to make my excuses to His Highness. Said my elderly mother at home needed looking after. Once Eunuch Wang took the gift, he had it sorted out in no time. As far as the prince knows now, my name isn't even on the list." Li Ding slapped his thigh. "Brilliant. Who in their right mind wants to go suffer in a frozen wasteland like the northern frontier? Spending a little silver to dodge disaster. Totally worth it. I'm heading home right now to scrape together some notes. Just remember," Ma In said, lowering his voice with the air of a man who knew how the world worked, "be generous. Eunuch Wang only does solid work when the gift is heavy. Pay up, and you're guaranteed a spot in the capital." Within half a day, word had spread to every government office in the city, large and small. In no time, a long line formed outside the private residence of the eunuch Wang Huan. Officials came clutching silver notes and cradling rare treasures, faces plastered with smiles, all begging for an audience. The little courtyard was jammed with carriages and foot traffic. Wang Huan sat in the courtyard, a long line snaking before him. The silver notes came in one after another, and he took them one after another. His hand was going numb. A smile stayed fixed on his face, but in his mind echoed His Highness's words. Earn it back tenfold, 100-fold. His Highness really was a genius. Eunuch Wang, here's 4,000 taels and notes. Please, put in a few good words for me. I'm frail. I could never survive the northern frontier. A Ministry of Works official bowed low as he offered up a brocade box. Greed flickered in Wang Huan's eyes as he waved a hand. Rest easy, I've made a note of it. You just focus on your duties. Thank you, Eunuch Wang. Thank you for your great kindness. Scene after scene of officials begging to escape disaster played out before Wang Huan's residence. Not far off, beneath a willow tree by the roadside, stood several officials dressed plainly, their faces honest and clear-eyed. Lu Shuren, a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, held a scroll in his arms and cast a glance at the rowdy residents, his tone flat. When I first heard the sixth prince had been made Prince Jinbei and sent to guard the frontier, I felt a small flicker of interest. I thought perhaps His Highness might shed his spoiled brat ways and actually accomplish something. Zhou Lin from the Ministry of War let out a scornful laugh. I'll admit I was tempted too. Pushed aside at every turn in the capital, full of ambition with nowhere to spend it. But now I see I was reading too much into it. Su Qingyan, a registrar at the Ministry of Works, frowned as he watched the officials scrambling to hand over their gifts and listened to Wang Huan barking orders inside the residence. Look at how His Highness carries himself now, letting a eunuch amass a fortune, taking bribes left and right. It's the same idle, worthless dandy as ever. Not an ounce of growth. A perfectly good Prince Jinbei. And instead of thinking about drilling his troops and preparing for war, he lets his underlings line their pockets. Lu Shuren spat out the words in a low voice. What can you expect, serving a master like that? Enough. Su Qingyan waved a hand, his last shred of hope dissolving completely. Let's just keep to our own duties and stay out of this muddy water. The men turned and walked away, every word thick with disappointment and disdain. That faint impulse to seek protection was completely extinguished by this tide of silver. What they didn't notice was that a few hired thugs were hiding in the shadows at the corner of the street, recording every word of the conversation. The nastier the insults, the bigger the reward. They practically hoped for more of these self-righteous types. These men were all placed by Wang Huan. The major tea houses and taverns throughout the capital were riddled with eyes and ears like these, all waiting to trade information for reward money. A business with no capital and no risk. The hired hands grinned from ear to ear. Man was still bragging about his own cleverness in the tea house, while inside Wang Huan's private residence, banknotes piled up like mountains. No one cared about those few purists cursing under their breath. Everyone was lost in the false comfort of buying their way out of trouble, utterly unaware that all of this was merely a move in a game I had set up. Some fish can only be caught with the bait of their own greed. Little Lizzie hurried out of the courtyard and arrived at the front gate of the manor. The silver cart was still parked where it had been, with Pei Zhong standing off to the side, hands at his sides, waiting. Zhang Yunhu still stood in his original spot, posture ramrod straight, as if nothing had happened at all. Little Lizzie first bowed to Pei Zhong. Steward Pei, His Highness requests you inside. Then he turned to Zhang Yunhu and lowered his voice. Guard Zhang. His Highness gave specific orders for you to lead the way. Zhang Yunhu cupped his hands, his tone flat. Please trouble yourself to report back to His Highness. My duty is to guard the manor gate, and I dare not leave my post without cause. Since the eunuch is already here to guide Steward Pei, it would be improper for me to overstep. Little Lizzie was taken aback for a moment. When His Highness summoned someone by name, anyone else would have scrambled over eagerly. But not this one. He brushed it off with a single duty calls. Zhang Yunhu had already withdrawn his gaze, looking back out at the street, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, like a tree that had taken root. Little Lizzie had no choice but to give up and led Pei Zhong inside. Pei Zhong came in, first bowing to pay his respects, then getting straight to the point and settling the silver accounts with me on the spot. Hong Luan also returned to the courtyard and reported everything she had seen outside, one detail at a time. After hearing it, I didn't speak right away. A guard who wouldn't so much as bat an eye at tens of thousands of taels of silver, robbed of his credit, mocked to his face, and his expression never changed. Last time, his shoulder was patted and he refused. This time, he was summoned and refused again. This man wasn't playing hard to get. He genuinely cared about one thing and one thing only, standing his post. In an age of chaos, the rarest quality has never been cleverness. It's an unmovable heart. I quietly committed the name to memory, instructing Hong Luan to thoroughly investigate Zhang Yunhu's background once Wang Huan returned. His family history, his past, everything, leaving nothing out. As Pei Zhong was leaving, he didn't forget to carefully remind me not to overlook what I had promised Vice Minister Pei. I brushed him off and sent him on his way. Gazing at the room full of silver, I felt both delighted and troubled. My original reason for having Pei Nanhai deliver hard silver was to make it convenient to use once I reached Jinbei City, without being fleeced by the money houses. But I had misjudged the weight of silver. 47,000 taels would require 2 carriages. Add to that the silver Wang Huan had collected, plus the profits from my future schemes. Hauling the silver alone would take dozens of wagons. Throw in the craftsmen and horses the Pei household had promised, and we'd need grain, fodder, and all manner of supplies for the journey. This was shaping up to be a massive caravan, and I had only 100 personal guards. Well, I didn't even have those yet. 100 men guarding all these people and goods. It was stretched thin, to say the least. From the capital to Jinbei City was over 1,500 li, and the road wouldn't necessarily be safe. Bandits and brigands plagued every dynasty. No ruler had ever stamped them out completely. And wealth stirs greed. Sometimes officials were more dangerous than bandits. I rubbed my temples and let out a long sigh. This wasn't humble bragging. I was genuinely worried. In my past life, I couldn't even pack right for a road trip. Now I was supposed to manage transport and security for dozens of wagons? My mind went blank. There's always a solution to every problem, I told myself. Your Highness has come into so much silver. Why don't you look pleased? Lulu asked carefully. Yes, what troubles your Highness? Little Li chimed in quietly beside her. Looking at Lulu's delicate little face, my mood lifted considerably. It's nothing that concerns you too. I just have too much money and don't know how to spend it. Lulu stared, bewildered, unconsciously touching her cheek. Your Highness, is there something on my face? I smiled but said nothing. There was no rush to leave anyway. I'd figure it out in time. In just a few short days, wealth poured into the prince's residence like a river. Wang Huan, Little Li, Hong Luan, and Lulu stared at the mounting piles of silver notes and taels until their eyes glazed over. Your Highness, Wang Huan bowed, his tone complicated. As of today, the officials and noble families of the capital have sent silver totaling 186,400 taels. Additionally, his face twisted slightly. He hesitated. Additionally what? I raised an eyebrow. Please don't be angry, Your Highness. He wrung his hands. A dozen or so officials and scholars each sent this servant a single copper coin, saying they wished to serve as officials in the prince's household. And you accepted them? I raised my hand and flicked his forehead, lightly. Ow. Easy. Wang Huan rubbed the spot that didn't actually hurt, looking thoroughly aggrieved. You ordered me to accept everything, no matter the amount. How would this servant dare to handle it on his own? With that, he warily hopped back a step. I lifted my foot in a mock kick, laughing as I scolded him. You old rascal, accepting even a single copper coin? I cursed him aloud, but inwardly I took note of those dozen or so men. A single copper coin. Either they were truly destitute or truly stubborn. Either way, they were worth meeting. Record their names and hometowns clearly. Don't miss a single one. Wang Huan's beady eyes lit up as he leaned in. Does your Highness intend to retaliate against them later? Get lost. Egg. Retaliation? I don't have time for that. Among these people, some are deliberately out to spite me, but there might also be genuine loyalists looking to sign on. Sift through them, and I might find a few useful talents to help build up Jinbei Pass. My fingers ran the numbers on the desk. 186,000 taels, plus the Pei family's 47,000, plus the 30,000 father promised. 253,400 taels. First pot of gold, secured. Construction, training troops, procurement, more than enough. Inside the imperial study, the sandalwood incense hung thick. The wisps of smoke from the gilded bronze censer had barely drifted up to the rafters before a wave of fury scattered them. I stood in the center of the hall, hands at my sides, back slightly bent, my face wearing just the right measure of dread. Behind the imperial desk, Emperor Jinxing gripped the memorial, the veins on his knuckles bulging. A bead of ink bled into a harsh black blotch on the paper. He snapped his eyes up, his voice cold enough to have been quenched in ice. Say that again. You want to break off the engagement with the Pei family. Your son humbly begs father to grant permission to dissolve the betrothal with the Pei family. My voice trembled. Even with a modern man's soul inside me, the authority of someone who'd sat on the throne so long still made my gut instinctively quake. You worthless wretch. You cursed brat. He slammed the desk. The inkstone bounced, ink flecks flew, landing on the dragon robe in glaring spots. His roar rattled the window lattices. The Pei family is a house of nobility going back 100 years. How many princes would trample each other for a match like this? It was because you agreed to go guard the frontier that I swallowed my pride and forced this marriage on you. And now look at you, turning your back on a pillar of support, bent on ruining your own future, dumb as a pig. His chest heaved violently, and beneath the fire in his eyes churned a bone-deep disappointment. Off to the side, the head eunuch Huang Chun went white as paper and rushed forward. Your Majesty, please calm your anger, mind your health. Get out. Emperor Jinxing flung his sleeve, and the gust drove Huang Chun back half a step. Give me a reason, or I'll have his hide flayed today. He came down the imperial steps one at a time, his dragon boots landing heavy on the flagstones. Rebellious son, you insist on breaking the engagement. Was this the Pei family's doing behind the scenes? And another thing, I let you pick your own officials, and you turn around and rake in money hand over fist. Do you really think I know nothing? Huang Chun kept shooting me frantic looks, his lips moving without a sound. Your Highness, apologize quickly. I dropped to my knees with a thud, feigning surprise. Father sees all. Breaking the engagement was my own careful decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. As for the money, I'm short on funds. Down the road, I'll need to keep personal guards to build up my fief. It just so happened people were sending gifts. In all my life, no one but father and mother has ever given me anything. I couldn't help myself, so I took them. I stole a glance at his expression. Seeing that he only glared, I worked up the nerve to go on. I've done the math. Marrying in a Pei daughter, she's a lady of a distinguished house, so there's honor in it, sure, for the throne. But to me, she's nothing more than an exquisite decoration for the estate. When I go to the frontier, I'll need to train soldiers, buy horses, and stock up on weapons. Rather than marry a daughter of the Pei family, I'd much rather trade this marriage for cold, hard cash. I lowered my eyes, each word striking home. Silver at the frontier can save lives and get things done. Marry a noble lady? The Pei family will still look down on me. Beyond appearances, it's utterly useless. You? Emperor Jinxing trembled with rage, his fingers shaking so badly he could barely keep them still. He'd assumed his son had been goaded into this. Never had he imagined the boy could be so greedy and short-sighted. All the careful groundwork he'd laid, repaid with, I'd rather have the silver. Insolent brat. Yet one thing I'd said gave his fury pause. No one gives me gifts, except father and mother. He studied me for a moment, his gaze flickering with something distant. 16 years ago, when this child was born, he too had held him in his arms. But only for an instant. Then the anger swallowed that flicker of softness whole. Rotten wood cannot be carved, he panted, his face ashen, laughing bitterly in his rage. Short-sighted fool. All you see are those gold and silver trinkets. Fine. Since you love your silver so much, since you scorn the backing I've offered you, then I grant you your annulment. He spoke each word deliberately. But remember this. This is the path you chose. From this day forward, your life or death at the frontier, your isolation in the court, it's all of your own making. I wash my hands of you. I bowed my head, a flicker of relief crossing my eyes, my voice still trembling with fear. Your son? Thanks, Father, for his mercy. Inwardly, though, I scoffed, as if you'd ever looked after me before. Nothing but beatings and scoldings. Beside us, Huang Qin sighed quietly. Ah, this sixth prince, truly a useless, hopeless heir. I was about to withdraw when Emperor Jinxing suddenly called me back. I'm not finished. I froze, forced to remain kneeling. Humph. He gave a heavy, cold snort. A man cannot stand without his word. How much more so an emperor? The imperial decree of marriage has already been issued. How can it simply be changed at will? Defying an imperial order is a crime punishable by execution of the entire clan. Since you were the one who proposed this, the Pei family cannot be charged. But you disobedient son, are guilty of defying the decree all the same. He slammed his fist against the dragon table and barked at Huang Chun. Draft the decree. Sixth Prince Gao Ping, incorrigibly profligate, greedy, and materialistic, has abused the pretext of selecting his officials to amass wealth, strip him of the title of Prince Xinbei, reclaim his fief, demote his military rank by 3 grades, and send him to serve at Xinbei Pass tomorrow. His marriage to the Pei family is hereby annulled. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Huang Chun dropped to his knees in shock. My decision is final. Huang Chun silently lamented on my behalf. This was surely the shortest-lived prince ever. The decree granting the title had come down mere days ago, and now it was stripped away. Yet something struck him as wrong. His Majesty had stripped the title, but he didn't confiscate the silver, though. This didn't feel like punishment, more like he was legitimizing the sixth prince's accounts. And right now, I was completely dumbfounded. Wait, didn't the two of us just have a pretty good talk? And now this bombshell out of nowhere. My princely title was gone, my military rank dropped 3 levels, and I still had to go play ball out at the northern frontier? But thinking it over, this cheapskate of a father did show some mercy. The marriage was called off, the 250,000 taels weren't seized, tacitly left to me, and my status as prince wasn't stripped either. Beat me he might, rage he might, but there were limits. This wasn't soft-heartedness, it was the calculated art of an emperor. It fell a little short of what I'd hoped for, but it wasn't too bad. Inside the imperial study, the sandalwood scent had long been scattered by the sky-high fury, and the incense in the bronze burner was down to its last dying wisp. Emperor Jinxing gripped his vermilion brush, knuckles white to the point of near transparency, his royal face livid. Get out. He kicked the imperial desk, sending the inkstone flying, and every last drop of ink splattered across my black, everyday robes. I stayed kneeling on the cold bluestone floor, my back bent even lower. I looked terrified and helpless, but beneath my lowered eyelids, my mind was racing to find a way out. In a flash, the major affairs of court from the past few days flooded into my head. The military conflict in the northwest, the pirates in the southeast, the corruption case in Gansu and Shaanxi, the second prince, the third prince. That's right, the flooding in Jiangnan. Over 1 million people displaced, and Jiangnan was desperately short of disaster relief funds. But military pay had just been distributed to the border troops everywhere, leaving the treasury empty. The court officials either cried poverty or pushed for higher taxes, all treating the symptoms, not the disease. Not a single one could raise the silver quickly enough. This was my one and only shot. Before he could order the imperial seal used, I suddenly dropped into a deep kowtow, my forehead striking the bluestone with a dull thud. Father, please calm your anger. Your son has a plan that can raise enough disaster relief silver within days and ease the suffering of the people of Jiangnan. I only ask that you rescind the decree. Your son will still gladly go to the northern frontier pass, without the slightest hesitation or excuse. At those words, both Emperor Jinxing and Huang Chun were taken aback. The emperor's expression darkened further, full of scorn, and he took a step forward, glaring at me. What trick are you pulling now? The Jiangnan floods. I've summoned the entire court to discuss them several times, and even the most learned scholars are at a loss. The treasury has no silver. You, a greedy, base, unfilial son, what solution could you possibly have? Even if you emptied out every last coin you've squeezed out of people, it'd be a drop in the bucket. He assumed I was willing to hand over my little stash of silver for relief, and his anger eased slightly. Fine. However worthless, he's still my own flesh and blood. Since he still has some public spirit in him, I'll go a little easier on the punishment. Huang Chun quickly chimed in. Your Sixth Highness, disaster relief is a matter of great importance to the nation. This is no time for jokes. If you anger His Majesty again, the charges against you will only be heavier. I shot Huang Chun a grateful glance, but my mind was already made up. This was my last chance, and I couldn't afford the slightest ambiguity. I met Emperor Jinxing's gaze, my tone urgent and earnest. I would never dare to make light of state affairs, Father. If this plan fails, I will willingly accept a punishment 10 times harsher than being stripped of my title and rank, without a single word of complaint. I ask only that you give me one chance. The Jinxing Emperor studied my expression, which betrayed no hint of pretense, and unease stirred within him. The disaster relief funds had cost him sleepless nights. Every solution his ministers proposed, cutting expenditures or raising taxes, would only breed resentment among the people. Enough. The Empire came first. He fell silent for a moment, his face shifting between shadow and light, before his tone turned cold and hard as a verdict. Very well. I'll grant you this chance. If you truly manage to raise enough for the relief effort, I'll revoke the order stripping your title on the spot and restore you as the prince who guards the north. But if this is nothing but empty talk, or if you fail to raise the silver, I'll punish you for every last offense combined. He paused. Think carefully. The floods in Jiangnan will require over 1 million taels in relief. I'm curious to see what tricks a scheming little brat like you can pull off. I accept the challenge. I answered at once, and half the weight lifted from my chest. When I began to speak, the cold sweat on my back had yet to dry. My voice trembled at first, but as I reached the matter of the ledger, it steadied. Father, some time ago, I used the pretext of selecting my subordinate officials to accept a great many gifts from officials. Every transaction, every name, I recorded them all in a ledger. I raised my head. Now that Jiangnan lacks funds, why not issue a decree? Father, commanding all civil and military officials, all noble houses, to donate toward disaster relief, collecting from each of them double what they gave me in bribes. If they could afford to buy their way out of my recruitment, then surely they can afford to save the people. The hall fell silent. And if any dare to refuse, or plead that their salaries are too meager, you need only produce my ledger, Father, and let them explain themselves. If there's no silver for relief, then where did the silver they gave me come from? I laid out each word deliberately. This way, we needn't touch the treasury, needn't raise taxes, and the relief funds can be gathered swiftly. The Jinxing Emperor gave a slight start, and the memorial on his desk nearly slid to the floor. He stared at me, his gaze shifting abruptly from contempt to shock. The method was crude, coercive, even, but it struck precisely at the heart of the crisis. Using the officials' bribery as leverage, it wouldn't drain the treasury, wouldn't stir the people's anger, and could even discipline corruption under the banner of disaster relief, seizing the entire court by its weakest point. Yet in an instant, the sharp light in the emperor's eyes dimmed again, sinking back into indifference. Asterisk. I wonder if this wretched son is simply short-sighted or truly a fool. Asterisk. Asterisk. The method is sound. It could pull the court out of its bind. But it would offend every last official in the realm, and from then on this boy would stand utterly alone. One small misstep, and the impeachment memorials would fill my study to overflowing. Asterisk. After a long while, the Jinxing Emperor spoke in a low voice. Good. I'll trust you this once. His tone had softened, though it carried a note of heaviness. But, my sixth son, think it through. If this succeeds, it's a great service to the court, but for you personally? He left the rest unsaid. I knelt on the floor, head bowed. Offending the entire court, becoming an isolated official with no allies to fall back on. I'd already run through all of it in that split second. Compared to being stripped of my title on the spot and shipped off to Jinbei as a common foot soldier, angering the officials was the smaller price to pay. Of two evils, choose the lesser. I'd made my choice. Emperor Jinxing raised his hand and said coldly to Huang Chun, "The edict from earlier hasn't been sealed yet. Burn it. Not a word of this leaves this room, or I'll have your dog head." This servant would never dare. Later, go to number 6 and get the ledger. Based on the figures in it, Order the officials and the great families to pay double the silver within 5 days for disaster relief. Anyone who dares to delay or conceal will be charged with obstructing state affairs and corruption, their homes seized, their families wiped out. Yes, Your Majesty. Huang Chun bowed in acknowledgement, and the look he gave me actually carried a hint of admiration. Number 6, get up. Go make your preparations. I kowtowed my thanks. The red mark on my forehead was stark and obvious, but a flicker of lingering fear crossed my eyes. Damn, serving an emperor is like keeping company with a tiger. This old man could turn on you in a heartbeat. Good thing I've got a sharp head on my shoulders. I rose and withdrew. At the doorway of the hall, I turned to glance back. Emperor Jinqing had already settled back behind his desk, head down, reviewing memorials. He didn't look at me. I turned away and stepped out through the doors. The scent of sandalwood drifted once more through the imperial study, though now it carried something more complicated, harder to name. Emperor Jinqing gazed at the vast, darkening sky beyond the hall and let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, he thought of the red mark on Gao Ping's forehead. That had been no light blow, but he didn't call for the physician. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk this number 6. Can't tell what really matters, fixated on a few scraps of silver. Not fit for anything great. He was still stewing over the matter of the broken engagement. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. The 6th prince is young and inexperienced. Shall this old servant go and reason with him again? Huang Chun hurried forward. Reason with him? What's the point? Emperor Jinqing cut him off sharply. The Feng family came from merchant stock to begin with. Feng Lanfang could only ever raise a reckless brat like that. All he knows how to do is make me angry, nothing else. Huang Chun lowered his head, murmuring careful apologies, but he understood perfectly. Asterisk if a son goes untaught, the fault lies with the father. Asterisk common folk could say such a thing, but if he dared let those words pass his lips, he'd never need to speak again for the rest of his life. So he only smiled. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. A dragon sires 9 sons, and each is different. Fortunately, the other princes are all exceptional talents. Humph. Never mind. Emperor Jinqing waved his sleeve. Let him be. He gazed out beyond the hall. The sky had gone fully dark. Gao Ping's figure was long gone. The imperial study. Huang Chun entered with a bow, holding a wooden box. Your Majesty, the ledger retrieved from the 6th prince. Emperor Jinqing opened one volume. His eyes swept across the pages, and his expression changed abruptly, his knuckles whitening as he gripped it. This unfilial son. Huang Chun stepped forward and lowered his voice, murmuring a few words. The young eunuch outside the hall couldn't make out a thing. He only heard the emperor's breathing grow heavier and heavier, like a wounded beast pinned to the ground. After a long while, the emperor closed the box. His voice was hoarse. Give this to Wang Zhengqing. Let the officials know only that the ledger is in the hands of the Zhaocha Bureau. No one is to see it. Understood, Your Majesty. Flood relief in Jiang and could not wait. Emperor Jinqing rapped his fingertips hard against the imperial desk, his voice cold and sharp. Issue the decree. Wang Zhengqing, Chief Inspector of the Zhaocha Bureau, shall take charge, working alongside the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Court of Judicial Review to fully investigate the Jiangnan fundraising. The thunderous edict spread throughout the capital region. Everyone would contribute, no exceptions, regardless of rank. Those who were honest need only give a modest sum, with no further scrutiny. But those who had bribed Wang Huan, or paid their way out of duty at Jinbei Pass, would pay double. Not a single coin spared. When the decree first came down, most officials in the capital thought they could get away with it. Some cried poverty, some stalled, some quietly conspired, none willing to part with the silver. Emperor Jinqing immediately issued a second, sterner decree. Wang Zhengqing personally led the imperial cavalry, iron hooves storming through the streets, riding straight for the residences of those who had bribed the most and led the resistance. First on the list, Ma In, director of the Ministry of Personnel. The cavalry broke down his doors and dragged him out of his inner chamber. Wang Zhengqing's face was expressionless as he read the charge aloud in a harsh voice. Defiance of the imperial decree by refusing to contribute shall be prosecuted as corruption and abuse of power, your assets seized, and you imprisoned. Ma In turned ashen, trembling like a leaf. He didn't know how much had been recorded against him in that ledger, only that the sixth prince held his life in his hands. He scrambled to gather the silver and paid every last coin. Next, several noble estates were investigated in succession, their heads detained, their homes searched, and their assets confiscated to make up the sums. After this show of thunderous force, every official in the capital fell utterly silent. Terrified that theirs would be the next door kicked in, they scrambled through the night to gather silver and deliver it to the Ministry of Revenue. In just 3 days, the relief silver was raised in full, with several 100,000 taels to spare. The national treasury hadn't been touched, and not a single extra tax had been levied on the common people. Emperor Jianxing sighed. What fine ministers I have. Their private coffers are richer than my own treasury. But all the resentment and hatred of the entire court fell squarely on Gao Ping's head. They didn't dare hate the emperor, didn't dare defy the imperial decree, so they poured all their fury onto that bastard sixth prince. Impeachment memorials flew toward the palace like snowflakes, only to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, I was busy with the most important task at hand, assembling the staff for my princely household. Inside Hengze Court, several registers lay open across the desk. The list from the Ministry of Personnel was worthless as a reference. What truly mattered was the roster Wang Huan had compiled for me after his investigations. I had my own principles when it came to choosing people. First, those who had never given Wang Huan a single gift, those who had even openly cursed him and cursed me too. Second, those of humble origin, untangled from the power struggles of the great families, and clean in their conduct. Third, those with real talent and learning who had never gotten their due, the down-and-out talents who could be reused. Fourth, the principled voices willing to speak truth to power, heedless of personal cost. I handed the list to Wang Huan. Following this list, invite Lu Shiren, Zhou Lin, and Su Qingyan to the manor for a talk. Remember, invite them, don't summon them. Yes, Your Highness. These past days, Wang Huan had spared no expense, and nearly 100 people in the capital had become his informants. Peddlers and laborers, hangers-on and ruffians, servants and maids, most from the lowest rungs of society. Every word and action, every trait of character of the 3 men had been investigated thoroughly. I knew exactly where my weaknesses lay. Apart from some modern knowledge and the status of a prince, everything else was a weakness. An hour later, the 3 men were shown into Hengze Garden. Along the way, seeing that I still lived in a prince's manor with no backing and no support, the 3 wore cold expressions and showed little respect. Lu Shiren, a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, wore an old plain-cloth robe, a man of governance talent squandered on copying documents year after year. Zhou Lin, a junior officer in the Ministry of War, had an unruly look about him, deeply versed in military strategy, yet stuck at the bottom. Su Qingyan, a menial clerk in the Ministry of Works, had dust on his fingertips, skilled in construction and accounting yet fit only for grunt work. The 3 offered a perfunctory bow. Greetings, Your Highness. Rise and be seated. Little Li served tea. But the 3 remained standing, tall and stiff. Lu Shiren spoke first, his tone distant. If Your Highness means to force us to the frontier, forgive us, but we cannot obey. Besides, we have nothing to our names, no silver for bribes. Clearly a jab at my wealth gathering. Zhou Lin crossed his arms and sneered. Jinbei City stands isolated beyond the passes, a place of near certain death. Given Your Highness's ways, you'll likely struggle to save yourself when the time comes. Why drag us down with you? Su Qingyan said nothing, but his eyes darted about. How dare you speak to His Highness like? Wang Huan glared and started to scold, but I raised a hand to stop him. I felt neither anger nor irritation. The 3 of you have deeply misunderstood me. My gathering of wealth was, first, to weed out those with wicked intentions, and second, to fund flood relief in Jiangnan. As for the results, I trust all 3 of you have seen them. My gaze was intense as I looked the 3 men in the eye. I've looked into you. Your character and your talents are all first-rate, yet your ambitions have nowhere to go. In your current posts, you'll never rise. The powerful hold sway in the capital, and they have no room for upright men like you. But Jinbei Pass is different. It's a blank sheet of paper. I'll give you real power, a future, a chance to make your mark. My tone shifted, each word ringing clear. So I asked the three of you, do you dare take a gamble with me? The words struck straight at the deepest, most stifled resentment in all three. Their disdain faded. Their guard began to waver. But they were steady-minded, and the questions came one after another. Lu Shiren asked, when your highness goes to Jinbei, how much money and grain will you have? How many troops? If the Liao come, do we defend, or do we fight? I answered honestly, money and grain will be enough. The troops are being trained. If the Liao come, we defend where we can. Hold your ground if you can. Retreat if you can't. The three of them froze. This prince wasn't bluffing. I added, if you can't win, run. Regroup, then fight again. Survive. That's how you win. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. He'd never heard anything like this in the Ministry of War. Su Qingyan suddenly spoke. The city walls of Jinbei have gone unrepaired for years. Do you have the blueprints, Your Highness? No. That's why I need you to draw them. He fell silent for a moment, then nodded. After a long conversation, the walls between us came down. The way the three of them looked at me grew more and more fervent. Lu Shiren was the first to cup his hands and salute. Your Highness is learned, truly a worthy lord. I would follow you. Zhou Lin dropped to one knee, his voice ringing like metal on stone. I will follow you into battle, wherever it leads. Su Qingyan bowed deeply. Your servant greets you, Your Highness. The core three were settled. I let out a long breath. In my past life, I'd been strung along by empty promises from every boss I ever had. Now it was my turn to sell dreams to others, and only now did I realize just how exhausting the job was. After they left, Wang Huan came in carrying tea, his beady eyes darting around. Your Highness, I've dug up the background on those dozen or so copper coin scholars too. I flipped through the pages one by one while he explained. These three, collateral branches of noble families. The copper coins were a deliberate insult. Crossed out. These four, just there for the spectacle. No connections, no talent. Crossed out. These five. Wang Huan paused. Humble origins, but genuinely capable. The copper coins were a moment of righteous anger. They think Your Highness coddles servants who line their own pockets, that you're no worthy lord. But for all their cursing, they've never mingled with the noble's sons. Day to day, they're remarkably honest. My eyes lingered on those five names for a moment. Them. Add them in. Under the study lamp, I looked over the freshly copied roster of subordinate officials. Lu Shiren would handle internal affairs, Zhou Lin military matters, Su Qingyan construction. Most departments were now staffed. 14 people. I didn't like that number. I flipped through the registry again, my gaze settling on one name. Su Jing, 53. Wang Huan had mentioned him, stubborn and pedantic, but honest to the bone. He'd never look the other way for anyone's books. I tapped the name with my fingertip. Him. That's the one. The morning bell of Rinxian Hall tolled deep and far. Today was the Grand Court Assembly. Officials of the 5th rank and above entered the hall. Those below stood on the marble terrace. The entire court wore fresh new robes, and many of them had tension written across their faces. Upon the throne, Emperor Jinxing's expression was dark as iron, his fingers rubbing the corner of the imperial desk as he held back his fury. I stood at the very end of the ranks, dressed in a plain prince's robe. The eyes of all those who'd impeached me pricked at me from every direction like needles. My face stayed relaxed, the corners of my mouth even curled up slightly, but the fingers gripping my ceremonial tablet had gone white at the knuckles. Not long ago, under the pretext of selecting my subordinate officials, I'd collected over 200,000 taels of silver from officials who didn't want to be posted to Jinbei, then turned around and proposed they donate double. Silver for disaster relief. It left the entire court writhing in pain and swallowing their frustration. Today, Father made an exception and let me attend court. Also, he could watch this little show of officials lining up to impeach me. We greet your majesty. Rise. Speak if you have matters to report. Otherwise, court is dismissed. The words had barely left Huang Chen's mouth when Censor Lu Fu thrust out his chest and stepped forward, clutching a memorial, his face flushed crimson, wearing the expression of a man ready to die for his convictions. I hereby impeach the 6th prince, Gao Ping. Under the guise of selecting his staff, he openly accepted bribes from officials, vast sums, treating the laws of this court as nothing. I humbly beg your majesty to punish him severely. Dozens of officials followed suit, stepping forward one after another. Accusations rose and fell like waves, the scene as noisy as a farmer's market. Emperor Jinxing gave a light cough. Sixth son, so many people are accusing you of corruption, of taking bribes and coercing the court. Have you anything to say? I stepped forward and bowed, then turned to face the impassioned censor Liu. An expression of utter sincerity spread across my face in an instant. Lord Liu is upright and outspoken, unafraid of the powerful, truly a pillar of our great Xia. My estate is sorely lacking a man of such courage and conviction. Yes, I have my eye on you. I'll add your name to my staff right away. You'll come serve under me in Jinbei City. The words struck like thunder. Censor Liu froze on the spot. His crimson face darkened to a shade of eggplant purple. His mouth opened and closed, like a fish out of water. Cold sweat poured down his face, and the memorial slipped from his hands to the floor. This humble servant is frail and often ill. I could never bear such responsibility. He scrambled to pick up his memorial, shrank his neck into his shoulders, and retreated into the ranks, head bowed low. Zhao Qi, the plump vice director of the Ministry of Works, shoved his way through the crowd and, panting heavily, snapped, "Your Highness, spare us your honeyed words. The evidence of your bribery is ironclad. I beg your majesty to sentence him according to the law." I turned to face him, my eyes even more sincere. "Lord Zhao, you have such a well-fed, prosperous look about you. Clearly a man of good fortune. And you're an expert in construction, which is exactly the sort of talent I need. I have my eye on you. There's a place for you at the Jinbei Prince's estate." The color drained from Zhao Qi's face in an instant. His jowls stopped quivering. He hurried to force out a smile. "Your Highness jests. This humble servant is a man of meager talent." With that, he quickly shrank back into the ranks. Then a young Hanlon academician stiffened his neck and stepped forward. He had barely gotten out the word, "I," when I looked at him. "Lord Academician, your learning is vast and profound. I happen to need a staff member to lecture on the classics. I have my eye on you." The academician's face turned ashen. He swallowed the rest of his sentence and slunk back into place. A farce was unfolding in the hall. Every time someone dared to raise their head and impeach me, I would smile and say, "I have my eye on you." The accusing officials either broke into a sweat, or started babbling incoherently, or simply begged for mercy. Every one of them seething with fury, yet not one daring to speak. Their faces flushed and paled by turns. Some clenched their fists and ground their teeth, but terrified I might call their names, they could only choke it all down. On the throne, Emperor Jinxing's lips twitched into a smile before he hurriedly pretended to straighten his dragon robe. Huangchen was holding back, so hard his eyes nearly welled up. A single line, "I've got my eye on you," had utterly floored every civil and military official in the court. Ridiculous, but effective. Watching the officials fall in line one by one, the crown prince's face went livid. He stepped forward briskly, seizing on the matter of bribery alone. "Sixth brother, as a prince you should set an example. Corruption and bribery violate the law and bring shame upon the royal family. Do you truly not see your wrongdoing?" His tone was solemn, righteous to the core. I bowed with a straight face. The crown prince speaks truly. Yet I rendered great service in disaster relief. Then I said nothing more. The crown prince was thrown off. The whole barrage of grand principles he'd prepared now had no target, like a punch landing on cotton. Seeing the crown prince stall, Right Chancellor Gua Huangji stepped forward at a measured pace. His face was all righteous indignation, but a flicker of certainty lurked in his eyes. "Sixth Highness, merit in relief cannot offset the crime of corruption. The law of the court stands above all. It will not tolerate your nonsense." Still keeping my composure, I said, "Right Chancellor, you claim I openly accepted bribes, but do you have witnesses? Do you have evidence?" As I spoke, my gaze never wavered, never dodged, fixed straight on him. That trace of easy amusement in my eyes was gone now. In its place was a coldly calculating scrutiny. The Right Chancellor seemed to have anticipated exactly this. He straightened his court robe embroidered with clouds and cranes and declared loudly, "As for witnesses, the entire assembled court." Every official coerced and forced into bribery by the Sixth Highness can testify. His heavy gaze swept across the officials below the steps. Those who had handed over silver bowed their heads one after another, not daring to meet his eyes, yet unable to resist nodding in secret. They were guilty, but they hated me more. The evidence lies with the Bureau of Investigation. The Sixth Highness handed the bribery ledger to the Bureau, and Chief Inspector Wang Zhengqing used that very ledger to demand double the donations from the officials. This is no fabrication. He bowed toward the Emperor, his tone earnest. I beg your Majesty to order Lord Wang to surrender the ledger at once and restore justice to the court. The officials of the Right Chancellor's faction silently cheered. But inwardly, I sneered. That ledger, I had given it to the Emperor, and the Emperor had then passed it to Wang Zhengqing. This maneuver of the Right Chancellor's, seemingly an impeachment of me, was in truth a veiled jab at the throne itself. He resented the Emperor's use of donations for relief, but dared not say so outright, so he wielded me as his blade. Minister Wang, is this so? The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly, as if hearing of the ledger for the first time, his tone betraying neither pleasure nor anger. Wang Zhengqing stepped forth and bowed. He was around 40, lean and gaunt, cheekbones slightly high, his triangular eyes perpetually half-lidded. His crimson official robe was starched stiff, and an air of cold menace clung to him. Your Majesty, the Bureau of Investigation merely assisted in gathering donations for relief. The officials, understanding the greater good, gave generously. Where is this talk of a ledger, of coercion? The Right Chancellor's eyes suddenly. The Emperor's eyes shot wide open. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Wang Zhengqing had always been famously incorruptible. How could he stand before the assembled court and lie through his teeth? Everyone in the investigation bureau had seen him personally track down and reclaim the embezzled donation funds, ledger in hand. General Li Gui furrowed his brow. He didn't understand. These were muddy waters, and he had no intention of wading in. Wang Zhengqing's expression didn't flicker as he continued. This official has never laid eyes on any ledger. If the Sixth Prince truly possesses such a thing, by all means, hand it over. I'll arrest whoever's named in it immediately. No favoritism, no exceptions. His gaze swept coldly across the officials, his voice carrying a chilling menace. Should any of you gentlemen wish to report the specifics of a bribe, the Investigation Bureau may show leniency. The officials who'd been itching to speak just moments ago all shrank back at once. Was he joking? Once you entered the Investigation Bureau, you didn't come out without losing a layer of skin, if you came out at all. They knew all too well. One trip in there, and they'd end up confessing to stealing 3 coppers from their mothers as children. Your Majesty, the Right Chancellor's chest tightened with rage. The ledger, the entire Investigation Bureau has seen it. Wang's flat denial now can only mean he's been bewitched by the Sixth Prince. We beg your Majesty to investigate. The Right Chancellor's faction stepped forward one after another in agreement. Nonsense, Wang Zhengqing snapped back. I have never had any dealings with the Sixth Prince. Why would I cover for him? The Right Chancellor should refrain from slander. Father waved his hand, impatience creeping into his voice. As for this ledger, I've heard nothing of it either. Without witnesses or evidence, the matter is closed. Gua Huangji's face cycled through shades of green and white. I caught him shooting a glance at an official standing behind him. The man forced himself forward, Sun Huai, the vice-censor-in-chief. Nearly 50, slightly plump, his wispy goatee now damp with cold sweat. Your Majesty, I have irrefutable proof that the Sixth Prince has taken bribes and embezzled funds. Oh, Father's brow creased as he fixed Sun Huai with an icy stare. If you dare slander a prince with baseless accusations, I will show no mercy. The words couldn't have been heavier. Everyone in the hall understood. His Majesty was dead set on protecting me. But Sun Huai had been personally promoted by the Right Chancellor. Retreat, and he'd be cast aside. Press forward, and there might yet be a path to survival. He gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, it is the Sixth Prince's bribery ledger. Li Muyang, a clerk in the Investigation Bureau, saw it with his own eyes. 3 volumes, dark brown covers. Wang carried them with him on every official assignment, then locked them away in the private strongbox in his office upon returning. Li Muyang saw it clearly. Utter nonsense, Wang Zhengqing thundered. That strongbox contains nothing but official documents. Right on cue, I let a flicker of panic show, my eyes darting, my face forcing a mask of composure. Inside, though, I was cold as ice. I was waiting for the right chancellor to take the bait. The more certain he became, the harder he'd fall. Vice Censor son, accusations require evidence, I said in a low voice. Do you understand the crime of slandering me without proof? Seeing my panic, the right chancellor grew even more confident. He took a step forward. Your Majesty, to prevent the investigation bureau from tampering with evidence, I ask that you and the court officials proceed to the bureau and open the case in full view of everyone. If there are no ledgers, then Sun Huai must be charged with false accusation. But if the ledgers truly exist, then the sixth prince must be severely punished to uphold the integrity of the court. Huang Qin kept his eyes lowered, glancing sidelong at the right chancellor's righteous, indignant face. A faint trace of pity flickered in his eyes. What's inside that sealed box? I know better than anyone. I stepped forward, putting on a show of bluster to mask my nerves. Fine, I'll take this walk with you. But since I'm being humiliated for no reason, let's make a wager. I looked Guo Huangji dead in the eye. If the ledgers are really there, I'll confess willingly. But if they're not, then Sun Huai has falsely accused a prince. And since the right chancellor let his subordinate run wild, you'll owe me 100,000 taels of silver for emotional damages. Care to bet? Guo Huangji assumed I was just a guilty man putting on a brave face. Done, he said through gritted teeth. I'll play this hand with you. The officials looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. Asterisk, the whole capital knows you took the bribes, and you can still stand there talking like a saint? Are you just that shameless, or too dumb to know shame? Asterisk. Father's mouth twitched, his face burning slightly. Off to the side, Huang Chun was holding back a laugh. Prepare the procession to the investigation bureau, Father said in a low voice. We'll examine it publicly, so the court can be satisfied. The group swept grandly out of Rinxian Hall. The right chancellor's faction was secretly elated, waiting only to find the ledgers and watch me fall. The left chancellor and the grand general watched coldly from the sidelines. And on my side, aside from Huang Chun, there seemed to be no one. Father counted as half. We soon arrived at the bureau, where the officers knelt to receive us. Sun Huai hastily summoned the clerk, Li Muyang. When Li Muyang was brought in, his legs were like jelly. Barely past 20, thin as a bamboo pole, his black uniform hung loosely off his frame. Seeing the emperor and the entire court assembled, he was so terrified he nearly collapsed, but he forced himself to kneel upright. Li Muyang, have you ever seen the sixth prince's bribery ledgers? The right chancellor pressed sternly. Li Muyang swallowed hard. Your Majesty, I have most certainly seen 3 ledgers. Lord Wang carried them on his person every time he went on official business, and upon returning, he would lock them in the rosewood case in the duty room. I saw it with my own eyes. Nonsense, Wang Zhengqing barked. That case holds nothing but the Ministry of Personnel's registries. Deceiving the emperor is a capital crime. I'm not talking nonsense. Li Muyang stiffened his neck. Those 3 books were ledgers, not ordinary documents. I stepped slowly forward and asked calmly, are you certain the ledgers were never swapped out? I'm certain, he declared without hesitation. I never left Lord Wang's side while he locked the case. No one touched them. The right chancellor was overjoyed and turned to Father. Your Majesty, the witness is unequivocal. Please, open the case for examination. Minister Wang, open it. As you command. Wang Zhengqing accepted the order, then shot me another glance. What are you looking at the sixth prince for? The right chancellor barked. Is he somehow above his majesty? Wang Zhengqing shot him a look, shook his head, and let out a sigh. I couldn't tell if the sigh was for me or for himself. He walked into the office, retrieved the rosewood strongbox, unlocked it in front of everyone, and slowly lifted out 3 dark brown ledgers, holding them high above his head. Your Majesty, these 3 are all that's inside. The officials erupted in murmurs, crowding in for a closer look. The right chancellor's faction beamed. The ledgers are right here. The evidence is ironclad. We beg your Majesty to severely punish the corrupt prince. The accusations surged toward me once again. Guo Huangji's lips curled into a smile, the smile of a man certain of victory. But I stayed calm and turned to Li Muyang. Take a good look. Are these three the ledgers you spoke of? Li Muyang leaned in, examining the covers, the color, checking even the worn corners. That's right. Dark brown covers, worn edges, exactly like the ones I saw. Good. Very good. I nodded, then turned to the Right Chancellor, my tone flat. Right Chancellor, see for yourself. A flicker of doubt crossed Guo Huangji's mind. He strode forward, snatched a ledger from Wang Zhengqing's hands, and flipped it open. He froze on the spot. His pupils shrank. The color drained from his face. He turned the pages one by one, his fingers trembling harder and harder, until by the last page he could barely keep his grip on the paper. Where was there any record of money-changing hands? It was nothing but a registry of officials below the third rank stationed in the capital. Names, positions, ages, hometowns, all laid out plainly. Beyond that, not a single word. The officials craned their necks to look, and then, dead silence. Isn't this the Ministry of Personnel Registry? It's even stamped with the ministry's official seal. The Right Chancellor miscalculated. Vice Censor Sun is finished. The Emperor's expression changed abruptly, and he slammed his hand down on the desk. Right Chancellor, what have you got to say for yourself now? Guo Huangji dropped to his knees with a thud. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was deceived by others and wrongly accused the sixth prince. Humph. The Emperor snorted coldly, then turned and thundered. Sun Huai fabricated evidence and framed a member of the imperial clan. 30 strokes of the cane, stripped of office, and barred from ever serving again. Li Muyang slandered his superior and deceived those above him. Cast into the death row, his property confiscated, his family exiled. Sun Huai's face went white as death, and he whipped around toward the Right Chancellor. My Lord Chancellor, save me. Li Muyang collapsed to the ground, crawling forward 2 paces on all fours, his voice cracking. My lord, you said you'd protect me. My lord. Guo Huangji straightened his cuffs without so much as lifting an eyelid. Vice Censor Sun, Clerk Li, I too was deceived by the pair of you and nearly wronged the sixth prince. You've brought this upon yourselves. There is nothing I can do. His tone was flat, as if speaking of something that had nothing to do with him. Sun Huai's lips quivered, but he couldn't force out another word. Li Muyang gaped, a gurgling sound rising from his throat, like a fish tossed onto the shore. So it turned out that on this court floor, the first to be, the one who gets sacrificed, is always the blade that shields another from the knife. Take him away. The guard stepped forward and hauled off the wailing Li Muyang. But Sun Huai stopped struggling. He only let out a bitter laugh, one uglier than tears. Father turned to Guo Huangji, his fury unmistakable. Guo Huangji, you indulged your subordinates and framed a prince. You will apologize to the sixth prince before everyone here. Demoted 2 ranks, but kept in your post, and a year's salary docked. The Right Chancellor had regained his composure. He returned the ledger and bowed. This old servant obeys. One wrong move, and the whole board was lost. After all his years riding the tides of court politics, he wasn't about to grieve over 1 censor and 1 buried pawn. He turned to me and bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with sincerity. This old man's eyes have failed him. I misjudged your Sixth Highness, and I offer my apology. No need, no need. I smiled. Whether the Right Chancellor apologizes doesn't matter to me. What matters is, don't forget the wager. The Right Chancellor's mouth twitched. He'd probably cursed me 100 times over in his head. Father simply turned his back to hide his embarrassment. This wretched son of mine, truly nothing but money on his mind. Then again, with all the wealth the Right Chancellor had squeezed out of others, coughing up 100,000 taels was only fair. The corner of his mouth curved up, ever so slightly. Sixth brother, the Right Chancellor has already apologized. Don't push it too far. The Crown Prince stepped in to defend him. Heh. I gave a cold laugh. Dear brother, when they were bearing down on me, where were you to say they'd gone too far? You. The Crown Prince choked on his words. Enough, all of you. I'm still standing right here. Father slammed his hand down. A bet's a bet. The Right Chancellor pays 100,000 taels. As for the year's dock salary, we'll let that go. The Right Chancellor had no choice but to accept. The Left Chancellor, Zhaoan, stood among the ranks, his gaze lingering on me for a moment. Once, he'd thought the sixth prince nothing but a discarded pawn. But today, watching me lay a trap to snare the Right Chancellor, flip the game to win 100,000 taels, and get His Majesty to stand behind me. This was no spoiled brat. This was a young wolf whose fangs hadn't even come in yet. He lowered his eyelids, hiding his calculations. General Ligue stood with his arms crossed, his brow knotted tight. He couldn't follow the twists and turns of the civil officials, but he understood one thing. The Right Chancellor had lost, and I had won. And I'd won because I never once panicked, start to finish. On the battlefield, the one who panics dies first. He studied me for a long while, and something in his eyes changed. No longer indifference. Now there was something else, something he couldn't quite name. The officials filed out of the court of investigation one by one. Some walked on unsteady legs, cold sweat still clinging to them. Those were the ones who'd slipped silver to Wang Huan, terrified they'd be next on the chopping block. Some kept glancing back, dread hidden in their eyes. And some murmured their admiration. Gao Ping had played this beautifully. He held the moral ground, the legal ground, and His Majesty's tacit approval. The Right Chancellor's loss was no injustice. The name of the sixth prince, Gao Ping, carved itself into their minds a second time. The first time, it was hatred, for the silver I'd swindled out of them. This time, it was respect, for how I'd played the game. Oh, and one more thing, for this shameless nerve of mine. Ha ha ha. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Jinxing had barely stepped over the threshold before he doubled over laughing, his laughter rattling the window lattices. The attending eunuchs kept their heads down, not daring to breathe. Huang Chun stood off to the side, the corners of his mouth twitching upward too. It's been a long time since Your Majesty laughed this hard. Only after he'd laughed his fill did Emperor Jinxing settle back at his desk, lifting his teacup for a big gulp. You should have seen Gua Huangji's face. His fingers were shaking like a leaf when he flipped through that ledger. I was holding back my laughter right there beside him. Nearly killed me. The Right Chancellor took quite a tumble this time, and a well-deserved one. Emperor Jinxing set down his cup, his smile fading slowly. His power's been growing year after year, and I've been at a loss for a chance to rein him in. The sixth prince's little stunt came at just the right moment. He gazed out beyond the hall, his brow gradually knitting tighter. The sixth prince had made a mortal enemy of the Right Chancellor. Among all the court officials, a fresh crop now hated him. As his father, the emperor had backed him up, but this was as far as that backing could go. The rest of the road, he'd have to walk alone. A solitary minister. When he'd spoken those two words before, they'd been nothing more than a warning. Now that they'd landed on the sixth prince's shoulders, he finally felt their weight. After court let out, I hurried to catch up with Gua Huangji just as he was about to climb into his sedan chair, raising a lazy hand to block his way. Right Chancellor, that 100,000 taels of silver, when can I expect it settled? I deliberately patted at my robes, putting on a pitiful face. You know how it is. Being the northern garrison prince is a hard, humble life. I'm about to head off to Jinbei City, building the manor, stocking supplies, whipping the army into shape, settling the people. Money's pouring out everywhere I look, so I rubbed my fingertips together. The itch was almost unbearable. I nearly blurted out, "Time to pay your debts, or should we just settle it with your daughter?" But I swallowed the words back down at the last second. No sense pushing the old codger too far and making a mess of things. A flicker of disgust crossed Gua Huangji's eyes, then vanished behind a flawless smile. He bowed. "No need for haste, sixth prince. The moment I return home, I'll have the silver sent to your residence. I won't keep you waiting." I blinked, caught off guard. I'd figured the old scoundrel would blow his top, cursing me out, or better yet, throwing a punch, so I'd have grounds to squeeze another payout out of him. I hadn't expected him to stay so calm and collected. Truly a slippery old veteran of the court, decades in the making. His cunning ran deeper than any well. "Many thanks, then, Right Chancellor." I clasped my hands and bowed at once. A chancellor's heart can hold a sailing ship, they say, and with grace like yours, you're a model for us all. The silver was as good as in my hands, so I wasn't stingy with the flattery. "You flatter me, Your Highness." Gua Huangji gave a faint smile, then his tone dropped abruptly. "But I do have a word of advice for you. Go ahead. Even the steadiest hand slips. Even the surest horse stumbles." He stroked his beard, still smiling. "Today, I lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly. But my loss. Afford it. He can afford to fail many times." He paused. "But Your Highness's path is harder than mine. Fail once. and you may be damned beyond redemption. That's a price you can't afford." A smile hung on his lips, yet his words were bone-chillingly cold. "I've said my piece. I have official duties to attend to. If you'll excuse me." The curtain of the sedan chair slowly fell, cutting off our line of sight. I stood there, my smile fading bit by bit. The autumn wind blew past, and a chill crept down my spine. Vicious words spoken with a smile are far more terrifying than those spoken in anger. It seemed this old bastard had come to loathe me completely. Once I reached Jinbei City, I doubted I'd know any peace. His power was vast, and combined with the Crown Prince's faction, there were surely his hidden agents planted along the border. Forget it. Plenty of people hate me. One more won't make a difference. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Just past noon, the steward of the Gua household came bearing a thick stack of banknotes, respectfully delivering them to my residence. Once I'd finished counting, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth turning up. Combined with the 250,000 taels everyone had contributed earlier, my total assets now came to 350,000. Wealthy beyond compare. No longer the destitute sixth prince. Inside Hengzi Garden, my fingertips slid slowly across the ledger, finally settling on a single name. Su Jing, past 50, universally acknowledged as a great scholar of his generation. In his early years, he'd served as a supervising secretary in the censorate, a minor official of only the 7th rank, yet one who wielded the power to oversee the 6 ministries, reject imperial memorials, and impeach officials of every rank. A man of unbending integrity. Years ago, when officials under the right chancellor engaged in corruption and abuse of power, he disregarded his own lowly station and submitted 3 consecutive memorials of impeachment. In the end, he was framed on trumped-up charges, stripped of office, and driven from the court. My father the emperor knew well of his loyalty and honesty, and had reluctantly sacrificed him to balance the political landscape. Yet he'd secretly ordered Gua Huangji not to touch a hair on his head. After being dismissed, Su Jing opened the Qianchao Academy on the city's outskirts, teaching in plain robes, having nothing to do with politics. His disciples were mostly upright and capable men, and among scholars and officials alike, he was revered as a model of moral purity. My team already had Lu Xian, a talent for internal governance, Zhou Lin, a talent for commanding armies, and Su Qingyan, a master craftsman in construction. The only thing I lacked was a figure of high moral standing and reputation, someone who could set an example of virtue for me, keep me in check at every turn, and command respect through sheer prestige. Su Jing was involved in no factional struggles and held the welfare of the realm in his heart. He was the ideal choice. The trouble was, this great scholar cared nothing for fame or fortune. Gold, silver, rank, and title meant nothing to him. Ordinary persuasion wouldn't move him. I pondered for a moment, and a plan began to take shape in my mind. At dawn the next day, I changed into plain, unadorned clothes, brought no attendants, and set out alone for the outskirts of the city. In ancient times, Liu Bei visited the thatched cottage 3 times to win over his advisor. I wondered how many visits it would take me to win over Su Jing. The Qianchao Academy lay hidden among a bamboo grove, tranquil and elegant. From within the courtyard came the clear, ringing sound of recitation, all Confucian classics. Su Jing sat at a desk beneath the bamboo, a scroll in hand, lecturing to several students. His hair and beard were half gray, his expression serene, an air of scholarly refinement and integrity about his entire being. His gaze had a piercing quality, as if he could see right through you. Caught in that stare, I felt an eerie flashback to being summoned to the homeroom teacher's office in my past life. "Gao Ping, at your service. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Su." I stepped forward and bowed, careful to observe every courtesy. Su Jing rose and returned the greeting, his tone flat and even. "Your Highness graces us with your presence. But this old man no longer concerns himself with matters of state. If you've come about fundraising or the border campaign, I'm afraid you've made the trip for nothing." The court officials in the capital hated me to the bone. Though he was a man of principle, he'd heard of how I'd schemed to extort money and coerce the officials, so he turned me down flatly and without hesitation. Sensing the mood, his students withdrew, leaving us room to talk. I wasn't rattled. Instead, I smiled faintly. Scheming to extort money, coercing officials. Every one of those crimes trampled right over the sensibilities of an honest scholar. This kind of prejudice couldn't be undone with a few words. But I had something in hand that he couldn't refuse. Not gold or silver, but new knowledge. I've come today not for matters of state, I said, shaking my head, only to seek your guidance on scholarship, and, along the way, to discuss some new knowledge you've never encountered before. Su Jing raised an eyebrow. This sixth prince had always been rumored to be a wastrel. How could he possibly know anything about scholarship, let alone new knowledge? Your Highness is of royal blood, while I am but a scholar in plain robes. I fear there's little learning we could discuss together. You've made a deep study of the Confucian classics and understand the ways of scholarship, past and present. But have you ever considered that there exists, between heaven and earth, another system of mathematical laws? One that can calculate all things and govern every aspect of people's livelihoods. I walked over to the desk and pointed at the counting rods lying on it. Something stirred in Su Jing's mind. Mathematics had always been regarded as a lesser pursuit, one that scholars rarely delved into. His expression remained calm. Mathematics is nothing more than petty arithmetic. How could it govern the people or account for all things? Take a look, sir. I picked up a brush and drew a right-angle coordinate system on the paper, marking the horizontal and vertical axes. Su Jing stared at this cross, his brow furrowing slightly. This is called a coordinate system. It's used to calculate distance and area, 10 times faster than counting rods. I marked a few points and connected them into a line. Any point can be pinpointed with two numbers. The distance between 2 points comes out with a single formula. Surveying farmland, tallying grain, measuring canal transport mileage. Use this, and you won't be off by a hair. Then I wrote out modern equations and extended derivations of the Pythagorean theorem, my strokes fluid and my logic clear. Middle school math. For someone who could pass exams, this was child's play. Su Jing stared at that line, saying nothing, but his body leaned slightly forward. I went on to cover practical arithmetic, tax accounting, water conservancy calculations, engineering budgets. I set aside empty philosophizing and pointed straight at real-world applications. Then I moved to the study of natural phenomena, irrigation and fertilization in farming, mechanics and toolmaking, hydrological observation, all learning absent from the Confucian classics, yet capable of genuinely benefiting the people. I kept my explanations simple. Anything too deep. I've mostly forgotten it too. Su Jing's expression grew increasingly serious. When I spoke of coordinate systems, he furrowed his brow. When I explained the extensions of the Pythagorean theorem, he leaned forward, and by the time I discussed the practical study of agriculture, he was already nodding without realizing it. He had devoted his entire life to scholarship, yet he had never encountered mathematics so concise and ingenious, nor heard such a pragmatic approach to understanding the world. This was no heterodox trickery. It was genuine, substantial learning that could stabilize a nation and benefit its people. The look in his eyes as he regarded me had long since shed its initial coldness. Everything your Highness has spoken of as knowledge this old man has never heard, yet every word is grounded in practicality. He stroked his beard, his tone softening, though still cautious. But your Highness's methods are aggressive, coercing officials, indulging eunuchs in amassing wealth. In the end, these are not the ways of a virtuous man. I dare to ask, when your Highness goes to Jinbei, is it for personal gain, or to protect the people and defend the frontier? First, to establish myself. Second, to defend the land. Third, to bring peace to the people. My expression was solemn. The cord is torn by endless factional strife. I have no one to rely on. Only by going to the frontier can I protect myself. Jinbei is the shield at our nation's gate. To guard the pass is to guard our homeland. The people of the frontier suffer through bitter cold. I am willing to use what I have learned to see them fed and clothed. As for amassing wealth, you know only half the story, sir. Oh, so amassing wealth is somehow justified. My gaze was open and unashamed, without the slightest trace of guilt. May I ask, sir, what are those officials' salaries? The wealth they produced the other day exceeds what they'd earn in a lifetime of service. Where does that money come from? Nowhere but the blood and sweat of the people. Are officials who can offer massive bribes truly honest men? Left in their hands, that money only fuels debauchery and the corrupt practice of greasing palms up and down the ranks. Better that I take it to the frontier to strengthen the army and improve the people's livelihood. That silver had indeed not been acquired by honest means. Left where it would only be squandered. Better to use it to defend the frontier. Su Jing fell silent for a long while, his eyes burning with intensity. Though this prince bore the reputation of a wastrel, he possessed the talent to govern and a heart for the welfare of the people. The new ideas he spoke of were remarkably original. He was clearly no mediocre man. Yet Su Jing had lived his whole life with unbending integrity. Even moved as he was, he would never follow anyone rashly. He slowly raised his hand, his face turning grave. Your Highness's talent, this old man admires. Your Highness's ambition, this old man endorses. But if you wish for me to follow you, we must agree to 3 conditions. Agree to them, and I will pack my things and accompany you to Jinbei at once. Refuse, and I can only live out my days here in the mountains and forests. Joy stirred in my heart. I knew the matter was mostly settled. I immediately cupped my hands. Please, speak, sir. Su Jing spoke each word with clarity and force. First, hold to a public spirit and seek no private gain. In every policy you enact and every power you wield, the soldiers and the people must come first. You shall not embezzle wealth for yourself, nor treat the people harshly. All this new knowledge must be devoted entirely to the people's livelihood, never becoming a tool for hoarding wealth or seizing power. Second, heed counsel readily and never be stubbornly self-willed. I am blunt by nature. If in the future your Highness acts unjustly, I will surely speak plainly to admonish you. Your Highness must listen. He must accept unpleasant advice and never punish others for speaking honestly. Third, hold to the righteous path and never harm the loyal and virtuous. He must severely punish the treacherous and shelter the faithful and good. He must never use his power for personal revenge, never slaughter the innocent, and above all, never exploit his command of the frontier to sow chaos in the imperial court. Having laid out his 3 conditions, he waited quietly for my answer. This was the bottom line he held as a scholar of principle and integrity. If I agreed, it would prove my original intentions remained unchanged, that I was worth serving. If I refused, he would rather die than yield. I nodded firmly, without a moment's hesitation. These 3 conditions are sound in every word, all made for my sake and for the sake of the people and soldiers of the North. I accept them completely. Should I ever violate them, you may leave me at any time, and I will not stand in your way. My words were sincere, my gaze open and honest. The last trace of doubt vanished from Su Jing's face. He bowed deeply to me, performing the formal rite of an advisor pledging his service. Since your Highness holds such intentions, this old man is willing to follow at your side, to defend this land, bring peace to its people, and betray neither the common folk nor this pact. I quickly helped him to his feet, a great weight lifting from my chest. With your help, the people of the North finally have someone to rely on. And so, Su Jing's name was added to the roster, bringing my core team to 15. Among them, a great scholar to offer upright counsel, and capable men of war to govern the army and secure the realm. Domestic affairs, military matters, construction, reputation, all were covered. It seemed I was better than the legendary Uncle Liu of old. I'd won over my Su Jing in a single visit. Su Jing gave me a flat glance, his eyes seeming to say, Asterisk, don't celebrate too soon, Your Highness. Those 3 conditions are not for show. Asterisk. I immediately reined in my smile and sat up straight, composed and formal. Could Su Jing really compare to the great strategist Kong Ming? A prime minister for the ages. How many throughout all of history could ever stand as his equal? After taking my leave of Su Jing, I returned to Hengze Garden and sent Hong Luan to summon Zhang Yunhu. My civil and military officials were now assembled. All that remained were my personal guards. These 100 guards would be the foundation on which I staked my life and security. I had to choose carefully. Before long, Zhang Yunhu entered the garden. His frame was straight as a spear, his head bowed, and there was a cold, hardened edge between his brows, the look of a man worn down and tempered by hardship. In his 2 years serving this household, he had always kept his post outside the main gate, silent, reserved, never currying favor, never socializing, like a piece of iron frozen in the bitter night. Greetings, Your Highness. I got straight to the point. Zhang Yunhu. Born to a humble family, you enlisted in the army as a boy. 3 years guarding the frontier, fierce in battle. But because of your blunt nature, you stood up for your subordinates and defied a superior officer, and were dismissed on a trumped-up charge. The prefect of your hometown valued your talent and recommended you for the Imperial Guard. But the Imperial Guard is filled with the sons of the powerful and privileged. You had no backing, refused to scheme for advancement, and so you were pushed aside at every turn, until all that was left for you was the job of a gatekeeper. His shoulders and back suddenly tensed. He lifted his eyes to glance at me, then quickly lowered his head again, his tone stiff. Your Highness has investigated my background. To what end? He had suffered the cruelties of officialdom. He feared being cast aside, feared being wronged, and feared most of all following the sixth prince, a man hated by the entire court, only to one day die without even understanding how. I didn't press him. I simply said quietly, "You're only 10 years old, skilled in every martial art, and you're content to spend your whole life as a gatekeeper?" His throat bobbed as he shot back stiffly. "My mind is made up. I dare not aim so high. Please choose someone else, Your Highness." A flat refusal. No room left to maneuver. I looked at him, my tone suddenly dropping low. "I'm not asking you to aim high. I'm asking you to lead troops. I need a commander for my personal guard. And that position isn't the end of the road. It's your beginning." His eyes flickered, then went still again. "I'll give you full authority. Pick 100 elite soldiers yourself. Whoever can fight, you take. Train them yourself, command them yourself. No one interferes, not even me. Once we reach Jinbei City, I'll give you the chance to fight on the battlefield. Military honors. A future. All you have to do is stay loyal and fight hard. Captain, Deputy General, General, they're all within your reach. No more flattering your superiors. No more being pushed aside. Just train, just fight, just win." Well, in my past life, countless people fed me empty promises. This time, it's my turn to do the feeding. Zhang Yunhu shuddered. Choosing his own men, commanding independently, no strings attached, a return to the battlefield. These were the very things he'd been denied for years, conditions he hadn't even dared to dream of. The hand at his side clenched into a white-knuckled fist, his chest heaving violently. The coldness, the resistance, the guardedness, all of it shattered in that instant. After a long moment, he dropped to one knee, his voice hoarse but resolute. "I will follow you, Your Highness. As commander of your personal guard, I swear to protect you with my life. At Jinbei, I will train the troops and cut down the enemy, and I will never fail the trust you've shown me." He paused. "But I hope Your Highness will keep your word and not leave this heart of mine out in the cold." I reached out to help him up and clapped him on the shoulder. "Rise. Your battlefield isn't at this gate. It's at Jinbei, beyond the frontier." This time, he didn't pull away. "Thank you, Your Highness, for recognizing my worth." He bowed again, his fierce eyes slightly reddened. I smiled and pointed to the fruit on the table. "Now that you're under my command, can you manage to eat this fruit?" He straightened up. Remembering how he'd refused the fruit the other day, he actually flushed a little. "As Your Highness commands, I obey." Beside me, Hong Wan and Lulio covered their mouths and giggled. They remembered this man. A few days ago, the prince had someone bring him fruit, and he'd stood ramrod straight and shot back. "I'm still on duty and cannot eat or drink at will." The prince had been left standing at the gate, ruffled by the wind for quite a while. Today, ordered to eat again, this man didn't refuse. "I command you to eat all of this fresh fruit." It was only 2 apples, a pear, and an orange. For a big fellow like him, it was nothing. "As you command." He strode forward, grabbed an apple, and took a big crunch. Bite, without any hesitation. When he finished, he stood up straight, a bit of juice still on the corner of his mouth, his expression serious, like he'd just carried out a military order. I couldn't help but laugh. What a silly brute. But I was more and more certain I'd picked the right man. Once he'd accepted his post as commander, all that brooding, cold hardness melted away from Zhang Yunhu, replaced by the crispness and gravity of a soldier. "My lord, I'll go select the personal guards now. Do you have any preferences?" I waved a hand, my eyes full of trust. "It's entirely up to you." I won't ask about the process. I only care about the results. Strong, loyal, and willing to endure hardship. That's enough. I won't interfere at all. I don't understand commanding troops, but I know better than to doubt the man I've chosen. He rose from the frontier garrison. No one understands what makes an elite soldier better than he does. If I stepped in recklessly, I'd only throw off his rhythm. Yes, my lord. He clasped his fist firmly. This trust moved him more than any amount of words could. I sent Wang Huan to register with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel, putting 15 subordinate officers plus Zhang Yunhu, 16 in total, on record. The official in charge at the Ministry of Personnel asked again and again, was the Prince of Jinbei truly selecting only 16, not filling out the full 20? Only after receiving a firm answer did he begin drafting the record. Su Jing became the left chief secretary of the princely estate, and Lu Shuren the right chief secretary, both of the 5th rank. Su Qingyan was made master of works. Zhou Lin was made aide-de-camp, both of the 6th rank. Zhang Yunhu was made ceremonial guard captain and commander of the personal guards, of the 5th rank. Everyone else had their own duties, and to varying degrees. All of them had been promoted. 14. That was a number the Prince of Jinbei disliked. 16 now. Just right. That afternoon, Zhang Yunhu submitted his credentials and went to the Imperial Guards camp. He already had a plan in mind. He would pick only those soldiers who had no one to rely on, who did the hardest and most grueling work in the camp, yet trained the most diligently. These men didn't know how to curry favor. They'd been pushed to the margins, full of strength and skill with nowhere to use it. Standing in the center of the training ground, his gaze swept over the noble sons scrambling to back away, and his eyes stayed calm. He'd known all along these men wouldn't come, and he didn't want them anyway. His eyes landed on the few dozen who stayed where they were, dark-skinned, lean and hardy, with a stubborn grit in their eyes. He looked them over one by one. He squeezed their arms, all firm, corded muscle. He had each of them run through a set of hand-to-hand moves and swing a few weapons. Their forms plain but powerful, nothing flashy or for show. Then he'd stare into each man's eyes for a moment, clear and open, without cowardice, without distraction, before finally giving a nod. Those who didn't measure up got a shake of the head, not a single extra word. In this way, he picked fewer than 30 men from one camp. The rigorous screening went on for 3 days. He covered several camps and ultimately selected 100 soldiers. Without exception, all of them came from humble backgrounds, hardworking, tough, skilled, and willing to follow me to Jinbei without the slightest hesitation. And it wasn't just him choosing the soldiers. The soldiers were sizing him up too. It was a two-way choice. I'd made it clear, no coercion. The first rule was that they had to genuinely want to serve at the frontier. Otherwise, everything else was meaningless. The prince's personal guard was finally chosen. 100 men stood in perfect formation on the drill field. Zhang Yunhu addressed them himself, his voice cold and hard as iron. From this day forward, you are the personal guard of the Prince of the North. No longer will you be forgotten foot soldiers rotting away in the ranks. Under His Highness, there is only one word that matters: obedience. Jinbei City is a place of deadly peril. The entire court despises His Highness, and death waits at every turn along the way. If you don't train hard enough, you won't be able to protect him, or yourselves. Once we reach the Northern Pass, you'll be His Highness's most trusted warriors. Your futures are in your own hands. Whether you seize the opportunity depends on whether you're willing to endure hardship. 100 voices answered as one, the sound shaking the field, every eye burning bright. These men had been shunned for years. Now they finally had a chance to rise, and they treated this posting as their one shot at turning their lives around. I'd earned merit with my strategy for the flooding in the south. The emperor issued a decree granting me a residence in the inner city. He'd finally remembered that his 6th son didn't yet have a household of his own. The timing couldn't have been better. I'd been fretting over where to house my staff and guards. The estate had once belonged to a wealthy merchant, seized after he was implicated in a corruption scandal involving collusion between officials and merchants. His entire family had been exiled, and by some coincidence, the place they'd been sent was none other than Jinbei City. 3 courtyards deep, 4 wings wide, facing south with high walls of gray brick and heavy doors set with bronze rings. The rear courtyard already had a training ground, complete with weapon racks, stone locks, and wooden dummies, saving me no small amount of trouble. I stood on the loft of the inner courtyard, shading my eyes with one hand, watching the 100 guards drilling below. Hong Luan and Lulio stood on either side of me, thoroughly entertained by the sight. Hong Luan was petite and delicate, her almond eyes slightly upturned, her rose-pink dress setting off skin as white as snow. Lulio was tall and graceful, with faint dimples when she smiled, her pale green dress lively and charming. After watching those rough men drill for a while, I found the two girls all the more pleasant to look at. Your Highness, Commander Zhang really is a man of action. The soldiers he chose all look sharp, Lulio remarked with admiration. Didn't I say Zhang Yunhu was a talent? Hongluan's lips curved up, quite pleased with herself. Oh, could it be that my Hongluan has taken a fancy to him? I teased offhandedly. Hongluan's pretty face flushed red, then fell. I caught it and suddenly understood. In this world of rigid hierarchy, they were treated as mere possessions. I softened my tone. There aren't so many rules in this household. You are my property. If there's someone you care for, I'll let you go, and I'll even provide you with a dowry. The words had barely left my mouth when Hongluan dropped to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling. Your Highness, I harbor no disloyalty. Please don't send me away. Lulio too. They dropped to their knees in a panic, kowtowing again and again. I froze. That sense of modern-day superiority I'd carried suddenly caught on something. It wasn't that I was speechless, it was heavier than that. I'd meant every word, but they didn't dare believe it. It wasn't that they doubted me, they doubted the world they lived in. Get up, I said with a sigh. I misspoke and frightened you. Let's forget it happened. Just do your jobs well. The two of them helped each other to their feet, quietly relieved. I said nothing more, afraid I'd only make things worse. I turned to look at the drill grounds. Zhang Yunhu was personally demonstrating combat moves to the soldiers. Frontier-bred, battle-tested, he understood how to lead men and how their hearts worked. A good choice and a strict trainer. I'd worried his long absence from military life might have made him lax. Turned out that worry was unnecessary. Except, the more I watched this training method, the more it bothered me. I stared at the grounds for a long time, my brow drawing tighter and tighter. It wasn't Zhang Yunhu's fault. It was the method itself. Something about it was wrong. Exactly what, I hadn't figured out yet. After nightfall, I called Zhang Yunhu into my study. The watch and night patrols are all arranged. Does your Highness have further orders? His voice was full of energy, his eyes gleaming. He could lead troops, train them, and one day take the field and kill the enemy. That opportunity was written all over his face. I raised a hand for him to sit, choosing my words carefully. I'm no expert on training soldiers myself, but years ago I read through some old fragmentary texts and miscellaneous notes, and I jotted down a few novel ideas. Let me lay them out, and we'll work through them together. If they work, we use them. If not, we change them. Your battlefield experience takes priority. Half of that was true, half wasn't. The so-called miscellaneous notes were pure invention. The real source was the military training videos I used to scroll past online in my past life. That uniform, commanding presence. That was what an army looked like. But I only knew how to appreciate it. I understood the concept. The actual execution I only half grasped. I walked to the desk, where Hong Luan had already prepared brush and ink. Gripping the brush, I cursed inwardly. In my past life, I'd been used to a keyboard. In this one, nothing was more hateful than writing by hand. I steeled myself and started drawing. The result was a disaster. Zhang Yunhu's lips twitched, the handwriting of a royal prince, worse than that of a rough soldier like himself. First, train discipline before combat, I said, sketching out formations as I spoke. Don't teach killing moves first. Teach them to obey orders. Stand steady, march in step, turn left and right all at command. No one steps out of line. This is drill and formation. Zhang Yunhu frowned. Your Highness, the army already has formation drills. But endlessly practicing stances and steps is just for show. It may not help in actual battle. It's not for show. I waved him off. This was a training method proven in the fires of war. It was how the older generation had driven off foreign invaders. But none of that could I tell him. This trains the mind, trains obedience, trains discipline. 100 men, each looking out only for himself. The moment they meet, a crisis would throw everything into chaos, and no matter how skilled the fighters, it wouldn't matter. Train them until a single command means they advance together, retreat together. That's the foundation of an elite force. Most defeats on the battlefield aren't because you can't win the fight. They're because your formation falls apart. Zhang Yunhu thought it over carefully, nodding again and again. I understand now. Put simply, it's about strict discipline and obedience to orders. Only Your Highness pays attention to the finer details. I went on. Second, physical training, no showing off. Don't just lift stone locks and swing broadswords. Do weighted long-distance runs, obstacle crawls, simulate real battlefield conditions. And train coordination, groups of 3, groups of 5. When one man's in danger, the others back him up immediately. Never leave a comrade behind. When it came to exactly how far they should run, I scratched my head. That part, you figure it out. Just make it farther than now. When I got to the 3-man coordination, I gestured and gestured, only making it more confusing, until I finally set down the brush. Anyway, the point is they cover each other. You understand this better than I do. I felt a little embarrassed at myself. One more thing, training the men also means training their spirit. Strict management is a must, but treat them well. Treat the sick and wounded. Don't let them go without food or clothing. Change meals to 3 a day, enough to fill their bellies, with both meat and vegetables. And train adaptability. Run surprise night raids on the camp at random times. I jumped from one thing to the next, saying whatever came to mind, pouring out everything I knew. But Zhang Yunhu listened with his eyes shining. My ideas seemed scattered, yet every one of them hit right at the weaknesses of traditional training. He immediately clasped his hands. Understood. I'll draft the training regulations right away, run a trial tomorrow, and adjust as problems come up. That night, 2 amateurs huddled over the desk piecing together the details. He filled in the practical combat side. I set the direction, and we talked until the candle burned out. After he left, I suddenly smacked my forehead. Wasn't Zhou Lin from the Ministry of War? The other day, he'd spoken about military matters with real expertise. And here I dragged that big lug Zhang Yunhu into a half-night session, feeling less confident the more we worked on it. I had a professional right there and didn't use him. Was I an idiot? At dawn the next day, I sent for Zhou Lin. Before long, he strode in, dressed in a blue scholar's robe. Seeing the drafts on the desk, he paused for a moment, then clasped his hands. Your Highness summoned me so early. Is it about training the troops? I didn't beat around the bush. I pushed the draft straight over to him and pointed at the formation diagrams. Last night, Commander Zhang and I worked out some new methods, but it still feels like it lacks structure. You're from the Ministry of War. You know the military system. Take a look and see how to complete it. I added. Let me be clear first. Most of these ideas are just bits and pieces I picked up years ago from various obscure accounts, plus a little of my own shallow thinking. Half understood at best. Half true, half not. I understood the core concepts, but I needed him to backfill the details and turn it into a version that conformed to the old traditions. Zhou Lin bent down and studied it closely, his fingertip tracing over strict discipline and obedience and physical training, then said in a low voice, Your Highness, these ideas are far from empty talk. Throughout history, those who trained troops emphasized formations and combat techniques, yet few ever started from these fundamentals. This drill formation training builds discipline, and more than that, it builds morale. When 100 men move as one, they won't break in battle. Your Highness sees this with remarkable clarity. He shifted his tone, pointing to the word regulations. I once combed through every military text in the Ministry of War's archives. Only General Fan Chong of the previous dynasty ever established a code like freeze to death before tearing down a house, starve to death before looting. And his army was the strongest of all. If I may speak boldly, had General Fan not died young, our great Xia might never have overthrown the previous dynasty. If Your Highness refines these regulations and enforces them strictly under military law, your guard will become an elite force. My eyes lit up. Right then, I laid out my 3 rules of discipline, adapted into a version that fit the times. My set of rules boils down to 3 points. I held up my fingers one by one. First, do not disturb civilians on the march. Do not enter homes without permission, and do not take so much as a needle or thread from the common people. When you buy their chickens, ducks, or grain, pay full price in silver, not a coin short. Second, obey commands in training and combat. When ordered to act, act. When ordered to halt, halt. No leaving your unit or making noise without permission. Violators will be dealt with under military law. Third, live and die together. Leave no one behind. If one man is endangered during battle, the others come to his aid at once. If a man is wounded on the march, the others lend a hand and carry his gear. Never abandon a single brother. Then I held up 5 fingers and added the 5 points of attention. Care for your equipment, respect the common people, treat the sick and wounded well, mind your words and conduct, and report merit honestly. When I finished, I scratched my head. I'll be honest with you, I only know these rules work. They unite the ranks and win the people's support. But as for how to write the actual articles, how to set rewards and punishments, that's all up to you. Take these 3 rules of discipline and 5 points of attention and merge them with military law into one complete military code. Zhou Lin listened with a gleam in his eyes. These ideas seemed scattered, yet everyone struck at the weaknesses of the traditional military system. He immediately took up his brush and began sketching rapidly across the paper, his voice steady. 3 rules of discipline. First, the prohibition against disturbing civilians. Anyone entering a home without permission or seizing property receives 50 strokes of the cane, a fine of 5 taels of silver, and must apologize to the people. Anyone who harms or loots is executed on the spot, no exceptions. I nodded. For forced buying or selling, the squad leader forfeits 1 tael of pay, the soldier receives 20 strokes, and full restitution is made. Second, the strict enforcement of commands. Anyone who disobeys during training or leaves his unit without permission receives 10 to 20 strokes. Anyone who flees before the enemy in battle is executed on the spot. And everyday slacking? I pressed. For a unit whose formation is out of order, every man is fined 1 chien of silver, the leader forfeits 5 chien of pay, and they're given a deadline to correct it. Repeat offenses double the penalty. Third, the rule of living and dying together. Anyone who abandons a comrade and flees alone in battle receives 30 strokes and is demoted to recruit. Anyone who bravely comes to the rescue is rewarded 1 tael of silver and credited with a merit. For helping the sick and wounded on the march, the reward is 5. Money and promotions. He turned to a fresh page and continued with the 5 prohibitions. Damage a weapon and pay its full value. Lose your firearm and you're barred from service for life. Break into an ancestral hall or temple and take 20 lashes. Conceal an injury or illness and take 10 to 20 lashes. Get drunk and brawl and take 20 lashes, with repeat offenders never eligible for promotion. Falsify your service record and take 30 lashes, then get demoted to recruit. As he wrote the last line, he set down his brush and his tone grew heavier. Also, if a soldier dies in battle, his family receives 20 taels in compensation. The wounded and disabled receive 5 to 15 taels depending on severity, and the estate will provide for them for the rest of their lives. No one need worry about what comes after. I nodded slowly. Your Highness, do you have any thoughts on the pay scale? Zhou Lin asked. This affected the estate's finances, and he didn't dare decide it on his own. What's the current standard under our military system? I asked in return. Take the frontier troops, for example. An ordinary frontier soldier earns about 1 tael a month, veterans and elite fighters 2 taels. A general's personal guard usually gets around 2 as well, plus bonuses, all depending on how generous the commanding officer feels. I did the math quietly. 1 tael was enough to feed and clothe a whole family, with a little to spare. But, Zhou Lin's voice dropped. Corruption runs rampant these days. That 1 tael of pay gets skimmed at every level, and by the time it reaches the soldier's hand, it's less than half. Some officers are even worse, less than 30%. He watched me carefully. The words were both a warning and a test, to see whether this prince with his novel ideas had the nerve to break with tradition. I caught it. There was no malice in it, just the guardedness of a scholar sizing me up. I want to see if you're worth following. I laughed out loud. Rest assured, I am absolutely fair and impartial. These old customs and corrupt practices, they end with me. Your Highness is righteous. Zhou Lin bowed gravely. That bow was for himself, for having found a wise master, and for all those soldiers at the bottom. Zhou Lin, take this down. I spoke in a tone that left no room for question. Yes. Zhou Lin spread out the paper, ground his ink, dipped his brush, and bowed his head in concentration. In that moment, a scene from a past life suddenly surfaced in my memory, a commander calmly issuing deployments from a platform, every word ringing with authority. I caught myself raising a hand and gesturing a couple of times, thinking privately that giving orders like this really did feel powerful. I lowered my hand and glanced at Zhou Lin. He was still bent over, waiting, not looking at me. I let out a breath. Good thing no one had noticed. Starting today, the estate's personal guards will be paid 2 taels a month. All in silver, no cloth or grain in lieu of it. Paid in full, not a coin short. I laid it out word by word, striking straight at the entrenched abuses of the army. On the 5th of every month, Wang Huan will draw the silver from the treasury. I will seal it personally. Hong Wan and Lu Lu will oversee the entire process. Each soldier will collect his pay in person, and every entry will be recorded in the ledger. All middlemen are eliminated. Skimming and embezzlement will absolutely not be tolerated. The hand holding Zhou Lin's brush trembled slightly as he recorded it all at furious speed. He'd spent years in the Ministry of War and had seen every filthy trick in the book. Cooked ledgers, skimmed pay. From the top generals down to the lowliest clerks, everyone took their cut, leaving the common soldiers to suffer in silence. Now here was the prince, cutting out every middleman and putting the pay straight into the soldiers' hands. It was unheard of. The road to Jinbei is long. Any soldier whose family wishes to come along will be settled properly by the household. Whether they stay or go, each man gets 5 additional taels as a resettlement allowance. Zhang Yunhu and Wang Huan will deliver it to their homes personally. The families will sign for it. Make sure it's the full amount, not a single coin short. Now, as for evaluations and rewards, my tone hardened. There'll be an assessment every 7 days. The top 3 earn between 1 and 5 qian. The bottom 3 get extra drills. Every month, there's a combat trial. Winners get silver and a shot at promotion. Rewards and punishments will be clear-cut. No favoritism. Zhou Lin paused his brush. How are the top 3 ranked? First place, 5 qian. Second, 3. Third, 1. And the extra drills for the bottom 3? 5 extra laps and half an hour of additional training. Zhou Lin wrote it down, then suddenly slapped the desk and bowed with clasped hands. Your Highness, this method shows a deep grasp of the art of war. I'm thoroughly impressed. He hesitated. But this 7 days. It's just 7 days out of the 10-day cycle. I gave an awkward smile. There was no concept of a week in this world. I'd forgotten for a moment. Zhou Lin mulled it over. 3 days is too short, a full 10-day cycle too long. 7 is just right. I won't let you down, Your Highness. I'll merge these ideas with our current military system and forge a force that's iron-disciplined and beloved by the people. No sooner had he finished than Zhang Yunhu pushed open the door, drafts in hand. Seeing Zhou Lin, he froze for a second, then broke into a grin and strode forward. Minister Zhou, perfect timing. The prince and I spent last night hashing out training methods, but something always fell off. We lacked a solid framework of rules. With a Ministry of War expert like you here, we'll polish it until it's airtight and every man is won over completely. The 3 of us gathered around the desk, brushes never resting. Zhou Lin knew military regulations inside and out, refining each clause and seamlessly weaving together pay, pensions, rewards, punishments, and martial law. Zhang Yunhu, a longtime soldier, filled in the practical details, escort duties, recitations, assessments. I steered the overall direction, calibrating every rule against an entirely different philosophy of command. Each of us made up for what the others lacked, and in the end we shaped scattered ideas into a complete, workable code, the military regulations of the Prince of Jinbei's household. From the morning recitation of discipline to the afternoon physical drills, from monthly pay and resettlement allowances to assessments and generous rewards, from everyday military conduct to wartime law, every clause was clear, grounded, and ready to be put into action. The next day, the drill grounds. The sun blazed down, and heat shimmered off the flagstones. 100 personal guards stood in crisp new uniforms, cinched with rawhide belts, heads high and chests out. Even their breathing kept faint and quiet. It was the first time since they'd joined the camp a few days ago. The first time she truly faced me head-on. "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhang Yunhu bowed at the front, and 100 voices rang out in unison, shaking the drill grounds. I stood atop the platform. Hong Luan and Luliu held the ledgers, while Wang Huan and little Lizzie carried heavy wooden boxes. The lids were cracked open, revealing the corner of a silver ingot, its white gleam dazzling. Below the platform, anticipation flickered in the soldiers' eyes. Zhang Yunhu dropped to one knee. "The 100 personal guards are ready and assembled, awaiting your command, Your Highness." I raised a hand, signaling them to rise, my gaze sweeping across those weathered yet resolute faces. "I've gathered you all today for two matters. First, the military regulations just issued must be memorized and strictly followed. Second, regarding your pay and settlement allowance, I'll make things clear to you today." I motioned for Hong Luan to step forward, spreading open the ledger and pointing to the figures. "For every one of you with a wife, children, or elderly parents at home, you'll receive a one-time settlement allowance of 5 taels of silver." As the words fell, the solemn drill grounds went dead silent. More than a few veterans quietly clenched their fists, their eyes reddening. 5 taels of silver, enough to buy 10 acres of good farmland, enough for a wife and children to prepare winter clothing, enough for aging parents to live in comfort for a whole year without ever going hungry again. These 5 taels, not a single coin withheld, go straight into your hands. Hong Luan and Luliu will handle the registration. Zhang Yunhu and Wang Huan will distribute. Anyone who dares to skim off the top will face military justice. Looking at those clenched fists and reddened eyes, I suddenly felt this silver was better spent than anything else. In my past life, I'd been promised the moon countless times, only to get nothing. In this life, it was finally my turn to give to others. No, not empty promises. Real bread, on the table. I'd originally planned to send the settlement allowance directly to each family, but Zhang Yunhu suggested handing it out on the spot. A prince personally distributing pay in front of everyone was the best way to win hearts. I waited for a moment and agreed. To the side of the platform, stacks of silver ingots had long been prepared. Zhang Yunhu's voice boomed like a bell. "Line up, register one by one, and receive your silver in order. His Highness understands how hard you toil guarding the frontier. You protect the nation, and His Highness protects your families." His expression turned stern. "Let me be clear from the start. Anyone who dares disrupt discipline gets his pay docked on the spot and will be punished without mercy." None of the soldiers dared step out of line. They formed a long, orderly queue. Hands trembling, they accepted the silver ingots. The moment their fingertips touched that coldness, a deep, solid sense of security welled up in their hearts. A young soldier dropped to his knees right there, his voice choking. "Thank you, Your Highness. My mother won't have to stay up all night weaving cloth for a few measly coins anymore." A veteran, eyes red, stuffed the silver firmly into his chest. This thin little ingot was the lifeline of his entire family. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, I raised a hand to quiet the commotion. "The settlement allowance is only the first bit of security I'm giving you. From here on, there's monthly pay and rewards for merit in battle." I looked toward Hong Luan, who held the ledger, and every word landed with weight. "Starting this month, every guard of the Prince of Jinbei will earn a monthly wage of 2 taels of silver. Paid in full, in real silver, no deductions, no cheating on quality, no delays. Not a single coin short." A wave of suppressed gasps swept across the drill grounds. The military code had spelled this out long ago, yet hearing me confirm it in person still left the soldiers trembling with excitement. One veteran counted on his fingers, tallying the sum over and over until his eyes reddened. The younger men, remembering the debts back home, felt days of worry melt away. In the past, when they'd marched with the army, their nominal pay was 1 tael a month, but after being skimmed at every level, they'd take home less than 5 mace, and even that was often months late. Now their pay was doubled and delivered in full. It was more than they'd ever dared to dream. "Perhaps you think 2 taels is already generous," I said, sweeping my gaze across them. "But this is only the beginning. Here in the prince's household, Rewards and punishments are absolutely clear. Those who train hard and earn merit in battle will be richly rewarded. I will never fail a single brave soul among you. No empty promises, only benefits they could see and touch. Zhou Lin stood at my side, his heart burning as he watched. He understood well. 1,000 speeches on loyalty and virtue couldn't match a single reward of hard silver. I, Gao Ping, don't feed idle men, and I never shortchange those who serve with distinction. I raise my voice. Train hard and stay loyal, and I promise you a bright future. Lay down your lives to protect me, and I'll keep your entire family safe and secure for the rest of their days. We follow the prince. We'll fight to the death. Zhang Yunhu was the first to drop to one knee, fist to chest. The 100 guards knelt as one, their roar shaking the heavens. Blood surged through their veins, the silver ingots heavy in their arms. They looked up at me on the platform, and every trace of doubt was gone from their eyes. Nothing remained but pure devotion. Hong Wan lowered her head over the account ledger, quietly moved. Treat men with sincerity. Win them over with real reward. One day, this guard would become the sharpest blade in the land. With the wages distributed, formal military training officially began. Over the following days, the bugle calls never ceased across the drill grounds. Zhang Yunhu led the 100 men according to the military code, drilling formations and physical conditioning with brutal rigor. At first, the soldiers had no discipline at all. Their ranks were a mess, their steps out of sync. Zhou Lin and I supervised them daily. Drawing on a different way of thinking, I pinpointed the root of their sloppiness and established a method of 10-man squads, slow and precise training. Zhou Lin added standardized commands and clearly defined the responsibilities of each squad leader. The two of us corrected mistakes on the spot, and Zhang Yunhu immediately whipped his men into shape. Within just a few days, all their laxness had vanished. Every man stood tall, obeyed orders without question, and carried himself with a completely renewed spirit. The meals were fully implemented as well. 3 square meals a day, every one filling, with meat guaranteed daily. The thin, cold porridge of old was replaced with steaming white rice and fresh vegetables. And at midday, the aroma of meat filled the air. Such treatment left the officials baffled. Lulu tugged at Hong Wan's sleeve. Sister, all they do every day is stand in stances and practice marching. They don't even train with blades or spears, yet they eat meat at every meal. How is this training soldiers? This is just spoiling them. To the extreme. Red One nodded slightly. I really can't make sense of this training method. Little Li leaned close to Wang Huan and whispered, Eunuch, this new method has no fierce fighting spirit at all. First they fatten everyone up. Whatever comes out of it is probably just for show. How could it be any use in actual battle? Wang Huan stroked his beard and frowned. The cost is enormous, that's true, but the soldiers' vigor and spirit have already changed completely. This method of nourishing first and training later, I can't figure it out either. Su Qingyan and Zhao Mo, who managed the accounts, watched the money flow out like water and felt the sharpest pain. All day they drill on stances and footwork, never practicing combat skills, burning through meat and silver every single day. How can the estate's coffers hold up under this? They didn't understand, and they didn't need to. The next morning, the guards finished lining up. I stepped down from the platform and calmly shed my outer robe. Your Highness. Zhang Yunhu was taken aback. I handed the robe to Red Luan, rolled my wrists, and walked straight to the center of the training grounds. Starting today, we add 1 more hour of training after every drill, and I will train right alongside you. Zhou Lin rushed forward. Your Highness is of noble blood. There's no need for this. Save your breath. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire field. Whatever I ask of you, I'll do first myself. Those who meet the standard will get generous rewards on top of their pay. I crouched down and drew a line in the mud, then began to explain. Long-distance running builds your foundation of endurance. Don't aim for speed, aim to last. Run until your legs feel like lead and your strength is spent, then push through 1 more lap. That lap is where real strength is built. I had someone bring sandbags and tie them to their calves. Weighted running. At first, every step is a struggle. Stick with it for a month, take off the weights, and you'll feel light as a swallow. I marked out a short line. sprint and return. 10 rounds per set, training you to stop and start on a dime. On the battlefield, dodging arrows and blades, maneuvering, breaking through, it all comes down to this. I walked over to the equipment and pointed at the wooden staffs and stone locks. Push-ups need no equipment. 3 sets before bed, forging your arms, chest, and back. 2 people grip staffs and wrestle for leverage, training the burst of power in a chopping deadlock. When blades meet, whoever's arm gives out first dies, carrying and running with stone locks, then throwing them forward. That trains loaded endurance and coordinated force. I lay down on the spot and demonstrated crunches and planks. Crunches strengthen your core, so you won't get thrown from the saddle in battle. Planks train the deep muscles of your back, so your form won't collapse in a long fight. I stood back up and demonstrated squats and jump squats. The strength in your hips and legs decides the force of your charge and the stability of your footing. All this equipment is already here on the grounds. No need to spend a fortune on more. I stood up straight and swept my gaze across the 100 men. Half an hour of extra training every day. Stick with it for a month, and your endurance foundation will be rock solid. With a solid foundation, you'll master swordplay and crossbows with half the effort and twice the results. As the words left my mouth, I strapped on the sandbags myself and took the lead, striding out into the first lap. The guards. He froze for a moment, then quickly fell into step. The rhythm of marching feet echoed across the training ground, steady and powerful. In this world, there was no supernatural strength. A strong body was the greatest insurance for survival. Facing the Liao army in the days to come, standing guard over the frigid northern frontier, this physical conditioning would be the foundation for holding one's ground on the battlefield and enduring the bitter cold. Zhang Yunhu watched my back, his heart trembling. Zhou Lin murmured, "Even His Highness leads from the front. How can we dare to slack off?" Zhang Yunhu grinned, shed his robe, tightened his belt, and strode into the ranks. Beneath the corridor, Hongwan and Luliu watched in silence. "Sister, His Highness is personally drilling alongside the soldiers," Luliu said softly, moved. Hongwan didn't reply. She only gazed at that resolute figure in the morning light, a tender curve quietly rising at the corner of her lips. On the training ground, only Su Jing stood still, stroking his beard, saying nothing. The guard's steps grew more synchronized, their backs straight, training while well-fed. His brow furrowed slightly. Luliu said, "This is nurturing them." His brow twitched. Little Lizzie said, "All show, no substance." He shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't heard. He was thinking. Lu Shuren stared at the increasingly orderly formation, glanced up at me on the platform, and fell into thought. As the chatter died down, Su Jing finally spoke, cutting straight to the truth. "You only see His Highness drilling posture and footwork. You haven't grasped his real intent. He isn't training combat moves. He's training military discipline, forging unity. The frontier has fallen again and again, never because our soldiers can't fight, but because the moment danger strikes, their ranks collapse and every man flees for himself. When they can't even get a full meal, who would fight to the death? His Highness first strengthens their bodies with generous treatment, then binds their hearts with discipline. Only with a firm foundation can you speak of combat power. This is the superior way to command an army." Lu Shuren's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh in agreement. "Establish discipline, and morale holds firm. Hold morale firm, and combat power is born. His Highness takes one step, but sees 100 ahead. We were the foolish ones." The others looked again at the guards on the field, orderly ranks, resolute eyes, and their doubts melted away, leaving nothing but admiration. The discussion from the corridor drifted to my ears, and I chuckled to myself. Master strategist of war. I was just feeling my way forward with half-baked modern knowledge. Zhou Lin filled in the methodology. Zhang Yunhu handled the solid drilling, and generous treatment won their loyalty. That was what set these 100 men on the right track. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the 100 guards long and lean. They couldn't be called elite yet, but they already had the backbone to obey orders and hold the line. The capital, the Imperial Palace, Rinxian Hall. In recent days, the voices impeaching me had grown scarce, leaving only a handful of stubborn, righteous types still tirelessly at it, as if making impeaching the 6th prince their life's work. Emperor Jianxing was in council with his officials. Report, urgent dispatch from Jinbei City. A bloodstained urgent report shattered the calm all at once. A message rushed 800 li at top speed. Deputy General Li Ping's memorial, carried by an attendant. He nervously presented the memorial on the imperial desk. The document was stained with blood. The officials stirred. No need to guess, it couldn't be good news. Emperor Jianxing's expression shifted through a dozen shades before erupting into a roar. This is an outrage. Are the men of Jinbei all useless? Read it. Huang Qin picked up the memorial. One glance, and his pupils shrank. Solemnly, he began to read. Your servant Li Ping reports. On the 8th day of the 9th month, the Liao army slipped past our scouts and struck Jinbei with 100,000 troops. Understanding slowly dawned across the hall. 100,000 Liao soldiers had launched a brazen invasion, hammering Jinbei. The Jinbei army scrambled to respond, but the outer city fell in less than 3 days. Only through desperate sacrifice did the soldiers hold the inner city. Yet more than half of the 100,000-strong garrison lay dead or wounded, their provisions and weapons exhausted, the city hanging by a thread. Li Ping was barely holding on, desperately awaiting reinforcements. Zhang Qi, the defending general of the northern pass, had also sent word. He had mustered 50,000 men and was marching through the night. But he dared only to harass the enemy, not to meet them in open battle. The court erupted in uproar. Those officials who didn't want me settling comfortably into my fief let calculation flicker in their eyes, and one after another they submitted their counsel. Earnest in tone, but with hidden blades, Jinbei was a vital frontier stronghold that must never be lost. Since the 6th prince had already been invested as the Prince of Jinbei, he should depart at once to take up his post and guard the border. Every word of loyal advice pushed me toward that place of death. They would use the frontier crisis to strike at me while silencing every wagging tongue in the realm. 2 birds with 1 stone. Emperor Jianxing sat upon the dragon throne, staring at the memorial, unable to decide. A crisis at the frontier. Left Chancellor, Right Chancellor, Grand General, what are your thoughts? The Right Chancellor spoke first, his aim leveled straight at me. Jinbei is tied to the safety of the entire northern frontier and must never fall into Liao hands. As the Prince of Jinbei, Hai Ping taking up his post is simply his duty. The situation is urgent and brooks no delay. He can go ahead to join the Northern Pass Army, and the court can send reinforcements afterward. The left chancellor objected. The 6th prince should indeed go as soon as possible. But Liao is powerful. Perhaps we should attempt to negotiate a peace. Every time they wage war, it's only for a bit of money and grain. Grant them some gold, silver, and provisions, and both sides can lay down their arms. What nonsense! Grand General Li Gui cut him off sharply, eyes wide with fury. Our great Xia has generals who die in battle. We have no cowards who surrender. I volunteer to lead the troops myself and fight the Liao to the death. A murderous aura radiated from every inch of him. One of the left chancellor's cronies leapt forward. The Grand General is bellowing in the imperial court. I beg your majesty to punish him. Who the hell do you think you are, that you dare impeach me? I'll finish you off first. Li Gui jabbed a finger at the man and let loose a torrent of abuse. The official was only a 4th-rank minister. Under Li Gui's tiger glare, seeing him wind up his arm as if ready to strike, his legs had already gone weak with fear. Several nobles hurried to restrain him. Calm yourself, Grand General. This is the imperial court. Enough. Emperor Jianxing slapped the dragon desk. A Grand General behaving like a street ruffian. Where is your decorum? Stand down. However arrogant Li Gui was, he didn't dare defy the emperor. He only shot the man a vicious glare. Reluctantly, he bowed. Since ascending the throne, I have quelled rebellions and repelled foreign invaders. Never once have I bowed my head. Speak no more of peace negotiations. The Jianxing emperor's voice turned cold. 20 years ago, I fell for Liao's treachery and lost countless soldiers. That was the greatest shame of my life, and a shame upon all of Daxia. Liao is but a sliver of land, yet it repeatedly violates our borders. Do they truly think Daxia has no men left? My decision is final. Huang Qin, draft the decree. Order the 6th prince, Gao Ping, to depart within 2 days. He is to proceed first to Jinbei to assume his fief, take command of military affairs, and hold the city. Command General Lin Yu of Fenway to muster the troops and lead an army of 50,000 close behind, marching through the night to relieve the siege. There must be no failure. Your Majesty, let me lead the troops instead. I'll grind the Liao army into dust. Li Gui hastily pleaded. The Jianqing Emperor waved his hand, his voice softening. Li Gui, you and I are as close as brothers. You've spent half your life in the saddle, and now you're nearing 60. Jinbei is a bitter, frozen land, and war is merciless. If anything happened to you, I could never rest easy. Li Gui's throat bobbed. He turned his face away. It wasn't that he didn't understand the mind of an emperor. He simply didn't want to. Your Majesty, though I am old, I have never let my skill with bow and horse grow rusty. His eyes reddened slightly, yet he stood ramrod straight, refusing to admit his age. My decision is final. Say no more. The Jianqing Emperor cut him off outright. When the imperial decree arrived at the manor, I was watching my personal guards, finally beginning to take shape on the training grounds. 100 men. Just as they'd started showing some promise, the decree came. 100 men against 100,000 Liao soldiers. My lips twitched. I nearly forced a bitter smile, then swallowed it back down. The eunuch read the decree aloud. My brow furrowed slightly, but I understood all too well. A ruler's command cannot be defied. And Jinbei was my fief as well. This journey, no matter how many thorns lay along the road, I had no choice but to take it. The news of Jinbei's siege crashed into my carefully laid plans like a boulder. I had intended to make Jinbei my foundation, to build up strength slowly, forge an iron army, then plan my next moves. But now 100,000 Liao cavalry had suddenly encircled the city. The outer walls had already fallen. The inner city hung by a thread. This turn of events caught me completely off guard. Not enough provisions. A shortage of medicine. Even my personal guards had only just begun to grasp the basics. Nothing was ready. Gather everyone for a council. Now, I gave the order sharply. The horn for emergency assembly sounded through the manor. Zhang Yunhu bellowed in the courtyard. Mule carts. Requisition 3 more. The guards scattered in every direction, loading anything that could carry grain, medicine, or silver onto the carts. Hong Wan trotted along clutching the account books, Lu Lu close behind, leading the others to take inventory and pack the documents. Zhou Lin bent over his desk, writing furiously. The tip of his brush tore through the paper. He cursed, grabbed a fresh sheet. He was racing to revise the military regulations for the march north, spelling out duties and responsibilities, terrified that mistakes would slip through in the chaos. Wang Huan staggered under a sack of rice, Xiao Lizi steadying it from behind. The two led men across the city, buying up grain, cloth, medicinal herbs, and pork, beef, and mutton. I sent riders galloping to the Pei estate to collect the promised 150 warhorses and 200 craftsmen. I'd held up my end of the annulment agreement, so Pei Nanhai couldn't back out now. Besides, he feared that any delay would give me ammunition to use against him and draw the emperor's displeasure. The Pei family took inventory through the night and delivered everything by early the next morning. Pei Nanhai stood at his estate's gate, gazing toward the prince's residence in the distance, where men shouted and horses whinnied, chaos moving with purpose. He drew his eyes away, turned, and went inside. The gate shut behind him with a dull thud. Whatever he'd had with the 6th prince ended there. Within a single day, everyone inside and outside the residence was on their feet without rest. Hauling grain, preparing carts, drawing up rosters. The frenzy carried an underlying order, the discipline forged by days of drilling. Meanwhile, the various factions in the capital never paused. The left chancellor's estate, study. Zhaoan sat upright at his desk, turning a green jade thumb ring in his fingers, brow slightly furrowed. Jinbei under siege, Gao Ping dispatched at once. It seemed ordinary enough, yet to him it reeked of something wrong. Friction along the Liaoxiao border never ceased, but aside from that one battle 20 years ago, there'd been no major war. That was how Tian, who had held Jinbei for 2 decades. In all those 20 years, the largest Liao incursion had numbered no more than 30,000 men. So why would they suddenly mobilize 100,000? The crown prince and the right chancellor have laid a trap, no doubt. hoping to profit through Liao hands. He murmured it under his breath. The private ties between the crown prince, the right chancellor, and Tian, who couldn't escape his spies. He hadn't uncovered every thread, but he'd guessed most of it. Tian, who heads to Bingzhou, not far from the Qin lands. I should send word to that old friend. He took up his brush and wrote swiftly, laying it all out. Asterisk, the Liao invasion is likely no accident. Tian, who comes with ill intent. Asterisk, he sealed the letter, summoned his most trusted man, and whispered in his ear. The man accepted the charge and slipped away without a sound. Zhaoan closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened at all. The Eastern Palace, side hall. Crown Prince Gao Qian and Right Chancellor Guo Huangji sat facing each other, candlelight throwing shadows across two cold, cruel faces. This journey of Gao Ping's. I doubt he'll be coming back, Guo Huangji said first, certain of victory. The Crown Prince tapped the desk lightly with a fingertip, his voice like ice. Jinbei's supplies are exhausted, its troops worn thin, its officers few, its outer wall already breached. Even a man of heaven-touching talent couldn't turn that tide. Rest easy, Your Highness. Tian, who is already acting as planned, and Liao has agreed to our request. Now we simply wait for him to walk into the wreckage. This Gao Ping has grown too quickly. A flicker of wariness crossed Gao Qian's eyes. If we let him gain a foothold in Jinbei, he'll become a threat down the road. I think, once he reaches the city, we should adjust the original plan. Guo Huangji lowered his voice. By every sign, we've all underestimated him. None of the princes are simple, and this one is deeply cunning. He may not sit still and let himself be sidelined. Which leaves only. He drew a finger across his throat. Gao Qian's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to father. His first thought was how to answer to the emperor, not his brother's life. The sixth prince died for his country. What more is there to explain? Guo Huangji coaxed gently. Uncle, since you've already made up your mind, why not do it on the road? The crown prince stopped himself mid-sentence, swallowing the rest for the sake of what little decency remained. He absolutely must not meet his end on the road. Guo Huangji waved his hand hurriedly. This man is already a variable. If he dies in transit, it'll only add more uncertainty to the northern frontier plans. He paused in thought, then suddenly smiled. That said, this old servant can certainly arrange a few hardships for him along the way. Those 100,000 taels of silver of mine happen to be quite the hot potato. Uncle and nephew exchanged a knowing smile. The residence of the Grand General. The study was in disarray. An urgent dispatch and Lin Yu's transfer orders lay spread across the desk. Li Gui paced back and forth, military tally in hand, his face etched with anxiety. He didn't believe a sixth prince who had never set foot on a battlefield could turn the tide. Facing 100,000 Liao troops was like throwing an egg against a stone. If 100,000 defenders couldn't hold the line, what good would 100 personal guards do? The 50,000 reinforcements at the northern pass were vastly outnumbered. They'd only dare to hold the enemy in check. Lin Yu was loyal and brave, but still green when it came to commanding troops. Huh. He let out a heavy sigh and slammed the tally onto the desk. Jinbei City. Oh, Jinbei City, you had better hold. He'd spent half his life on horseback and understood the bitterness of the frontier better than anyone. If Jinbei fell, the Liao army could strike straight for the northern pass, and the northern frontier would never know peace again. Yet he was kept in the capital, left to fret from afar. Li Gui gazed at the night sky beyond the window, his eyes full of worry. Deep within the palace, Qinghe Palace. The night was cool as water, the candlelight soft and dim, falling upon plain silk gauze and carved wooden furnishings, warm but never harsh. Two pots of pale orchids on the desk gave off a faint fragrance. In one corner sat a plate of soft, sweet osmanthus cake, something Consort Feng had specially ordered from the imperial kitchen first thing that morning. She was just past 30, with a slender face and gentle, water-like features. Days of worry had left dark circles under her eyes, and she looked as worn as if she'd been long ill. She rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the palace gates. That was the direction Gao Ping would soon take to leave the capital. The osmanthus cake had gone cold. She hadn't touched it. Dressed in a plain, everyday robe, I stepped softly into the hall. The calming incense drifted around me, a scent familiar to the very bones of this body. I bowed and lowered my voice to a whisper. Your son greets you, mother. The moment I lifted my eyes to consort foam, a warmth both strange and utterly real welled up from deep within me. I was a soul from another world, with no connection to this body. And yet, looking at this slender, weary woman with worry in every glance, the ties of blood instantly overwhelmed all reason. There was no distance between us, only an instinctive closeness. For the first time, my drifting heart had found a place to belong. Pinger, you've come. Come sit here by the bed. She rose at once and gripped my wrist tightly. The warmth of her fingertips seeped through the fabric, comforting enough to set my heart at ease. She drew me down beside her and turned to instruct a maid. Bring the jujube and honey tea we've been keeping warm. When the cup was placed in my hands, she gently brushed the back of my hand and frowned. Why are you so cold? Training troops at your estate. Are you up before dawn and unable to rest through the night? I've worried you, mother. It's only the chill in the air. Nothing serious. Warmth flowed from my fingertips straight into my heart. Everything at the estate runs smoothly. The meals suit me well. It's hardly a hardship. Hardly a hardship, I doubt that. She studied me closely, from my eyes to my frame, her gaze full of tenderness. You used to spend your days at leisure. Now that you're a prince, you've so much to bear. Look at you. Your chin has grown sharp. She raised a hand and stroked my cheek, then picked up an osmanthus cake from the table, spearing a piece with a small silver fork and lifting it to my lips. The imperial kitchen made these fresh, still sweetened just the way you loved as a child. I've kept them warm all afternoon. I opened my mouth and ate. The soft, chewy cake mingled with the fragrant sweetness of osmanthus, and my tongue filled with memories of childhood. In my past life, drifting for half my years, I had never tasted such unreserved motherly love. In this moment, I found myself craving that pure, simple care. No one thinks of me the way you do, mother. You're flesh of my flesh. Who else would I think of if not you? She smiled, the worry in her eyes easing a little. When you were 5, you went fishing in the Imperial Lake, caught a chill, and burned with fever that wouldn't break. I stayed by your side for 3 days and 3 nights. At 7, you scraped your knee learning to ride and came running to me in tears. Each small thing, she remembered perfectly. As she spoke, her voice dropped lower, but her grip on my hand tightened, her fingertips gone cold. The smile faded, leaving only worry that would not lift. But His Majesty's decree sends you to guard the north. That place is frozen and bitter. The Liao army has laid siege, and blades show no mercy. Every time I think of it, my heart feels wrung dry. From noon until now, I haven't been able to swallow a single bite. A pang tightened my chest. I was about to comfort her, but she pressed my hand down, tears welling in her eyes. Pinger, have you always resented me? Resented me for never letting you study statecraft as a boy, for never letting you show your abilities before your father the emperor, for spoiling you with nothing but pleasure and play. I lowered my eyes and said softly, when I was young, I truly didn't understand. I always thought you doted on me too much. Only now do I see. It was all for my own good. Foolish child, how could you ever understand my suffering? Tears slid down her thin cheeks, but she paid them no mind, pouring out every word from the depths of her heart. I came from humble origins. My family held no rank or title, and in these deep palace walls I had no one to lean on. As the princes fought for the throne, every step brought hidden danger, and some of the wiser princes had fallen early in the struggle for power. The crown prince has the right chancellor backing him. The second and third princes are constantly courting court officials. Even the youngest princes have their maternal families behind them. Only you have no one. Only me, your useless mother, who can't protect you in the slightest. I had no other choice but to have you hide your talents, to play the fool, so that everyone would let down their guard around you. It was the only way I could think of to keep you alive. Her hand, which had been gripping mine, suddenly went slack. Like setting down a burden she'd carried for 16 years, she seemed utterly hollowed out. And then the tears came pouring out. I don't need you to be rich and powerful. I don't need you to rule over lands. I only ask that you stay safe, that you live as a carefree soul, that you pass your whole life in peace. That would be enough. She was sobbing uncontrollably. In my past life, I never understood familial love. But in this moment, This maternal devotion struck the softest, most tender part of my heart. My eyes grew hot. I turned my hand to grip hers tightly, my voice choked. Mother, I understand. I understand everything you've done for me. The world said that consort Phone was of low birth, that she couldn't raise a child properly, that she'd spoiled the sixth prince into a good-for-nothing. But I knew, if not for her deliberate indulgence, this body of mine might never have lived to adulthood. Good boy, as long as you understand. She wiped away her tears, forced down her sorrow, and rose to walk into the inner chamber. A moment later, she came out with a heavy brocade box cradled in one arm and a neatly folded brocade robe in the other. When the box opened, my heart sank. Inside were scattered bits of silver, a few banknotes, and some old pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Then I looked at her, no ornaments in her hair, none on her hands, and I understood at once. This is everything His Majesty has bestowed on me since I entered the palace. 3,622 taels in all. The imperial household provides our food and clothing here, so there's no need for it. And these baubles are too gaudy for my taste anyway. A poor home means a rich road. Everything costs money once you reach the northern garrison. Whatever you do, don't deny yourself. I took the box. It wasn't heavy, yet it weighed 1,000 pounds. Was there truly nothing to spend money on in the palace? No. And father's rewards? I remembered only one, the year I was born. These bits and pieces of silver, some in round sums and some in odd amounts, were what she had scraped together, coin by coin, from her stipend over 17 years. That old jewelry was the only splendor of her youth, and now she was pressing all of it into my hands. In her eyes, I would always be the child who needed looking after. She unfolded the robe, the fabric soft, the stitching fine, lined thick with cotton and carrying the faint, gentle scent of her. I sewed this in my free time. The north is bitterly cold. Wear it every day and keep yourself warm. Here, let's see if it fits. I took off my outer garment, and with her own hands she draped it on, looking me up and down, quite pleased. But the sight made my chest ache. These stitches were sewn in haste, nothing like something done in idle moments. Then I saw her sunken eyes, the faint brown pinpricks on her fingers, not yet healed. This was clearly stitched through the night. My eyes stung, growing red at the rims. Must have been the autumn wind kicking up sand, getting in my eyes. When you get there, don't push yourself, don't try to be a hero. If danger comes, look after yourself first. Cities, glory, none of it matters. As long as you come back alive, that's worth more than anything. I'll remember, Mother. I'll remember every word. I held the brocade robe and the small chest close, and the weight in my arms was the whole of my mother's love. Those tiny needle marks were the pain she'd borne for me. That silver, down to the last coin, was 17 years of her life savings. Those old pieces of jewelry were all the shine she had left. She had survived in these deep palace walls by treading so carefully, yet she'd emptied herself completely, giving what she could and what she couldn't. My throat tightened. I couldn't say a word, only nod hard. Fighting back tears, she reached out again and again to smooth the wrinkles on my collar, as if trying to press 17 years of longing into every stitch, every thread. Pinger, remember your mother's words. Her voice was soft as the wind, yet every syllable carved itself into my heart. Cities can be lost, glory can be given up, but your life, you must protect it. As long as you're alive, your mother will be here in this palace, waiting for you, always. I couldn't hold back any longer. My knees buckled, and I dropped to the ground with a heavy thud, bowing my head low. My forehead pressed against the cold floor, my voice hoarse, yet every word an oath. Mother, I swear to you, on this journey to the northern frontier, I will protect myself, I will hold the city, and I will return safely. And when I come back, I will bring you honor and glory. Never again will you have to tread so carefully. Never again will you have to worry over me for even a moment. I lifted my head, and in my eyes was a sharpness I'd never shown before. I will make the whole world know, your son is no useless fool, no pawn, no lamb led to slaughter. I will be your foundation, your pillar. I will be your sky. The words fell like iron, and the whole hall went silent. She looked at me kneeling on the ground, and her tears finally broke like a dam. Yet she was smiling, nodding again and again. Good, good. Your mother believes you. Your mother will wait for you." She reached out and gently stroked my head, just as she had countless times when I was small. The palace curfew had come. From beyond the hall, a eunuch's low announcement drifted in. I rose slowly, holding the padded robe tight against my chest, gripping the small chest firmly in my hand. These were the most precious things I had in this world. "Mother, I'm leaving now. Take good care of yourself. Don't fight the others in the harem for the upper hand. Just watch your son. The king shall return." I turned and walked into the deep night, one step at a time, never looking back. The night breeze was cool, lifting my robes. The cotton coat against my chest still carried my mother's warmth. I lifted my eyes toward the north. Beneath the pitch-black sky, the fires of war still burned in the direction of Jinbei. The road ahead was fraught with deadly peril, enemies lurking on every side. But I was no longer lost, no longer alone. Because deep within these palace walls, there was a woman waiting, day and night, for my return. For her, I had to live. I had to win. I had to carve out a path that would make my mother proud. This kindness I would repay. This promise I would keep. And there was one more thing I never said aloud. On the day I return, everyone who ever wronged my mother, I will pay them back tenfold, 100-fold. I had barely stepped out of Qinghe Palace when I found a eunuch from the imperial study already waiting. My father the emperor had heard I'd come to say my farewells, and had sent someone specifically to summon me. Watching my departing figure fade into the distance, Consort Feng wiped away her tears and called for Dongmei, her personal maid, giving a quiet order. "Go tell Feng Lanheng that his grandnephew is heading to Jinbei. Tell him to handle it." Her voice carried a hard edge, none of the gentleness from before. "Yes, my lady." Dongmei glanced at her in surprise, but asked nothing more, bowing as she withdrew. The imperial study blazed with light. A map of the borderlands beyond the frontier lay spread across the desk, and several blood-stained urgent dispatches from the border were stacked in neat piles. The city of Jinbei had been heavily circled in red ink. The Jianqing emperor sat behind the desk in his dark dragon robes, radiating the full authority of a sovereign. I knelt in salute. "Your son greets father, the emperor. Rise." He lifted his gaze to me, with less of his usual severity. "You went to Qinghe Palace just now? Your mother, is she well?" The words had barely left his mouth when his expression froze. She was his own consort. There was no reason to ask another about her. The awkwardness passed in an instant, and the imperial gravity returned to his face. I kept my head lowered, taking in that fleeting moment of discomfort, but said nothing. "Mother only worries for me. She is otherwise well." He tapped the map with his fingertip and spoke gravely. "Going to Jinbei this time. Do you understand the situation on the northern frontier? Your son does. The Liao army, 100,000 strong, has surrounded the city. The outer walls have already fallen. More than half the defending troops are dead or wounded, and the inner city hangs by a thread. And do you understand why? Knowing full well you have never seen battle, I am still sending you there." His gaze was deep, fixed directly upon me. "Do you have any doubts in your heart? Your son is dull-witted. I beg father to enlighten me. This city of Jinbei, to the great Xia, is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard." He sighed softly. "Remote and bitterly cold, its grain and provisions hauled 1,000 miles, costing us untold military funds each year, and yet yielding little of real value." I seized the opening to ask, "If that is so, why does father not withdraw to the northern pass and preserve our strength?" Easier said than done. Once we withdraw, there will be no more marching beyond the pass. The day of that. His tone suddenly hardened, resentment flickering in his eyes. "Jinbei is the first gateway to the northern frontier. Lose it today, and tomorrow the Liao cavalry can march straight up to the northern pass. After that, Great Xia trying to reclaim lost territory would be harder than reaching heaven." He paused, a trace of hope creeping into his voice. "I've held on to a small dream too, using Jinbei as a foothold, to one day crush the Liao entirely and wash away the shame of all these years of border troubles." I nodded, but couldn't help thinking to myself, Jinbei was built by the founding emperor, so what about the other two cities, Pingbei and Jingbei? He shot me a cool glance, as if he'd seen right through me. "You're thinking that Pingbei and Jingbei were also built by the founder, aren't you? And yet aren't they still under Liao control?" My heart clenched. This so-called father of mine had a sharp eye. Your son wouldn't dare say it, but you'd dare think it, right? He gave a cold snort, waving his hand to cut me off before I could explain. Let me give you the answer. He rose slowly, clasping his hands behind his back, seemingly lost in memories of the past. The founding emperor campaigned against the grasslands 3 times. Back then, Liao wasn't yet unified, just scattered tribes. The founder led the armies himself, sweeping across everything in his path, routing the grassland tribes until they couldn't form ranks. Once the realm was settled, he built 3 cities beyond the frontier and personally named them with his own brush: Jinbei, Jingbei, Pingbei. Jinbei, the first city past the pass, means to guard. Jingbei means to bring peace. Pingbei was established after we broke through the enemy's royal tent. It carries the wish to sweep clean the northern barbarians. The names of those 3 cities were the ambition of the founder's entire life. At this point, he let out a long sigh. But heaven envies the gifted. The founder waged war year after year, wearing down his body and spirit. He died early, before he could root out the chitin threat once and for all. And after that, I asked at the right moment, with the founder's achievements so great, surely his descendants should have carried on his legacy. Heh. He gave a self-mocking laugh. You think the court is far simpler than it is. When the founder gave a command, no one dared disobey. But a new emperor taking the throne couldn't wield those old founding generals like his own arm. On top of that, 3 campaigns against the grasslands had drained the nation's strength terribly. The grasslands were barren, and the whole country was sick of war. The old generals couldn't be trusted, the nation's strength couldn't bear it, the people's hearts were unwilling. Even with his dying wishes, what could be done? He looked at me and said slowly, the 3 northern cities were territory the founder won in his 3 campaigns. For 200 years, no one ever spoke lightly of abandoning them. Jingbei and Pingbei were only lost after we fought hard and were overpowered. I personally led the army north, and in the end I failed too. If I can't take them back in my lifetime, when I meet the founder someday, I can at least say, my skill fell short. His tone grew heavy. But Jinbei is different. To give it up without a fight is to fear the enemy and shrink from battle. If I did that, I'd have no face to meet my ancestors after death. In an instant, I understood. Losing a battle is a matter of ability. Giving it up without a fight is a matter of backbone. My modern soul never bought into that whole save face at all costs mentality. Knowing when to bend and when to stand firm, preserving your strength, waiting for the right moment to turn the tables. That's the real way to play it. But I didn't dare talk back to his face. I just bowed and said, Your Majesty plans for the long game. I could never match your foresight. Cut the flattery. He walked up to me, his tone softening all at once. The imperial authority faded, leaving only the gravity of a father. But you remember this. Cities, territory, military glory. To me, none of it matters more than your life. When you go, just do your best. If the situation holds, comfort the soldiers and the people. But if the Liao army overpowers you and there's no turning it around, do not push yourself. Ignore whatever the court says. Come back alive. As a prince willing to march into the fires of war yourself, you've already earned the royal family plenty of honor. I will not let you die alongside Jinbei. My heart lurched. I knelt and pressed my forehead to the ground, my voice firm. Your son will remember. I paused, then spoke again, this time with steel in my voice. But since I've been named the Prince of Jinbei, it is my duty to defend the land and protect its people. When I reach Jinbei, I will fight the Liao to the last drop of blood. As long as the city stands, I stand. If the city falls, I fall with it. As a prince and a lord, I should guard the nation's gates and die for the realm, never disgracing the dignity of the great Xia royal house. With that, I bowed my head hard to the ground. Whether father meant it or was testing me, sticking to the line of loyalty to the throne, love for the country, defend the land to the death, could never be a wrong move. You unfilial brat. You're a lost cause. His face went livid with anger. He lifted his foot and gave me a light kick. Get out of my sight. I climbed to my feet, bowed my farewell, and slowly backed out of the imperial study. Sigh, that little rascal never gives me a moment's peace. After I left, I heard him let out a long sigh alone inside the hall. He had labored over state affairs his whole life, and after the crushing defeat of the Northern Campaign, he'd fallen gravely ill. Children had never come easily to him. Nearly 50 now, he had barely more than 10 sons and daughters. The fourth prince had died young, leaving only 7 now, with the 7th and 8th still just children. Every single one of them he treasured. The 6th boy really has grown up, he murmured to himself. Those righteous words today, even if he was just putting on a show for me, it means he's finally growing a heart. He paused, then couldn't resist another curse. Humph, still an unfilial brat. All he knows how to do is make my blood boil. I stepped out of the palace into the cool night breeze. The cotton robe against my chest still carried the warmth of my mother. Father's words, "Come back alive," were laced with an emperor's calculations, but there was some genuine feeling hidden in them too. The road ahead was ablaze with war, but I feared nothing. As for abandon the city and come home if it can't be done, that was just something to hear and let go. If I actually came fleeing back in disgrace, the spit of every official at court would be enough to drown me. This trip to Jinbei, I could only win, never lose. I could only live, never die. I raised my eyes toward the heavy darkness of the north. My road, I could only walk alone. My life, the residence's main hall, Prince Jinbei's estate. I sat squarely in the seat of power, issuing orders one after another, crisp and decisive. Wang Huan, Little Li, take 20 guards to the bank. Cash out every last note. Leave nothing behind. Lu Shiren, Zhang Yunhu, take inventory of the weapons. Whatever's missing, requisition it from the Ministry of War. Su Qingyan, Hong Wan, Lu Lu, buy out the whole city. Medicine, grain, cured meat, cloth. Enough to last 3 months. Su Jing, Zhou Lin, draft the marching regulations, the northern route, and the arrangements for our families. Yes, Your Highness. The command echoed through the hall, and they scattered to their tasks. My face stayed calm, but my mind was running the numbers. 340,000 taels, our entire fortune. This trip would likely drain more than half of it. But I couldn't panic. I was the backbone of this whole operation. The moment I wavered, morale would collapse. Half a day later, Wang Huan returned, drenched in sweat, to report. Your Highness, after fees and losses, we cashed out 342,640 taels of silver. I made the call on the spot. Everyone coming to the frontier with me is putting their life on the line. Advance them all 1 month's pay, effective now. Hong Wan worked the abacus, her brush flying across the ledger. When she looked up, there was a note of concern in her voice. Your Highness, this one item alone takes a serious bite out of our reserves. I gave her a single word. Pay them. The next day, my officials reported in one by one. The Ministry of War supplied 50 sets of iron armor, 50 of leather, 100 long blades, and 100 spears, 30 horn bows, and 2,000 arrows. The Ministry of Works purchased mortar, tung oil, and tools, plus 2 field forges for the march. 60 carts hired, 200 laborers, 30 attendants. For 1,200 li of treacherous road, the wages were doubled. The family count was finished. The old and infirm would stay in the capital. 160 volunteers would come along, every one of them fully outfitted with carts, horses, bedding, dry rations, and clothing. Lu Lu gazed at the mountain of supplies and sighed under her breath. Your Highness, yesterday it was a silver mountain. Today, most of it's already gone. Wang Huan wrung his hands, wincing as if in physical pain. In all my years, I've never seen money spent like this. It's like pouring out water. I gave him a cool glance. Does it hurt to watch? I wouldn't dare say so, Your Highness. I just think the losses are heavy. It hurts, but it gets spent. My tone was level, but it left no room for argument. The crisis on the northern frontier is upon us. If we don't put this silver toward what actually matters, every last one of us will end up buried out there. And once you're dead, what good is the silver? The two of them lowered their heads and said nothing more. Once the books were balanced, Hong Wan read out the totals in a soft voice. Weapons, 43,000 odd taels. Ministry of Works supplies, 16,000 odd. Grain and medicine together, 28,000 odd. Carts, horses, and laborers, 11,000 odd. Families, just over 2,000. Adding the advance pay and miscellaneous costs, total expenditure comes to 99,777 taels. She paused. Silver remaining, 242,863 taels. Wang Huan and Lu Lu. Chi drew a sharp breath. 240,000 sounded like a lot, but the road ahead beyond the pass was long and uncertain. It wouldn't survive layer after layer of attrition. I finished scanning the ledgers, my expression unchanged. It's enough. Give the order. Tomorrow at dawn, the whole company marches north. The next day, before the sky lightened, morning fog gripped the city. Clad in plain, close-fitting garb with treasured armor beneath, I swung up onto my horse. 100 armored guards, 200 artisans falling into rank, 16 officials close behind. Family members, laborers, carts and horses stretched out in a long line. No drums, no fanfare, no ceremonial guard. The procession slipped quietly out of the city, moving slowly toward the north gate. Of all the court's civil and military officials, not one came to see us off. Only a scattering of commoners paused to watch, then hurried away, rushing off to carry word to the great manors. I watched coldly. When a man falls from favor, the world turns its back. This was exactly what I had expected. Atop the North Gate Tower, a figure in brocade robes stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at my thin column. 100-odd guards and a few hundred attendants. That was the whole of what I had. And with it I was meant to hold a dead city I'd hungrily by 100,000 Liao troops. The man's face was grim. Beside him stood the head eunuch, Huang Chun. The soldiers guarding the wall all bowed their heads and held their breath. Because that man was the supreme ruler of Great Xia, the Jinqing Emperor. Your Majesty, the wind-up here is cold. The sixth prince is already far away, Huang Chun murmured, bowing. The Jinqing Emperor gave a cold snort, full of disappointment. A prince rides off to guard the frontier and face death, and not a single official of this entire court comes to see him off. What a fine crop of loyal and virtuous ministers my great Xia has. A moment later, he mastered his anger, his voice taking on a note of desolation. Let's go back. Prepare my carriage. In a side hall of the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere was dark and sinister. Crown Prince Gao Qian sat firmly in the seat of honor, his face like ice. The Right Chancellor, Gua Huanji, bowed and spoke in a low voice, malice hidden in his eyes. Your Highness, Gao Ping's quiet departure from the capital spares us a great deal of trouble. The prefectures along his route and the generals at the northern pass are all our trusted men. This old servant will see to the arrangements personally. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. And what is your plan, uncle? Gua Huanji leaned close and whispered for a moment, his eyes flashing. I will make certain that not a single tael of his silver, not one piece of his equipment, ever reaches Jinbei. The sixth prince has already shown his edge. He must be strangled in the cradle. A cruel smile curved the Crown Prince's lips. Work in secret. Leave no trace behind. Rest assured, Your Highness. At that very moment, in the study of the Left Chancellor's residence, Left Chancellor Zhao turned the green jade thumb ring on his finger, speaking slowly. Gao Ping has moved with real efficiency lately. He's beginning to rise. The Crown Prince and the Right Chancellor grow more powerful by the day. They'll never let him gain a foothold. They're certain to lay traps for him in secret. His advisor bowed. Then you, my lord, may sit atop the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and reap the spoils yourself. No. Zhao shook his head. The Crown Prince is too strong, and Gao Ping's roots are too shallow. One blow and he'll collapse. His gaze turned deep and calculating. Send word to the officials along his route to keep close watch on the sixth prince's column. Wherever the Crown Prince's faction moves to block him, that is where we clear the way. When they block the road, we'll quietly step in and ensure the sixth prince reaches Jinbei safely. The advisor was puzzled. Why help him, my lord? Zhao chuckled softly, cutting straight to the heart of it. The Crown Prince and the Right Chancellor have grown too powerful. They already threaten the throne, and His Majesty has long grown wary. By keeping them in check, I'm doing exactly what His Majesty wants. Besides, the sixth prince is devoted to serving the nation and willing to shoulder heavy burdens. It's only fitting that this old man lends a hand. You are truly righteous, my lord. The advisor took his orders and withdrew. Alone in the study, Zhao closed his eyes and murmured, scheming against one another, balancing one another out. The court of Great Xia has always been this way. With imperial power reigning supreme, the crown prince and the two chancellors stood as three rival forces, each harboring his own agenda. Great Xia seemed to be flourishing, but beneath the surface, dangerous currents were already stirring. My procession, supplies, craftsmen, family members, and subordinate officials, stretched out in a convoy dozens of miles long. My princely estate was allotted only 16 officials, all of whom I'd personally chosen before leaving the capital. None came from prominent families or had powerful clans behind them. Most were low-ranking clerks, failed scholars, and village school teachers. But they all shared one thing in common: upright character and a willingness to get real work done. That was exactly the kind of people I wanted, low-born and dependable, without patrons, relying only on me. Before leaving the capital, Zhou, Zhang Yunhu, and I had discussed at length and drawn up a new set of training regulations. Formations, commands, daily schedules, everything was clearly defined. But once we were actually on the road, I came to understand, theory alone would never cut it. As I traveled, I observed. I dug fragments out of the depths of my memory, adding them as we went, drilling and revising along the way. 5 men to a squad, 10 to a unit. Attention, at ease, march in step, double time. The dust rose and fell as one. On the march, the chants rang out one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4. Discipline and obedience. Live and die together. Defend our frontier. But past drills had all been on flat ground. Now, with rolling mountains and rivers and ever-changing roads, I had a few more things to consider. On smooth official roads, we marched in a wide line, shoulder to shoulder, making it easy to give orders. Up slopes and down ridges, we switched to multiple columns, front and rear linked, so one man falling wouldn't take down a whole row. On narrow mountain trails, we shifted to a single file, moving in a line, the lead squad scouting ahead, the rear squad guarding the wagons. At streams and shallow fords, the squad leaders tested the water first, and we crossed at intervals to guard against slipping and against ambush. Whenever the terrain changed, I'd rein in my horse and give Zhou and Zhang Yunhu a few instructions, all of them the plainest common sense. Mountain paths are narrow. Bunch up and there'll be trouble. Spread out. The woods are thick. Stretch out the distance so one arrow can't skewer a whole string of men. Don't swarm across a river all at once. Break your formation, and the moment the enemy shows up, you'll collapse. I couldn't spout any profound military strategy. I relied only on a few basic principles: safety, discipline, coordination, building up bit by bit. Zhou and Zhang Yunhu, for their part, took my scattered ideas and ran with them, turning them into solid, real formations. Flags and passwords. At first the soldiers found it a nuisance, but after a few days, things actually started running smoothly. No more crowding, no more panic, no more stragglers. The whole column was like a rope pulled straight, steadier and more orderly with every mile. Everyone was growing. I went from knowing the regulations to understanding how to train troops according to the terrain. The soldiers went from an undisciplined rabble to men who could read the land, shift formations, and follow orders. But precisely because we were adjusting as we marched, our pace was painfully slow. In 2 or 3 days, we'd only covered a few dozen miles out of the capital's outskirts, hadn't even reached a proper prefectural city. Grumbling spread through the ranks. Zhao Mo, the revenue officer, came from a farming family and had managed grain stores. He spoke first. "Your Highness marches too slowly. Our provisions dwindle faster each day. At this rate, by the time we reach Xinbei, supplies will be dangerously thin." Zheng Yi, the law officer, had once been a minor clerk in the Ministry of Justice, an upright man. "The military situation on the northern frontier is dire. If Xinbei falls first, Your Highness will arrive at an empty city with no way to salvage the situation." Sun Yu, the works officer, murmured. "The equipment takes a beating on these roads, and daily drills drain the men's strength. The troops may be orderly, but their exhaustion mounts by the day." When Xueting, the rights officer, had been a schoolteacher, she said softly, "His Highness surely has his reasons. It's only that no one understands them, so hearts grow restless." Zhou and Zhang Yunhu stood shoulder to shoulder, brows slightly furrowed. Zhang Yunhu couldn't help but whisper, "General Zhou, at this pace, When will we ever reach Jinbei? If the Liao army breaks the city, won't our Prince of Jinbei be a lord in name only? Zhou Lin pondered, then shook his head. His Highness has always been steady, not the reckless type. But this time, it truly is strangely slow. We soldiers only follow orders, yet I can't shake this unease. Su Jing sighed lightly. All of you were handpicked by His Highness. You should know his character. He is no coward who fears battle. There must be deep reasoning behind this slow march. Let us wait quietly for His Highness to speak. These whispers reached me only faintly across the distance, but I sensed the mood was off. Astride my horse, I watched the winding column and smiled coldly to myself. These people only cared about rushing forward. They didn't grasp what truly mattered. An army with no discipline, no cohesion, no conviction. No matter how fast it marched, sending it to the battlefield was just sending men to their deaths. What Jinbei needed wasn't a crowd of frantic figures. It needed elite troops who could withstand a Liao cavalry charge. I slowed deliberately, training as we marched, precisely to forge these 100-odd men into iron. Otherwise, the moment we reached Jinbei, the Liao would crush us on the first charge, and that would be true ruin. But these words couldn't be spoken aloud, not yet. Su Jing finally couldn't restrain himself. He stepped forward, bowed, and asked openly before everyone, "Your Highness, the northern frontier burns with crisis, yet our march crawls. Your servant's heart is consumed with worry. May I ask, why do we move so slowly?" The whole camp fell silent in an instant. Zhou Lin, Zhang Yunhu, the 16 officers, Wang Huan, and the rest all turned to look. In their eyes were doubt, urgency, and unease. Everyone was waiting for an answer. I reined in my horse and let my gaze sweep slowly across the assembled men, my voice steady. "I understand your doubts, but you only see the urgency of the march. You don't see the urgency of training." I paused, each word deliberate. This new army of mine was only just formed. We've drilled for a while, and it may look presentable, but the foundation is shallow. The formations aren't second nature, the commands don't flow, and morale isn't solid yet. Put them on a battlefield, let the Liao cavalry charge once, and they'll scatter in an instant. I looked around the circle, my voice suddenly dropping low. And what kind of place is Jinbei? A death ground where the Liao hammer the passes year after year, where the fighting never stops. The border troops are weak, the officers arrogant, the soldiers slack. If I chase speed alone and lead a rabble charging in, we won't hold the city. We'll throw away our lives for nothing, fail the mission Father entrusted to me, and doom the entire northern frontier. I raised my eyes, my gaze like a blade. What I want isn't to arrive as fast as possible. It's to arrive able to fight, and fight to win. The road is long, perfect for turning travel into training. By the time we truly set foot in Jinbei territory, every one of you will be a hardened soldier. That is what I'm after. At my words, the men fell silent. Then understanding dawned on their faces. Zhang Yunhu smacked his own forehead. "So that's it. I was reckless. I only knew about racing the clock. I didn't grasp your Highness's deeper design." Zhou Lin's expression turned grave. He cupped his fist and bowed. "Your Highness sees far ahead, and I've been a fool. From here on, I'll drill the men along the road and keep the discipline tight, without fail." Zhao Amo stepped forward. "I'll recalculate our provisions at once, down to the last measure, and guarantee the march goes smoothly." When Xueting said softly, "I'll settle the men's hearts and make your Highness's purpose clear to them," Su Jing let out a long sigh, his face colored with shame. "Your Highness uses the march as training and hones the blade in preparation for a fight to the death. I've read all my books in vain. I'm not worth a fraction of your Highness." No one had any more doubts. One by one, they took up their duties. I felt the tension in my chest ease. I'd finally steadied them. As long as morale held and we trained slowly, I could forge an army worth using. But right then, at the far end of the imperial road leading back to the capital, several riders in bright yellow eunuch's robes came galloping hard, kicking up dust, their voices tearing through the morning mist. "Sixth Prince, Jinbei Prince Gao Ping, receive the imperial decree. His Majesty issues a verbal edict. Receive it at once." It was Huang Chun and his party of 5. My eyes narrowed. My stomach dropped. So Father couldn't wait after all. He meant to force me to ride ahead lightly, straight into danger. I dismounted and led everyone to their knees. Your subject Gao Ping receives the decree. Huang Chun reined in and climbed down, rubbing his back and catching a few gasps of breath before solemnly proclaiming the edict, his voice shrill and piercing. His Majesty's verbal edict. Jinbei is under siege, and the danger grows more dire by the day. I have heard that you march burdened with supply trains and family dependents, moving too slowly, and I fear you will doom the northern frontier. I now command you to travel light with a small retinue at once, abandon the supply train, and lead your elite forces racing to Jinbei day and night to join the reinforcements and stabilize the battle. The supply train and dependents are to be left to your subordinates to follow behind. Advance. There must be no mistakes. The moment the order came down, everyone's expression changed. Zhang Yunhu said urgently, "Your Highness, this?" Zhou Lin frowned. "The new troops aren't battle-ready yet. Riding north with light cavalry could invite disaster." Zhao Mo added, "Your Highness venturing into danger alone. We simply can't rest easy." I sneered inwardly. The Crown Prince and the Right Chancellor had probably been waiting for this very day. Make me abandon my forces and rush alone to a besieged city. If anything went wrong at Jinbei, the blame would fall squarely on me. And even if nothing went wrong, arriving alone would leave me at everyone's mercy. A fine move, killing with a borrowed knife. But I kept my face impassive and accepted the order in a steady voice. Your son obeys. Rising, I gave my commands at once, my tone brooking no argument. Zhang Yunhu, pick 50 of the finest personal guards. Ride light with me and head straight for Jinbei. Zhou Lin, you'll lead the remaining 50 guards to escort the administrators, supplies, artisans, and families. Follow the same route at a steady pace. Train them as you march. I turned to my officials. Zhao Mo, Zheng Yi, Wen Xueding, Fang Zhongshu, Gu Xiaozhou, Jiaji, you'll travel light with me. The rest of you will accompany Su Jing and Zhou Lin, escorting the supplies north at a measured pace. As you command. They answered as one and went off to muster the men and ready the horses. I gazed north, my thoughts churning. I had meant to train the troops along the way, slow and steady, building a solid foundation. But the court's hand had reached all the way to the northern frontier after all. So be it. If I had no choice but to go on ahead, then I'd go meet the demons and snakes lurking in Jinbei. Just as we were splitting our forces, another rider came galloping in from the north, an 800 Li Express flag red at his back, his voice raw with shouting. War report from the northern frontier, a great victory at Jinbei. A great victory at Jinbei. The whole field fell silent. I strode forward and stopped him. I am Gao Ping, the 6th prince, and behind me is Huang Chun, chief steward of the inner palace. Present the report. The messenger gave us a quick look, then handed it over respectfully. This close to the capital, who would dare impersonate a prince and the chief steward of the inner palace? I broke the wax seal and scanned it quickly. Huang Chun, Su Jing, and the others crowded in to read as well. The report was written in stirring, impassioned terms. A bloody battle, a defense held to the last, the Liao army routed, spoils beyond counting, laid on thick as could be. But one glance at the tally of spoils at the end was enough to make me sneer. Few heads taken. No supplies. No equipment. No war horses. Repelled the enemy? Hardly. The Liao had clearly withdrawn of their own accord, besieging the city for no reason, then retreating for no reason. How many filthy dealings were hidden between that siege and that retreat? The Crown Prince, the Right Chancellor, the frontier generals, this game ran deeper than I'd imagined. I handed the report back and spoke lightly. The Liao army has withdrawn. The crisis is over. There's no more need for a light cavalry express. I'll trouble you, Eunuch Huang, to report back to father. This one understands. Huang Chen's face was wreathed in smiles. Then he lowered his voice. Your Highness, don't push yourself too hard on the way north. Getting there safely is what matters most. Thank you, Eunuch. The others passed the battle report around. First came shock and delight. Then confusion clouded every face. Su Jingxian spoke up. The Liao forces had the upper hand. Why would they suddenly withdraw? Perhaps reinforcements arrived and caught them from behind. Lu Shan nodded. Or maybe the harsh cold beyond the frontier cut off their supplies. Su Qingyan mused. or there's turmoil in the Liao court. The Khan gravely ill, forcing them to turn back. Zhou cupped his hands. The way I see it, sir, it looks more like a probe. They tested our strength, pulled back on their own, and will strike again when the moment's right. Everyone chimed in, and each argument held its own logic. I listened quietly, my expression calm, but my mind was clear. None of these, I feared, were the real reason. The real reason lay in the capital, in the crown prince's residence, in the right chancellor's manor, and within the northern garrison itself, buried somewhere in this strange and twisted game of chess. Where there are players, there are pieces, and I refused to be a pawn moved at another's will. I lifted my eyes toward the north, my voice steady. You all make fair points. Since the Liao troops have already withdrawn, we'll proceed as planned. The whole army moves north, training as we march, taking our time. Yes, sir. I bid Huang Qin farewell, swung onto my horse, and gazed into the distance. Jinbei, here I come. This game you've set up, I accept.